22. We are now 40 minutes men's race and 37 minutes within our women's race. And we can see that the bridge one more time. And we have one more question from Sebastian Schmidt. What is the fastest swim time? This was done in 1997 by Michael Prüfert. 3 minutes and 35 seconds back then. So we think we won't be this fast, but we might get close. We will see how fast can Frodo go at the end. So they have to do one more turn to the left. As we said, they swim anti-clockwise. They've passed the bridge and then come back to the swim exit, which is really to the start to T1.
And just so you have an understanding of just how many we've had our professional men and women, we've actually got 18 separate age group waves, including our relays here today. So 18 waves. It's incredible. They seem like they just keep going all morning long.
Plus 3 relays actually. It's 18 age groupers, and so it really, like you said, we do starts down there. When last year I was commentating down there on the ground, and it's so great because we're celebrating, as I said before, each and every athlete down there. So it's really great. And especially on the other side, they are so happy, the athletes too, because they just walk in there, 20,000 spectators cheering on them. They don't have that much. And this is the real great thing about Roth, that we celebrate triathlon here, not only the pros or what's going on. This is just, like we said, home of triathlon. Everyone is a hero for us until the end, until 11 at night, when we welcome our last finish here in the stadium.
Yeah, it really is. And the actual finish here, like the finish show that we have, it's worth hanging around for. I mean, I remember as an athlete that you're exhausted when you get across the finish line. All you want to do is go home and have a shower and eat. But nearly every single pro athlete makes their way back here. It is just such an incredible show. Like, they really put on an amazing show. I know they've got something special for the 20th anniversary. They have fireworks. They've stopped it. There are still some fireworks, but not as many. Better for the environment, so that's great to see that they're actually thinking of these things. But I know that we're going to have a really cool 05?
05, yeah, this is when the whole show will take around 10 to, and yeah, then we have our last finisher in. And what we've just confirmed now is that on our second position we have Maurice Clavel. So it is, in German we would say the Krawallmacher. And Clavel means riot in German, as we can see.
Does it really?
Yeah, that is the fun part about it. So that's actually why he has chosen that. He always wants to go out, give all the best, and he said that too. It doesn't matter if you're first or 20th. It's all about giving everything from start to the finish. You go all in, and this is what he does. And if you blow up, you blow up, or else you can win this race. And this is so of going through a race.
He's a great personality, and I know he's had a bit of a rough start. You know, he had COVID. It took him quite some time to get over it. So he was third here on debut back in 2017. Great, huge personality. I love it when he's always on a race course. He had a really great race last year in South Africa, where he had a really good battle with Sebi Kinley. Sebi Kinley, obviously here in Roth 2, which is very exciting, and will be up on our live coverage later today. So can't wait to talk to Sebi. He knows he's won it here, this course. But we are expecting to see our leader.
And these are the great guys here. I know them from the German Wasser. There the whole morning, helping out all the athletes coming through little hills, so to say, and they help them. Awesome guys, always with a smile. They have really a lot of fun. And so in total, these are 6 of our 7,500 volunteers out there. Just imagine, we have almost 2 volunteers for 1 athlete, so it's a perfect condition if you have any trouble. pictures from the race out there at all the hotspots where they are handing out sponsors. Also, we will go have a look at transition area 1,000 volunteers during the whole day, which is incredible.
It truly is incredible. Amazing. That is our chase group now, so our male chase group. So while we know Jan Frodeno and Maurice Clavel, both of Germany, are out in front, this is our rather large chase group. So gives you a shot of exactly where we should be able to see just where our leaders are. We know that they are only minutes away from the finish. So great shot. Right now there they are, so making their way to the swim exit and transition. Jan Frodeno out in front, Maurice Clavel in second place. Maurice Clavel here today. Our oldest male professional racing today is no other than Cam Brown, while our youngest male professional, Stickler, at 4 years of age.
And we also have athletes out there who are 78
In our age group.
upwards. But this is really terrific what these guys are doing. We also have our annual or regular participants. We have some out there who are racing for more than 35 years at Roth, who have done every race here at Roth possible. It was a group of 4 guys still coming back year per year, while our men's leading group, more around Jan Frodeno and Maurice Clavel, are getting closer to transition area 2 now, 47 minutes.
A purple cap down there, so that if it is indeed a purple cap, that is Magnus Ditlev. And it'll be very interesting, as I said, to see what that gap is back to Magnus Ditlev, arguably the strongest rider in the field, so at only 24 years, incredible rider. You can see that it starts to frustrate him a little when we talk about that, though. He doesn't want to be athlete. He has definitely improved his swim and run.
But I heard he's a bit aiming at maybe a new bike record. We will see if he can do that. It's 4 hours, 5 minutes. And yeah,
By the legend himself, Cam Worth.
Yes,
so
right. And I would just want to ask you think, is this today?
that's very interesting. I definitely think it's possible. I was here when Cam Worth set that bike time, and it was definitely a very was Cam Worth, one of the greatest riders in triathlon. Currently in Copenhagen, waiting on the sidelines. He's had to take a little bit of a break from triathlon and focus back on his professional cycling. Again, Cam Worth also based.
And we have our first athlete out of the water, and it is first man out of the water and in transition area 2.
Great race so far. Everything going the way Frodo needs it to go right now. As we said, it's going to be interesting to see what that gap is back to that chase group. We know in that chase group we should have the likes of Patrick Lange. It'll be interesting to see how far back Magnus Ditlev is out of the water. As we've spoken about earlier, he has improved his swim. Sam Long, we're expecting him to be around quite possibly 6 minutes. So there you go, up on screen. Frodo, 48.54 was his swim time for today, with Maurice Clavel just a further 3 seconds back.
Also interesting how he will now go through this race, if he will stay on the heels of Jan Frodeno, going with him on the bike course, or if he might lose him, and might lose him, or if they can form a group together and just look how far they can get away together. I mean, Maurice did South Africa last year, which he won. but there was a shortish swim there. But still, well, back then, 4 hours 18 on the bike and a 2:45 marathon, which wasn't too bad. Now we can see the chasing group coming out of the water.
Tom Davis out of the water already, so we expected him to have a great swim. There's the orange cap of Bradley Rice. So Bradley Rice also out. That's a great group. We've got Henato Kaluzi, the winner of Ironman Brazil, also out of the water. So this is a great group of professional men, a really strong chase group. So it's got Patrick Lange, Sebastian Namowitz, all of the main contenders here today, exactly as we thought. And that gap of about 126 to 130 on our leader Frodo and Maurice Clavel.
So we had on third position Thomas Davis from Great Britain coming out of the water, and in fourth position there was Patrick Lange, our defending champion. So he is now, yeah, as you said, less than 2 minutes behind Jan Frodeno. So comfortable position for him, and Thomas Davis also a really strong swimmer, which will lose contact to the leading group, or we expect him to lose contact. Coming from a swim background, always strong in this discipline. Well, we are back at the leading women, which is
Fenella Langridge. So that is Fenella Langridge right on screen now, wearing the purple cap. Very distinctive, fast turnover that Fenella uses. And you can see that she's given Rebecca Clark a bit of a break, and you can see that such a difference in their swim styles. Rebecca Clark, a much slower cadence. But good to see that these two women are sharing the love, so to speak, so sharing the work. We've had Rebecca Clark leading majority of this swim, and Fenella has now come round, but fantastic swim from Fenella Langridge here today. To be swapping off turns with Rebecca Clark, who is one of the strongest swimmers in our sport. So while our professional men have now made their way into transition and out onto the 2-lap bike course, so 2 loops that they'll do here today. Each loop around 85.5 kilometres. Once they finish that second loop, they then have a straight shoot to T2. It's around 9 kilometres. We know that behind our 2 lead females, we have Carolyn Leerrider of Germany and also Annie Haug, our defending champion. And swimming with Annie Haug, we also have Judith Korakan from Spain and Maja Stay Nielsen of Denmark. Reports from our spotters down on ground that our chase group had a lightning fast transition. They were obviously given a split of less than 1:30, and I think they've all got pretty excited about that, and they were out of there. So super fast transition from our defending champ, Patrick Lange.
And what I've seen there, did we say that before? That might be also Magnus Ditlev out of the water with Patrick Lange.
Well, I knew, look, I spoke to Magnus Ditlev earlier this week, and he's really been, as I said, he wants to get rid of that title of being the fastest bike rider. He's an incredible bike rider, but he also wants to be renowned as being an incredible triathlete. And I loved what he had to say at the press conference earlier this week when someone said, do you think Jan is beatable? He goes, well, I wouldn't be sitting here right now if I didn't think he was. And I just thought it was the perfect answer. As we can see, our lead females now also into transition. That was Fenella Langridge of Great Britain, followed closely behind by Rebecca Clark of New Zealand. So fabulous swim from these 2 women here today. But great to get footage now out on the bike course. So as I said, 2 loops today. about 85.5 kilometres per loop before they then head to T2. I think they pass through something like 18 villages, which they have to do twice. So everyone always looks at the bike times here and thinks, oh, it must be a lightning fast course, super flat, lightning fast course. But when people come for the first time and they actually ride a loop, they're like, how on earth do people ride this quickly?
Yes.
You know, because
it's quite hilly.
It's quite hilly, it's undulating. There's also all of these twists and turns as you go through these tiny little villages. And it definitely is a course that suits those that know it like the back of their hand. I know when I came here back in 2004, I spent quite a bit of time here beforehand going over the course, and it is definitely an advantage to know this course inside and out.
Right.
Because then you get to know what corners you're able to pedal through, where you can stay down on the bars, when you need to come up. There's quite a few blind corners that you don't know what's on the other side. So if you've done your recon and you know the course. And when I spoke to Sam Long earlier, I said, please, whatever you do, come early, make sure that you go over this course several times so that you know where you are, what you're doing, because it really is a course that suits those that have been able to ride it. And luckily enough, most of them have done their research, they've done their homework, and they know the course. They've ridden. The great thing about this course is you can break it up into manageable sections. You can ride one part of the course one day, the next part of the course on another day. But it really is quite technical. It's around 1,200 metres of elevation throughout the entire ride. So, you know, it's not, I wouldn't call it a really mountainous course as such. There's two main climbs, Greeting being the longest climb,
Right.
Solaraberg being the next climb.
But you don't really feel it.
You don't really feel Solaraberg, that's right. It's about 1 kilometre in length, but you don't really feel it.
And as we can see, our bike is now going throughout on the race. We have a little clip for you about the tactics you can have on the bike course.
The bike course is also special in Roth because it's going until this most southern point of the county. We have brilliant roads. They are very, very slick, very fast. And what is making the course really a fast course, we don't have a lot of corners actually. So you can stay on your aero bars and just shoot down. And what is also good, we have some hills, yes, but they are normally rather steep. And then you have these long passages where it goes down. So it makes it very, very fast. And then come the hotspots. Solar Hill is one of them. It's of course the iconic one.
Yeah, I think it's any 180 kilometer bike. It's best just to go, you know, kilometer by kilometer or checkpoint by checkpoint. And if you know the course, you kind of know, okay, there's key points, and you go after that. And I actually quite like when it's a 2-loop course because it makes it more manageable. So first, I just think about getting the first loop done.
My overall strategy is always, like many others, to stick to my own plan, but of course you have to notice the field. It's also quite strategic how to put down the power, so some areas I might go a little bit harder, some a little bit lower effort depending on the gradients and wind and so on. So it's very individual to each race how you approach the bike course actually.
A total of about 20 hotspots on the bike course make it really exciting, and it really pushes on our athletes out there.
Well, listening to Felix Volshofer then, and of course I know he's the race owner, the race director here today, and him saying that there's not a lot of corners, I beg to differ on that. I've raced it here 10 times now, and there are definitely a lot of corners on this course. However, in saying that, if you know the course inside and out, there are a lot of corners where you can stay down in your aero bars, where you don't have to get back up on the hoods. But there are also lots of very, very fast sections, as we can see right now with Frodo up on screen, looking absolutely fantastic. And definitely on one of the faster sections of the course. The first say 20 kilometres of the course, really pure time trial part of the course where you're down on the aero bars. As we've said, not a lot of wind today. In fact, very little wind at all right now. As with every day we've had here, we are expecting the wind to pick up a little bit over the day, but I think for most of our professional athletes, it's going to be a very, very calm day for them on the bike.
And what's so great, we will see that later off the bike cruise, is that it's intelligently built because, like you said, we have all these little villages and towns, and every little town of them, they are like really creating their own little party there. The fire brigades often setting up a party with a DJ, with commentators down there. The whole village comes together and celebrates. So, as we said, each and every athlete, and they go 2 loops, so they see the athletes twice. So this is the great thing about all the hotspots out there where we're gonna pass today. In total on the bike course, we have 10 different hotspots.
Wow. Yep.
So actually you have 20 times where people will be screaming at you next to all the other people around. It's not only the hotspots, because people sometimes just line up somewhere in the middle of nowhere and just enjoy seeing the bikers come through.
Don't you feel here that with the hotspots, it's almost like a little competition within a competition?
Oh yes.
Who has got the best or the greatest hotspot of the day? And normally it is Solarberg. We were unable to have the Solar was taken out last year because of the COVID restrictions. They didn't want to have all those spectators in the one spot. We are expecting around 50,000 spectators to be on Solarberg, but we are also expecting the same on the other climb, on Greeting, the larger of the climbs, out the back end of the course. We've got a brand new hotspot team out there with a really cool DJ, and apparently it's meant to be a really big party.
Right. As we can see on screen, the results of the swim, Jan Frodeno, as we were waiting for, first out of the water, Maurice Clavel following up him. And then we have a gap of around about 1.5 minutes with a big chase group, among others, our defending champion. This is Patrick Lange, Henato Kaluzi we saw, and Magnus Ditlev only
Great
1 minute
swim.
50
Great
deep
swim
behind.
from
Really
Ditlev.
great. And like we said before, around about 6.5 minutes for Sam Long.
So that was the all-important split that we were waiting to see. So 6 minutes 34, back to Sam Long. He was talking to him early this week. He wanted it. He wanted it to be around that 5-minute mark. Talking to Torsten Rade, our stats genius, he said it was more likely to be upward of 6 minutes. So 6.5 minutes. And look, Sam did say, regardless of what it was, he wasn't going to let it get him down. It's a long day ahead of him, so he was just going to get onto the bike and get on with business. But great swim from Magnus Ditlev there. He's put himself in a prime position right now, and it's going to be very, very interesting to see throughout this first lap how much time, if any, if he's able to take time back on our leader here, Jan Frodeno. We talk about Magnus Ditlev being a strong bike rider, but this man himself, Jan Frodeno, is also an incredibly strong bike rider. We know Frodo really has no weakness at all. He's strong across all three, hence why he is the greatest long-distance athlete in the world. But beautiful shot now. As we see Frodo heading into one of the 18 villages that he will have to go through on each lap here today. But it will be interesting to see whether Maurice Clavel is able to stay with Frodo. I'm assuming because of the way with Frodo's injury that he will want to try, his swim bike, he will want to try and get into T2 with a good size gap over the rest of the field.
He might need that, yes.
Just so he's able to control the run, particularly the first half of the marathon. As he said himself, we know he's in really good shape. I spoke to his training partner, Carl Smith. He said he's super fit. The only issue we're going to have with Jan Frodeno today is whether his injury is recovered enough to handle 42.2 kilometres. Right. And I'm not sure we're going to even see any issues with that until the latter stages of the marathon. So if he is able to dictate and control the first half of the marathon because he has got that nice buffer between himself and the chasers, that's going to be better for him for that second half of the marathon.
Of course. And then we will wait for it like last 15 kilometers, 10 kilometers.
Well,
what will happen there.
They always say in a full distance race, the race doesn't really start until that 30 to 32 kilometer mark.
And then we'll see what's going on. As we can now see, a little review of the swim start this morning at the canal with 20,000 spectators. Actually also from all around the world, not only Germany, as we saw our pro athletes getting into the water. The fantastic swim start leading into the race. Right from the start, we saw a group of 2 people, which was Maurice Clavel and Jan Frodeno. They went through the whole whole race. Got out first. All on the other side. In the females race, it was Lange coming out of the water first. And right now we're still sending out all our age groupers into the water, while Frodo and Maurice were able to create a bigger gap of 1.5 minutes. And we're back at the bike course, the Canyon bike course, as we have a beautiful shot here of one of our towns out there.
One of our 18 towns.
18 towns, right.
Felix says there are no corners on.
We'll see, or we'll ask our athletes later if there were corners out there. But beautiful. This is like the area of Roth around here. A little bit hilly, but actually not too much. The southern part of our county has some hills. Actually, right here, up where the stadium is, it's barely hilly at all. And they basically, yeah, you have those towns. You have a lot of green around and a lot of fields around, where we go through, and we're going to have beautiful shots later where we now can see the results of our women's race. As said before, from Great Britain, Lange, 3rd place last year. First women out of the water together with Rebecca Clark, incredible strong swimmer. And then Annie Haug, 7 minutes behind our defending champion, Judith Korachan. Also interesting to see how her race will go on. We haven't talked much about Maja Stegen-Nielsen, but she will also play some part in that race. Well, at least she said she tries to get close to the podium as possible.
It was good to see Laura Siddle, 2nd place last year, just slightly behind. She knew that she was going to come out of the swim a little behind that chase back, but it's a position that she's used to being in, so I don't think it'll be a problem for her right now. So let's just have a little look. As we said, the 20th anniversary of Challenge Roth. Let's look at a little clip that we made on the 20th anniversary of this incredible race.
2003 was a breakthrough year media-wise because Lothar and Maka, they were teasing each other a lot. They had an awesome race, and they came off the bike together and they ran all the marathon together. And Lothar later is a very clever guy. He won this race many times. He's called King of Roth. He went into the stadium that was new back then in the evening before and looked at every point and looked at every corner. And in the corner he got Chris. He got the 1.5 meters that he needed. And then they were sprinting through the whole stadium and fell over the finish line. It has never happened before that two guys were finishing so close after 3.8, 180 in a marathon. It was amazing.
Back in 2011 here at Challenge Roth I knew it was going to be one of the most exciting, if not the most exciting race that Challenge Roth had to date, simply because I had been training with Chrissy Wellington. The whole goal of coming to Challenge Roth was to break that best time and to just see what was possible, and she was absolutely flying. And someone had told me out on course when she'd finished what time she'd done, and I just shook my head. I remember seeing her on the finish line, because that's the sort of athlete she was. She waited for me to finish. And she gave me a huge hug, and of course as soon as I saw her I just got down on my knees and said, you are the god, you are the queen of triathlon, the queen of Roth. And she was a truly incredible athlete and just so inspiring, not just to the professional women around the world, but to the professional men, to all athletes around the world, because she didn't put any limitations on herself. I don't know if we'll ever see anyone like her again, to be honest.
– 2016 was a bloody stressful day. It was, the thing is, I'm obviously not somebody to shy away from publicly speaking about my goals, and when that is a world record, it was kind of intimidating. There was a whole project attached to it and so many people. It's a beautiful thing, but it's a lot of raw emotion bundled into various moments where you just find yourself in a tunnel. and that didn't really allow me to appreciate the race as much as I perhaps wanted to. The most iconic athletes of their generation have all raced on the same course, and of course to be a part and a line of that history and possibly line yourself up with the winners of these races is something truly unique.
2018 was, I think, for me the most perfect race up until today, because it was perfect, really nice conditions. We had very good conditions, little wind, 20 degrees. I don't know, that's the way I remember. The competitors are always the biggest motivation to push myself to the limits, and especially Lucy was, of course, a really good, or she helped me to get there, and it was the way the race unfolded was for me the perfect battle and perfect race. The last 8 kilometers on the run were like, I think the biggest gap was 20 seconds. The moment when I crossed the finish line will always be in my head, but at the same time very dizzy. So I do remember it, but I really had to concentrate to get there, and there were a few seconds where I was just lying and thinking what just happened. So it was a really special moment.
And some great memories when I look at that last year's race. It was truly incredible. Again, the race in 2016 when Jan Frodeno set that incredible record. There have been so many incredible moments over the last 20 years here in Roth. But the big news for me right now on course, Magnus Ditlev has already ridden himself up into 3rd place. And he is making up time on our leaders, on our leader Jan Frodeno and Maurice Clavel. Unfortunately, we have been given notice out on course that Marcus Hormann, so he's one of the local guys, he's a lovely guy, Marcus Hormann of Germany, has had a crash and is out of the race. He's okay, but he is no longer in the race here today.
So it was 1 minute and 40 seconds how far Magnus was behind after the swim, and we heard it's now only a minute around, so this is incredible what this guy is already doing on the bike, and we've just started that race here.
As we've got a great shot on screen now of Thomas Davis of Great Britain. He was 10th here last year, so finishing in the top 10 is no easy feat. So great race from Thomas Davis here last year. He's also only 26 years of age, so another very young competitor. He raced at the inaugural Challenge Wales only a couple of weekends ago, where he finished in 6th place. He did it as a little bit of a warm-up for the race here today. This is his main event, something he's been definitely concentrating on and doing everything right out there on course right now. Part of Team Erdinger. So Team Erdinger, one of the sponsors here, and also a great sponsor for many, many of our top athletes. We've got Carolyn Leerrider in the women's race, obviously also Patrick Lange, a long-time Team Erdinger member. Team manager Venka Kahula has been here all week long helping these athletes, but great to see Tom Davis having a very strong race.
And we had the question coming up before how fast they are going on the bike. So we saw the average speed of Thomas Davis was 49 plus something kilometers
around
per
that
hour.
50 kilometer average.
So if there are more questions you have on YouTube or Facebook, feel free to ask us. We will answer every question.
So Tom Davis and Patrick Lange, our chasers right now. We know Magnus Ditlev is in front of these two riders. So Magnus Ditlev having a great race. And if he continues doing what he's doing, it won't be long before he catches the likes of Jan Frodeno and Maurice Clavel. But you can see right now on screen, stunning conditions out there today for this 180-kilometre ride.
So they've already passed one of the greatest hotspots at Eckersmühlen. If it works out, we'll have a little Zoom meeting with the guys there too.
Just explain to our audience why Eckersmühlen is so popular. What actually goes on there, particularly on the second and final lap back into T2.
Right, it's right before you turn to Roth after your second lap, right? It's like a long curve, so to say, lined up with the banks and people sitting there, and it's really nice because you have tables looking towards the track, and then you have benches right behind, and yeah, you can have a cold beer, have a meal, and yeah, it's like that big bench
beer mile.
curve.
So we would call it the beer
mile. Yeah, you know that word. So yeah, we have a beer mile there, and yeah, our commentator there, he's 70 years of age.
Wow.
He's done that all time since we have long distance triathlon. We have that beer mile at Eckersmühlen. He's still doing the commentating. We will have a Zoom meeting with him later, hopefully, and this is really great to see how many people get there to Eckersmühlen.
Well, I always like to remember the beer mile because when you go past on the first lap, it's all nice and neat and tidy.
Yes.
The second lap, it's a little rowdy. By the final time through, it's a mess.
Yes, right. And all the age groupers love that
Yes.
too. Yeah, because every name is cheered. Yeah, as we now have seen, Jan Frodeno still in the lead, average of 51.19 kilometers. As we're heading into a little commercial break.
Successful companies produce a lot, like this, or something like this. In any case, they produce that. Numbers, a lot of numbers. Because with success comes a growing commercial effort. What entrepreneurs need is good software from Datev. Because we create connections. Fast, secure, future-oriented connections between the data in the enterprise, the tax consultant, and every party involved. As one of the largest IT service providers in Europe, Datev creates connections for sustainable success.
I'm part of it. What about you?
We run. We fight. We ride. Faster. Harder. Longer. We push limits. We fall, but rise again. And with every try, we get better. Yet something feels incomplete. There's a voice deep inside us, getting louder and louder. It can't be unheard. It reminds us we are more than just athletes. Now we see, with our strength, our passion, our compassion, our love, our power, our mindset, we can bring change into the world. To work together on our differences and find potential within them. To guide the next generations with the wisdom of our experiences and empower them to find their own paths, united as one tribe. We will always be driven by performance. We just need to redefine what performance actually means.
And welcome back to the DATEV Challenge Roth, powered by HEP. Great shot on screen now of Maurice Clavel from Germany. We know that Jan Frodeno and Maurice Clavel are still out in front, but as you can see right now, they are being joined. Well, Maurice Clavel is being joined by no other than Magnus Ditlev of Denmark. Incredible riding from this young Dane here today. We knew it was going to happen. I wasn't so sure it was going to happen so quickly.
That is the point. Which is, on the one side, of course, the reason why, because he was going that fast on the bike now, but already his swim was terrific. Only 1 minute 40 behind Jan Frodeno. So, looking really strong so far, the young Danish dynamite.
And just to give you an update, we did hear that, unfortunately, Annie Haug had a little bit of an issue out of T1. She grabbed the wrong transition bag, got all the way to the tent, had to turn around, go back, put that bag down, pick up the correct bag. So she did lose quite a bit of time out of T1. She is now riding solo on her own.
And we know that she is a really strong athlete, but sometimes she has... The one thing she has to fight with is her head. And we hope she's not losing focus. Beautiful spot here again on the bike course. Still so calm. It will change anytime soon. Right at the beginning of the Canyon bike course. There are a lot of parts now right behind after Valesau or Lafenau, where we are now close at. Little towns out there. And then there come the next big hotspots where we get closer to Heidegg. And then the big ones at Talmessing, and as we talked about before, at Griding, at kilometer 25 and 35.
Great shots there of Patrick Lange, our defending champion. He'll be wanting to try and limit that deficit, but he will also know it's a dangerous combination now that Magnus Ditlev, our man on screen, the young Dane, has now made his way up to our early leader, Jan Frodeno and Maurice Clavel. He has done it so incredibly quickly. He looks completely in control. You know, for 24 years of age, the maturity of this young man is really incredible. And even when you hear him speak, he's just so controlled, focused. He knows what he wants. He's such an incredible young athlete in the making. And I remember when I first met Magnus Ditlev, and it was back in 2019 at Challenge Daytona it was back then. And he was this young man, and I remember doing the commentary, and he was flying on the bike, and we're all like, who is this guy? We'll be honest, we didn't know who he was. And yes, he was riding, you know, with the likes of Lionel Sanders, who we know is one of the strongest riders in the sport, and none of us knew who this young guy was, but we certainly know who he is now. And since that race back in Daytona, he really has just continued to improve over a very short period of time, and yeah, he's really a remarkable young athlete.
As we said, he wants to go all in on the bike, and well, he didn't say it to go for the record, but probably he could do that, grabbing the record from Cameron Worth. And we have, of course, our race director out there, Felix Weichshöfer, on the course, as well as his sister, Katrin Weichshöfer. And we will try to get them on the screen live from the track anytime soon for you.
And what I love and what I think our audience needs to realize is that both Katrin Weichshöfer and Felix Weichshöfer will be out on the back of motos all day long.
Yes, they're not sitting somewhere in the
No,
VIP area.
No, they're not in the VIP whining and dining and talking. They are out there on the back of motos, and they are out there because they want to make sure that the course is safe for all of our athletes. That's their first priority out there.
All athletes, not only pros.
Nope, all athletes.
Also age groupers.
And they also go out there and they thank every single volunteer. And I've personally seen it myself, because originally, before I started commentary, I used to be on the back of a motorbike doing the live updates, and I would see both Felix out there, and to see him out there shaking hands, it's testament to just what an incredible event this is, and they lead by example. So I can't wait to hear from Felix Weichshöfer down on course to get a feel of what is actually going on right now. But you can see our professional men.
And there he
Auf
is.
geht's, super!
Hello!
Sweetie, how are you?
I am very, very well. Oh my gosh, what a race we have on our hands right now, Felix. It's incredible.
I just rode with the pros, and I was just taking the time. Patrick is 1 minute behind the group, and he's looking quite good. I was a bit nervous, but he looks very, very good now. And Frodeno looks very confident.
Good morning, Felix. How did you experience the swim start down there? Give us an insight.
Well, it was goosebump moment all way long. We had more crowds on the bridge. We had more crowds on the other side of the channel. And yeah, it was absolute goosebump moment. And I'm really looking forward what to expect on Solar Hill.
Now, tell me, did you expect Magnus Ditlev to bridge across to Jan Frodeno and Maurice Clavel so quickly?
Well, not that quickly, but Magnus Ditlev is my dark horse, is my pick, and I'm really, really interested in how he's performing on the course.
And so far, you said the three men out in front looking very, very strong, but also Patrick Lange looking strong as well. Sam Long, a little further back than I'm sure he would have liked to have been out of the water, but we know that Sam Long, very strong rider and a very, very strong runner.
Absolutely, yeah. It was expected that he would go out of the water later than the others, but I found the gap to be a bit big. I expected a smaller one, but yeah, I think we just started the bike, and it's going to be interesting how he performs. And when he comes by here, here comes the next. I will show you. Here comes the next police motorcycle. So the next one should be coming
pretty soon.
Anytime soon.
And Felix, just quickly with the women's race, we didn't expect to see Fenella Langridge getting out on Rebecca Clark's feet. So great swim from Fenella, and those two women looking very, very good right now.
Here's the next group coming. I think you have more info than me. Let me just see.
I can see them coming.
Auf geht's, Jungs, super! Auf geht's, haut rein, super! Auf geht's, Spitze! Jawohl, Nick, hau rein! Super.
This is,
Nick Stuckenborg.
I love it. So Felix,
he's doing so well. It's his first pro race, and I didn't expect him to be that way up front. It's really cool to see.
And Felix, we've been telling our audience that both yourself and Katrin will be on the back of motos all day long. It's something you've done religiously every single year. You're out there making sure that safety is priority for all athletes, but also you go around and you shake the hand of pretty much every single volunteer on course.
Everyone I can get hold of. That's Christian, by the way. He's flying me over the course today in a very secure manner, and we'll certainly have a lot of fun later on driving through Solar. This is always my magic moment of the year.
So speaking of Solar, Julie and I were just talking about it. We're expecting huge crowds there. I mean, what is the atmosphere like down there at the moment?
By the way, this is the county today in the morning, because we have a new traffic divider now right in Solar. And we have managed with the police and with the firefighters that the athletes have a safe drive-by of the traffic divider. And today in the morning, Marcus, who built up Solar, sent me a text saying, we've taken off the traffic divider. There is no traffic divider anymore for the athletes, free road for the athletes, and then it will be reconstructed back afterwards. That's the county of Roth.
Wow, that's amazing, honestly, and we cannot wait to see the scenes later on today once they hit the likes of Sola. Now, it looks now like there's quite the group forming out in front with Frodo. It looks like a couple of others. Robert Kalin has also joined that group, Henato Kaluzi, so a really formidable group leading this race here today for the 20th edition, Felix.
Yeah, and Belinda, look at that. We just hear birds. There is not a slight wind. If you look at the fields, nothing is moving. It is absolute perfect race conditions. And I expected, I think that's Sam Long. Just 1 second. I think this is Sam Long coming. And it's very unique.
Oh, I love it. I mean, Felix, your enthusiasm, it's contagious. It really is.
Give him a great yo when he's passing by.
Yo, come on, Sam! Yeah, that was Sam Long. He looks good. He's on fire.
Yeah, and we know Sam Long. He's used to being out of the water behind, so I don't think this is going to phase him at all. He'll just get on with the job.
No, Belinda, we're at the beginning of the course. We're just on the beginning of the course. And all the big climbs are still coming. Here's a very, very fast, slick part of the course. So his time is coming, absolutely.
And now, speaking of the women...
Super.
Felix, we've got Fenella Langridge up on screen now. She is having an incredible race so far today, leading here today. We didn't expect her to be out of the swim with Rebecca Clark, but she is doing everything right now.
Absolutely. I really loved. She was the first female pro athlete to arrive in the county to get familiar. Auf geht's, super, Spitze, hau rein! And to see her in the front is really, really cool. Really happy for her. And I'm really interested in Annie.
Now, we did hear Annie had a little bit... Well, Annie had a little bit of a mishap out of transition, but she's back on track now and riding on her own, but looking very, very good.
Okay. Guys, we will take off again.
Of course.
Possibly we will come back on top of grading.
Beautiful. That would be fantastic, Felix. Well, honestly, thank you. You're an incredible person. Amazing. Love hearing your side of things out there. So cannot wait to talk to you again later today.
Thank you, Felix.
Wonderful. Thanks for your great job, guys. See you later.
Bye.
See you then. Bye.
Bye.
Oh, my gosh. I mean, there are not enough adjectives, even for me, to describe what I feel about that man. He's an incredible guy. What an ambassador for our sport of triathlon.
Absolutely.
You know, when I first came here in 2004, of course, his dad was in charge, Herbert. Unfortunately, his father passed away and Felix had to take the reins. And it was such a massive undertaking for such a young guy.
In a young age. He was 26 back then.
I mean, I still shake my head. And to see what him and now obviously his sister and his magnificent mother, Queen Alice herself, have done with this race, how they've continued to improve it year after year.
You know, this is the special thing about it. They never stand still.
Never.
I imagine that every year when I'm here, I can see there's something new, a new idea they have. They reset something. If it's the expo, if it's the stadium, if it's the course, like 5 years ago when we started to put in Büchenbach as a new hotspot, as a new town, to include that part too. Every year there's something, and it's not what they always want because they ask the athlete. There's always a big feedback round at the end. For example, the first time we had that 2-loop run going to Büchenbach, back again to the canal and back and forth. Many athletes said it was too hilly, it was too much in the end. Felix saw that. He said, okay, this is a problem here. We work on that and we change that for you guys, that you have the perfect race here.
Yep.
And this is the great thing about it. He wants to, not for his reputation, but his heart is with the athletes and with the volunteers, both of them. And this is so great about him as a person.
When we sat down with him earlier this week, just to go over key messages that he wanted us to get out there, and I think the one that resonated with me the most was the aim for the wall surfers is not to satisfy the athletes. It's not for them to come here and be satisfied with the race. It's to exceed their expectations and to have them walk away going, this is the most incredible event we've ever done. And I have to say, I haven't met a person yet that hasn't said otherwise, and hence why it is now a bucket list race for nearly every triathlon fan around the world.
Not only now, it has been for many years.
For a long, long time.
Because you know that within the pros groups, when you are, I don't know, on training camps or so, you're talking about Roth. When there's one guy, I guess, I've never been there, but let's be honest. When you were there back in the days, you came back from Roth, you met other athletes, you were talking about Roth, right?
Of course. Hey, I knew even early on in my career, it was a race that I was always going to do. I used to watch it on television. We'd all heard about the race, and I remember getting the call up when I was down at a training camp down in the Blue Mountains, Snowy Mountains in Australia, and I got an email asking if I would like to come over, so an invitation, and I think I screamed that loud that morning. The whole of the Snowy Mountains heard me, and that was the beginning of a 10-year career here in Roth, and this is my 18th year. As I said, wow. Same homestay family the whole time. My parents have been over here. My sister's been over here. My homestay family's been to Australia and stayed with us there. There really is no event like it, and I love watching pros come here for the first time, and I love watching them get hooked from the get-go. Yep. Fenella Langridge, our leader on screen right now, is one of those athletes. I remember her coming here last year, and at the finish line speaking to her afterwards, and she was blown away. And of course, last year it wasn't really a true indication of. It was a light version. It was a light version. It was an alcohol-free version. And I said, wait till next year, you've got to come back. And she said, if this is any indication, I'll be coming back for the rest of my career. And so I'm, for Fenella to be leading the race so early on, and she hasn't even got to the good spots yet. So I can't wait to see Fenella's race when she hits Solaraberg for the very first time. Right. It's going to be a sight to behold.
Yes, like we said before, 50,000 people. Just imagine. The town of Roth, I can tell you, has 25,000 inhabitants. That's, so to say, alone at Solar Hill or Solarberg, there are twice as many people as Roth has inhabitants. The county of which is a pretty big county for Bavaria, has 125,000 inhabitants. And now we are waiting for 250,000 spectators on the whole track. So this is double or twice of the amount of inhabitants. Like we said before, Felix is out there, and Catherine is out there too. We've talked to her. She will stop by a lot of hotspots too. As we said before, they will greet all volunteers. And as we heard, we are pretty green too, and can talk to her. We're really interested where she might be. And Catherine.
Not sure.
Not yet. Yeah. Okay. Sure. So we're lead men's group. Magnus Dietleff in front, the white jersey. Check. Actually, now we can see we have, among others. So, second try to Catherine. Catherine, can you hear us out there on track?
Yes. Yeah.
Great. Moment, give us an insight.
It's in Seligenstadt at the aid station.
Great. Seligenstadt, you look fantastic out there. We were able to talk to Felix before. You are there with a lot of volunteers, I guess.
Yep.
Please show us hotspot or station you're looking like.
Here we have about 100, and it's not so easy to come to that aid station because you cannot park. You're here at the aid station, you have to stay for the whole day. But these volunteers here in Heidek, most of them, they live here. And we have a great setup, about 100, and everything is really, really, really fine.
What feedback do you get from the volunteers out there? Have you talked to them? What do they tell you about them?
Super happy. They are super happy that it's back again, the big show, and very motivated. And it's Julian. It's hard to describe in words, but these volunteers, they love challenge. They love the athletes. It's their race, and this is always wonderful, really.
And Catherine, we were talking earlier about how a lot of your volunteers and a lot of the spectators out on course today, they actually take their annual week holiday to come and
and it's crazy. There are also volunteers. They have 1 week of vacation to work here. It's completely crazy. Completely crazy. It's their highlight of the year.
Oh, I love it. And the atmosphere, I mean, obviously last year we were saying we had the light version of Challenge Roth last year. This year we've gone full send. So we are back with a vengeance, back to no restrictions. We were talking earlier about the finish line party tonight, which is your domain. You are the one that organises the finish line party. So we know it is going to be absolutely spectacular.
I hope so, Belinda. I was completely impressed. The swim start on the bridge. There were so many for us, really. Yes, exactly.
Well, listen, we are getting some incredible footage of our lead professional, Fenella Langridge, leading early on with Rebecca Clark in second. We were saying to Felix earlier that we are blown away by how well Fenella is going. You know, we didn't expect Fenella to get out with Rebecca. We expected Rebecca to have a little bit of a lead, but great racing from both our professional men and professional.
That sounds really, really great, Linda. I just saw a start number, by the way. So, hello. Yeah.
Haug had a few issues in T1, but that she is back on the bike and back in action.
Markus Herrmann is out of song because he crashed his bike. He was falling.
Yeah, he had a
He's
technical
okay. He's
problem.
okay.
Oh, that's good to hear. We did get a few cuts and bruises out of the race for today.
Yes, I was with him and he's okay. Some cuts, but very clear, and he said, because he always said, Catherine, this is my fault, this is my own fault, and I said, Markus, next year again.
Well, that's exactly right. There's always next year, and he's still very, very young, so plenty of racing left for that young man.
Catherine, how will your next hours look like? I mean, you will go along the course, you will try to shake as many hands as possible. We hope to have you later back again here. What will you do the next hour or two?
I will be at the aid stations. I will be at the hotspots to say thank you very much, and just to celebrate together, and we'll be from one hotspot.
Well, listen,
we'll be from one hotspot.
Sorry, we look forward to some coverage with you a little later on at one of the hotspots. We know you've got a job to do out there, but thanks so much for your time.
Thank you, Catherine.
Bye.
Enjoy.
It's so wonderful. The Bolsover family is, as we said, it's a family affair here with Queen Alice in charge, and both Felix and Catherine Bolsover. They lead by example. They've got an incredible team. Most of the team that have been working here for years and years, and as you said, volunteers that have continued year after year.
And the special thing why this is going, the bikehufers and the office team, which is only a group of 7 to 8 people, and then they're around. They have their the people who run courses of the transition areas, and even there they have that in their families. We have sometimes the father who brings his son, then they organize T2 together and have over, and this is so great about all these years.
It really is. As we can see, our lead men now on the first of the climbs here today, the main climb in Greeting. Climb that they will have to do, and of course, being 2 laps, they will do it twice. So great aerial shot there of Greeting. It is not a new hotspot, but a rebranded hotspot with a DJ. By the second lap, it will be absolutely pumping out here at Greeting. It is the far end of the course. Belinda, what was your best finishing time in Roth and why?
Because I heard there are people out there.
Because I'm old and slow, that's why. My fast what year it was, but my fastest time was 8:57, so it was the that I was able to break 9 hours. And back when I was racing, 9 hours was the magical mark. Now it's the norm. So that just shows you how far our sport has advanced, particularly with the women. Back in the day, to break 9 hours was considered a huge deal. Now, breaking 9 hours, if you don't break 9 hours, you're basically not in the game. I love how much the sport has changed.
But just like it's still perfectly cheap. I think she could still be out there.
I always say, when people ask me that retirement question, I always say, well, I will never ever retire from the sport of triathlon because it's in my blood. I am a triathlon groupie. I am not ashamed to admit it.
You've
I
never
love
officially retired, so to
No, I officially retired from racing,
yeah.
but I will never officially retire from the sport of triathlon. I will always be. I love it like I loved it 30 years ago when I first started. So, great question.
So I heard we have another voice from the racetrack, if I got that right.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, we can hear you. Great to be speaking to you.
Hi,
Simon Bar is out there for us for Power Bar. Simon.
Yeah, correct. I'm in T1. Relay team, yeah.
And now I heard you were taking part. I heard you were taking part in a relay this year, Simon. It's fantastic. Now listen. Now, perfect opportunity for me to ask. Very hot day. Well, not so hot right now, but we know that the temperature is going to climb to around 30, 31 degrees Celsius. So we know by the time the marathon is here, it's going to be very, very hot conditions. How do you actually prepare for a race like this where the temps are predicted to be in those early 30s?
Well, I think preparation probably started for most people yesterday already, making sure they've been adequately hydrated yesterday, and then taking that through all the way this morning before the start. And then basically just try and keep topping up that fluid. And very important today is going to be the electrolytes. So just not only have water, but also concentrate on the electrolyte intake. So we have isotonic drinks. They contain electrolyte gels, and it's really important that the athletes get that in. And it's but as a ballpark, I guess sort of a 1 bike bottle per hour on the bike to set you up for the run. And then during the run, use the aid stations little and often. Don't sort of skip them and then have a big gulp on the second or third one, but sort of try and have a couple of sips on every aid station, just to keep that fluid balance adequate, I guess.
And one of the things I used to find particularly hard back when I was racing is on the nutritional side, on the calorie side of it, the harder I found it to take in any sort of to get that calorie intake in sufficient to buy a full distance race. What are your tips for athletes, in those hotter temperatures where it can be difficult to take on solids?
Well, mix and match between gel and the fluid. I mean, a bottle of isotonic drink, that will provide you probably half your requirement per hour. So that's about sort of 40 to 50 grams of carbs. And then just supplement that with gels on course, so they're a bit more liquidy. They will go down a treat today, I guess. But yeah, just stick to the gels because they usually go down easily.
And of course, we've got lots and lots of aid stations out on course today, all providing the Power Bar products, which is great to see. Now, let's talk times that we're predicting for the bike today for yourself.
That's a big question. I don't really know. I'm doing it for the first time. My colleagues have set me a stiff target under 4:30. So let's wait and see if the leg.
And welcome back to the DATEV Challenge Roth, powered by HEP, the 20th anniversary of the race here in Roth, Germany. We are back with our lead men. Jan Frodeno on screen right now, our 2016 champion, where he set the course record. It's going to be very, very interesting to see if that course record can be beaten here today. We know that the lead group, now a group of 5. So a very powerful group of professional men up front right now, including the likes of Magnus Ditlev. We've also got Robert Callen. Magnus, as I said, was able to bridge across to that lead group of Maurice Clavel. He is also there, and Jan Frodeno. So a very strong group. Henato Kaluzi from Brazil also in that group. And so while our men, our lead group of 5, are continuing to put time into the likes of our defending champion, Patrick Lange, we know for our professional women's race, Fenella Langridge is really having the race of her career so far. Now has just on 4 minutes over Rebecca Clark, who is in 2nd place. And then Annie Haug, currently holding 3rd place, but 7 minutes 28 back on Fenella Langridge, which is extraordinary. We know Annie Haug had a few issues in transition in T1 where she picked up the wrong bag, but she has now made her way into 3rd place. We've got Maya Stay Nielsen at just on 9 minutes back, along with Judith Korakan and Sonia Skeven. Magda Niewald, coached by Yvonne van Vlecken, and what a coach to have. Particularly today, Yvonne van Vlecken having won here on 3 occasions. So definitely a good coach to have for this course. But it is Fenella Langridge who has taken control of this women's race here early on. But great shots right now of our leader, Jan Frodeno, in that lead group of 5. Fantastic conditions on course, very little wind blowing right now. We know that by the time these athletes hit lap 2, that there will be a little bit more wind. We aren't expecting windy conditions at all today, and I must say here in the
some
stadium,
wind coming up now, but not much.
Just a tiny little bit of wind. Really nice temperatures so far, sitting at around 15, 16 degrees Celsius. We do know that this will continue to rise quite rapidly throughout the day, and we are expecting temps of around 30 to 32 degrees Celsius. There's not a cloud in the sky, and especially when it comes to the marathon, that first half, that first 20 kilometers of the marathon, there is very little shade up on that canal, so it is going to be a very, very hot running.
Though at least it's flat, that's a good part of it. It gets a little more hilly when you go to Büchenbach at the later part of the marathon. And as we've said before, we have a group of 5 in leading position. Among others, someone like a bit of a dark horse too from Sweden, Robert Kalin. 7 weeks ago, he said he had a little cold, and he was not really feeling well. Maybe started too early to practice again. He had 1 or 2 weeks where he couldn't do a lot of training. Had to rest and take a breath. He was 3rd in Florida last year. Had a bike time of 4 hours, 4 minutes.
That was his very first long distance race as well.
And yeah, did a great race there. Well, 3 hours marathon was solid. So he is someone to look at. I was asking myself if him and Magnus could maybe take the lead at the bike course sometime. We will see how long they might stay in that group or can go a little harder.
They're in that lead group right now, so they're right where they need to be. Robert Callen, not renowned for, obviously his run would be his weakness, to be honest. Yes. He will certainly need to run a lot faster than 3 hours if he wants any chance of making the podium today. But so far this year, really good start to the year. He was 8th at Challenge Salou. Remember, Challenge Salou was a duathlon this year because of the swim. You were there yourself commentating.
It was cold, I can tell you.
It was cold. So, 8th in Salou, and it was a very, very strong pro field. He went on to win Porto Colom Tri in Majorca in April, which was a perfect distance for him. 1 kilometre swim, 100k bike, 10k run. He was able to set a new course record there as well. So we know he's coming into this race in really good form. And again, as we said, great swim biker, but will need to have a very, very strong marathon if he wants any chance of reaching that podium.
But what would you say now? What is the tactic here, the game plan, if we take a look into the head of Robert Kalin, for example, or also Magnus Ditlev, who is maybe a bit of stronger of a runner than Robert Kalin is? Is there a certain point where they have to get away from Frodo, and when on the bikers do you do that? On the one side, what time in the part of which kilometer, or which part of the race which is more hilly, or maybe which is more flat?
Look, and what we've got to remember too, we are still in the very early stages of this bike ride here today, and yes, I would imagine the likes of Ditlev and Kalin, they know that with Frodo in the field, one of the fastest marathoners in the field today, although with a little bit of a question mark over his head, I would imagine that these two men would like to have a little bit of a buffer going into transition too. They know that Patrick Lange is also behind, and they know that his run form is definitely exactly where it needs to be, and he is a very, very fast runner. So yeah, I think definitely for the likes of Kalin that he would like to have a little bit of a buffer coming to T2. Magnus Ditlev, I know that over the last year he's become a more all-round athlete, and so his run is definitely better. I mean, he ran a 2:40.
Yes.
So, 2:40 is a solid marathon time, and if he's able to produce something similar here today, then he is guaranteed to be on that podium at the end of the day.
Yep.
So I'm really interested, probably more interested to see what Magnus is able to run today rather than to see if he's able to get Cam Wurf's bike record. Because I know at the end of the day, you can get a bike record and that's great, but it's where you finish overall that really counts. So Magnus Ditlev doing everything right now. He's got himself in a great position. I think, yes, he would like to have a little bit of a buffer if it's possible, but he's not going to destroy his race or his marathon in order to do so. I think he's going to trust that he is running a lot better these days, and that if he does get off the bike with the likes of Jan Frodeno and the rest of this group, that it's not going to faze him. But he knows that, and he's quite confident with where his run is at right now to be competitive against these men.
But then for Robert Kalin on the other side, because he can't stay in that group on the one side, but on the other side, if he leaves this group and does his one-man show on the bike, he might blow up on the run. So yeah, I was wondering, what can this guy do? Or is he just trapped within good runners?
Yeah, it's a really hard decision you have to make when you race. I know back when I was racing, I was never renowned for my running prowess. So I knew if I wanted any chance of winning a race or finishing on the podium, that I had to have that buffer off the bike. So that's how I raced, and I would not be content to stay in this group right now. I would be wanting to get ahead and to at least have a buffer heading into transition. But things have changed since I was racing, and now you really can't afford to have a weakness at all. You must be strong over swim, bike, run. And this occurred when the likes of Jan Frodeno came onto the scene with no weakness. And not just that he has no weakness with his swim, bike, run, but he has no weakness mentally as either.
We now heard that Jan on the bike has lost his jail bottle. This is something of an issue, maybe. Not too much, but well,
look,
not perfect, of course.
Not perfect, but we're lucky. We've got power bar out there. We've
Yes.
got plenty of aid stations on course. Jan Frodeno is such a professional athlete that, yes, it's not ideal when you lose your nutrition, particularly because it's nutrition that you're used to using, that you've trained on previously. But Jan will be fine. He's just got to make sure now that if he is down on calories, that if that was crucial, if the bottle that he lost is crucial, that he makes sure that at the next aid station he takes on some more nutrition, some more calories. But in the general scheme of things, I don't think it'll be an issue.
So here at Dativ Challenge Roth, powered by HAB 2022. Just to say this again, we are happy to have you live here in our international stream, and if you have questions to us on YouTube or on Facebook Live, please ask us everything you want to. We will answer all your questions here live. As our leading men are still making their way, now 2 hours and 10 minutes into the race. We've said that before, we aren't too far onto the bike course. There are first predictions from Thorsten Rade, our man in charge of the numbers, our magician of numbers. He said, yeah, Magnus right now is on a course of 4:05-ish, so close to the bike record if he goes on this pace. And well, it's a group of 5 men leading. We said before, it's Jan Frodeno, Magnus Dietleff, Maurice Clavel, Robert Carlin and Henato Kaluzi. And then our defending champion in 6th position. He is 3 minutes and 40 seconds behind. And we have for you graphics of
some
the
graphics
bikers.
of the bike course. The bike course right now. Really interesting question. Someone said, "Is this going to really be an issue for Jan losing his nutrition?" As we look at the graphics for the actual bike course here today, as I said, 2 times 85-kilometer loops. So they will do 2 loops of the bike course before then heading straight into transition, which is here in town. That's 9 kilometers. So once they leave the 2 loops, they have 9 kilometers left to ride. Each loop around 85.5 kilometers. 1,200 meters of elevation in total. But a really great bike course here today. So getting back to that question on Jan Frodeno and just how crucial, because he has lost his nutrition bottle. An interesting part of the race here, which is not the same around the world. At every single aid station out on course, you are allowed to have someone from your team. So every professional athlete and age group athlete is allowed to have someone from their team at the last table of every aid station, where they are able to hand them whatever nutrition or whatever needs their athlete might need. So Jan, obviously he has his manager here, Felix. He also has his masseuse here, Albert. And if they are watching the coverage and they can see that he has lost his nutrition, they are able to make their way to one of the aid stations, stand at the very last table, and make sure that he gets exactly what he needs. So that is a fantastic thing that this race does. They've got it for the bike, they've got it for the run. As long as they've got someone that can hand them that nutrition or hydration specific to that athlete, they're able to do so.
And they are that professional to handle that, which is perfect. We haven't said that before. We have a lot of guests. So far you saw we had Felix coming up, we had Catherine out in the field, and we have a lot of studio guests later too. We will have Lucy Charles Barkley here in our studio, among others, and Sebi Kienle, unfortunately not able to race. We will have him on here on the show early on. I'm going to talk to him, unfortunately not able to race, but yeah.
So wow, we've got some great aerial shots of our lead men right now for us in the booth. And I have to say, and I say it all the time, I know I'm going to get him embarrassed. By far one of my favorite, not just favorite, is my favorite German athlete, but one of my most favorite athletes in the world. Always has been since I met him. Oh my gosh, how many years ago now, when he was, I think, a very, very young, very early 20s, maybe teenager. That's how old I am. Sebi Kienle, thank you so much for coming on the show.
Oh, Belinda, thanks a lot. And in these situations, you're very open for compliments like that. So thanks a lot. Yeah, thanks for having me. And what an exciting race we have.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, obviously, we would prefer you to be looking at you on screen right now rather than having you in the booth, but this is the next best thing for us. So thank you, first of all, for taking the time to come and see us. Secondly, the men's race so far, did you expect Magnus Dietleff, and obviously in doing so, bringing other athletes with him, bridging up towards Jan Frodeno and Maurice Clavel so quickly?
No, didn't expect that. I knew that he's capable of doing it, but I mean, you also have to have the guts to do it. I mean, it's a long day. He knows it, and it's one thing to have the power. It's another thing to use the power and knowing you're gonna use up a lot of energy. But I mean, so far I think it paid off, because you just want to use that energy if it really improves your tactical overall situation for the next 6 hours to come. And he definitely improved his situation a lot. And the most important thing, and Jan is probably also quite happy about it, he didn't bring Patrick with him.
No.
So that was really important, and a very early important situation from a tactical standpoint in the race.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's talk about both Jan Frodeno and Patrick Lange, two incredible Germans, two world champions like yourself. Patrick, being the defending champion, comes into the race with that added pressure. Jan Frodeno coming into the race with a little bit of a question mark over his head. Do you think
I
these
think
two...
it's actually not a little question mark.
Yeah, a big question mark. Yeah, absolutely. So what do you think their mindset of both these athletes is right now? Because, normally as Jan said, he had to put his perfectionism, having to come into races, always being in perfect shape to win. He's had to put that in his back pocket and change his whole mindset. Not easy to do at age 40.
Yeah, a really, really difficult situation for Jan. And I mean, I can probably relate as much as probably nobody else to his situation, and you just don't know how many shots you have at this stage. And I mean, sitting here, and like you said, it's for me, it's also the next best thing for sure. But knowing that there's not that many more chances, and in the last 2 years we learned to take nothing for granted.
Absolutely.
It's very difficult what you're gonna do. If he would have been 30. He would have probably just not raced, But now it's much more difficult to pull the plug on a race like that and not do it. So it's a slippery slope. On the one hand side, there's only this many chances left. On the other hand, if you're gonna run a marathon now with this injury, it's probably gonna be the end.
Yeah.
I mean, and I'm not. It's definitely an option that this would be the end then afterwards. So very, very difficult situation. And also from a communication standpoint before the race, I mean, Jan always has been this athlete to me with this aura of being absolutely unbeatable, invincible, untouchable. And he actually let down the guard quite a lot by being very vocal with his injury and being vulnerable. And I think, so therefore, we definitely see a different Jan. And normally in this situation, I would say nobody would beat Jan in this race. But like we already said, it's a big question mark if he would even start the marathon, and what's going to happen if he's starting it, and if he finish, if there will be another one in him.
Yeah.
Could there be a situation that he might even drop out of the race on the marathon when he feels like this is not just working with the feet or with the Achilles, where there was a problem? Or is Jan the guy who just go on running but maybe destroy more than there is? Or is he in that age that you see he, in that age must say, no, okay, I have to stop here?
Sometimes it's not a decision. No. You're not able to decide anything. The body decides it. I had been in this situation where I was walking across the street and a car was coming. I was not able to run. I would have just gotten hit by the car because I wasn't able to run. So therefore, there's problems where you can want it as much as you like, and there's just no option. You just can't do it. And even with all the painkillers and stuff like that, at one point it's just not enough. And therefore it's definitely, I think it's definitely an option. And I think well, what should I say? It's probably the most difficult decision in his career. I mean, he has been there before, leading up to the, I think, 2012 Olympic Games, when he also had an Achilles injury. And I can remember that it was 6-7 weeks out, and he still managed to get in a really good shape for the run. I think he finished 6th place at the end, but but that's a total different story. You have a lot. I mean, at that age, you also recover much quicker from an injury, and yeah, I just know how difficult it is now.
Yes.
In his situation. So, yeah.
We'll see how the race
see,
then will go.
yeah.
Yes, of course. Sibi, you are one of the pro athletes who isn't able to start, unfortunately. Carl Smith is another one, and we are happy to have him on Zoom now here live with us.
But of course,
if he can, yeah.
Carl Smith being the main training partner of Jan Frodeno. So if anyone's going to have any inside intel onto how he is going, it is going to be Carl Smith.
Then he better shut up, or he would not be longer his training mate anymore.
Although I've always said it's they're all out. All his competitors are out there on field now, so he's not going to get an advantage. So this is probably the only time that we can actually get some truths. But Sebi, if you have to give your gut feeling right now on who is going to be on the podium, and I know we are not even remotely into the race yet, who would be your podium picks for today?
I would I mean, that's actually something I absolutely love about this, is speculating about, you know, what's going to happen in the race and so on and so on. Right now I have to say, I'm being really gutsy, and I say Magnus Ditlev is going to win the race.
I love it.
I think just from a tactical standpoint, this is really important, as we see Patrick riding on his own right now, and that's very crucial to the race, because he will lose more time. And the question really is, okay, he's not only losing time, but he also can't save energy, you know. In the last races, he was always able to keep up with pretty much everybody on the swim and the bike, and then execute a perfect run. If he has to work on himself, it's gonna be a difficult and much more difficult situation. So I'm gutsy. Magnus Ditlev is gonna win the race, and second place is gonna be Maurice Clavel.
Oh, I like it. I like it.
And third place will be Patrick with a good marathon. Not his best, but yeah. And then you know what I think what's gonna happen with Jan, but I just hope that he proves me wrong. Yep. And yeah, and that it's a great marathon. He's gonna win the race, and it's not his last one. So, but yeah.
But great racing anyway. I love getting the insights of Sebastian Kienle. He is one of the most experienced, and even though he thinks that I say this about everyone, I absolutely do not. He is definitely has always been one of my favourite triathletes. He wears his heart on his sleeve. I've always said for a German he's very un-German, because he always laughs when I say that. I
definitely take that as a compliment.
An incredible athlete, but yeah, we do have Kyle on the phone right now. Kyle, can you hear me?
Talking to Sebi Kienle.
I can hear you, yes.
Oh, hello. Thank you so much for joining us. Now, you're currently in Girona?
I'm in Girona, yeah. Unfortunately not in Roth, but yeah, I'm back. I'm back in Girona, just getting the training in.
Now, we've got Sebi Kienle in studio with us right now, and he's just given us a rundown of what he thinks his picks for the podium. And right now he doesn't have Jan Frodeno on that podium. What are your thoughts right now?
Well, I'm massively biased, and obviously I've been training with Jan for the past few months, and one thing I've learned about Jan is that you never count that guy out. He's just an absolute mongrel when it comes to competition, and it's with anything. So when you make it his primary profession, he's not going to give in, come what may. I think he's going to have to fall to absolute pieces if he does. But yeah, let's wait and see. Now, look, obviously, he's been here. He's told us all. We all know, like Sebi said, he's worn his heart on his sleeve. We know that he has a recovered injury. We don't know how recovered he is. We're not sure if the Achilles is going to hold up for the entire 42.2. But one thing that you and I discussed earlier, he's still in incredibly good shape. Yeah, he's. That's what I'm saying. You know, his swim bike shape is phenomenal, as we can see. He's giving it to these boys out there, but and that translates, and sometimes you kind of forget that actually swimming and biking really helps the running. So yeah, we'll see how he goes. I really hope his body holds up. We have been doing some really good runs in training. We've been doing a lot of trail running and stuff like that. So and it's been holding up okay, but obviously that's not 42 Ks after 3.8K swim and a 180K bike. So yeah, let's see, let's hopeful that he can, but he's looking in great shape right now, and he's looking comfortable too. He's not sort of, he's looking super smooth on the bike, so hopefully that's a good sign.
Hey Kyle, this is Sebastian. What's your next race then?
I'm going to be racing the Canada PTO race. I thought I've only done 2 Ironmans, and I thought another Ironman might actually kill me. I did the St. George and the Samarin double, and I was a heap of a mess after that. So yeah, I decided that for another Ironman, it's a hard sport. I mean, it's called, I guess, what this is, the full distance race. It's a challenge for a reason, and yeah, it's a hard sport for sure.
Absolutely. I'm also having an eye on the race in Canada, so maybe we'll see you there.
Let's get it.
So how many run sessions have you done with Jan in the last months?
We've actually done quite a bit. He was doing a lot on the treadmill just to kind of like reduce load and just keep the safety there. He was doing some big runs on the treadmill, but we've also done a lot of runs outside. We were doing where we were training. There's a lot of trails and a lot of gravel paths, and we were doing a lot of running on that. We've done enough sessions that I can't remember how many sessions we've done. It definitely wasn't in the single figures. So yeah, we've done a lot of running. So, but obviously we haven't done the big runs that I guess Jan's used to doing pre-Ironman. So I guess that's where his question mark lies, is that just not having the preparation that he has, his red carpet laid out that he has before the big races that he's done in the past. I guess he hasn't been able to do that. Obviously, just trying to be safe and just get the Achilles ready properly. So I guess that's where the question mark lies. But where he lacked the running, he made up for in the swimming and the biking. So I guess that we can see that now, and hopefully that fitness is translated. And you know, he's 40 years old now. He's done the mileage over his career, and that's what I kept trying to tell him before this race. And you know, like, he's got his lifetime mileage in the body, so hopefully that
absolutely
counts
at one point you don't need these confident builder run sessions anymore. I mean, I've done a couple of Ironman and long course preparations with sub 40K average a week for at least 6 months. So and it still was quite okay. So therefore, like you said, I mean, the fitness is universal. If you train, swim, bike, run, doesn't really matter. Your heart has to pump. So therefore, if he's in good shape for swim and bike, it definitely means he's in overall good shape. Let's just see, if he can hold it together. So I still have a question mark, but talking to Kyle,
a little bit more confidence.
Was definitely a little bit more confidence in Jan's run.
Kyle, you're practicing with Jan for a longer while. What can you cover from him? What's there? Are there tips, hints? What's so special about that?
What makes him the GOAT?
Yeah, we like to say that he's the GOAT and I'm the pony, I guess. I'm definitely I'm young and pretty inexperienced, especially in this Ironman game. I've got lots of kind of, I guess, rawness about me, and he's got quite refined. But the interesting thing about I guess learning is now his wisdom that he's learned over his long career. And it is just to kind of not rush things and take time, and I guess do it the German way. So so he just takes it, he does everything very calculated. But the thing that I guess I learned about Jan is that he's incredible at racing. He's so efficient at the Ironman distance, and I can't figure it out. In training, it seems to be that we're like for like, and we generally have a pretty similar physiology, at least in training, but that's only when you take 3-4 hours out of context in one race. But when it gets into a race like this, as you see the guys heading up this, look at this crowd, it looks absolutely amazing.
Sevi, you know what this is like. Sevi,
Yeah, but this
Tell our
looks
audience.
even
Even
more
more.
than it was ever in the past. I think maybe the people, they just got engine to go out and experience Solar Hill. Even 3-4 Ks away from
After it, yep.
from the hill, you already can hear the noise, and you're taking this right corner, and it's just this wall of humans. You have to be so careful not to completely wreck yourself. It's amazing, yeah.
And I remember, Sebi, when I did it for the first time, coming around that, because you do come around quite a tight corner, and then you just see a sea of people, but no road. Yeah. And you honestly start to see, where am I actually going to go? But they just part exactly at the right time.
Yeah, it feels amazing. Just like you said, you think like, oh, I'm gonna hit somebody, but yeah,
No.
It opens before you, yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible. Now, Kyle, I'm going to ask you, the boys aren't asking you the juicy question, so I'm going to. What's it like being Jan Frodeno's training partner? Does he treat you well, or are there days when you really are the whipping boy?
Some days he's the whipping boy.
Oh, okay. Good to hear. Good to hear.
No. He's amazing. Honestly, he's I got into the sport in 2010. He was obviously Olympic champ, and so I've really looked up to him as a lot of triathletes have for a long time. And when I finally, I got the honor to meet him at the Collins Cup, and he was a super nice guy, and he was asking me questions about what I've been doing. He's been following my story, which kind of blew me away. And then when I started training with him, actually, firstly, we just became friends, and we go out for a couple of runs, and he actually helped me find an apartment here in Girona, and he really helped out. He actually gave me a bag of clothes when I first got here, because he knew that I only had a backpack full of clothes, so he came down to the apartment with a bag full of hand-me-downs. So I see him as a big brother now, really. Yeah. But yeah, training, obviously it's a job. Some days are harder than others, and some days are really frustrating for the both of us. Some days I have bad days and I'm being trodden down, and some days he does as well. And it's just, I guess the role of a training partner isn't to smash each other's heads in, but it's to lift each other up when you're having those bad days, and kind of not to beat them down too much. So yeah, some days obviously he'll be on a flyer, and I've got to kind of put the band-aids on, and then some days he's the same too. So, but yeah, it's been amazing, and I'm learning so much, and just the professionalism of him, and how he goes about his everyday life is just, it's unparalleled. Pretty I think incredible. With his nutrition, with his physio, the way he's looking after his body, and getting ready for these big races. And obviously just is still in amazing shape, as you can see.
Now, 40 years of age, you are 24 years of age. We just had Magnus Ditlev, who is in the lead group at 24 years of age. Back when I was racing, you didn't even dream of doing full distance races at 24. We seem to have a little bit of a change, and we're having that new gen, or that next gen, come through at a lot younger age. 24 years of age for Magnus, 26 years of age for Sam Long. This is really young to be doing full distance racing, but you guys seem to be handling it really, really well. Have you noticed that? Did you think that you would be doing full distance racing age 24?
No, not at all. And I'm still going to say that. I'm hoping that I am still a bit young for this. It's I've done two full distance races, and they've both been really difficult. Obviously, one of them was St. George, and that was a super difficult race for me, and it was a super hard course. So I'm hoping that I'm going to start playing the age card. But no, it's a tough sport, but the young guys are doing really well, and as you can see, obviously with Magnus and these guys, they're just doing super good, and the crossover is just getting younger and younger. Obviously, you see Sam Laidlow, who was the youngest there. I think he got 8th in St. George, and he's younger than I am. He's 23, and he's been doing Ironman since he was 19 now. So. And I guess you can see that switch too with, I guess, cycling with Tadej Pogačar winning the Tour de France at 20 years of age. I guess it's just becoming, and as the knowledge and the science is catching up, you can just apply that at a younger and younger age, and it seems to be working. And I've been doing triathlon since I was 12, and so actually I've been doing it more than half my life now. So I guess I have the mileage, I guess you could say, to do Ironman, but I still personally haven't figured it out, and I haven't figured out the magic, I guess, of racing Ironman. So hopefully I'll get that soon.
Yeah, hopefully you're gonna experience this hill one day in your careers. Thanks a lot, man, and yeah, have a good training in Girona, and one day we'll see you going up this hill. Hopefully you experience the same atmosphere as the lead women do.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Kyle. We'll
Thank you.
speak to you later on. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, guys.
Ciao. Of course, that was Kyle Smith, training partner of Jan Frodeno. And great to hear that it's a reciprocal relationship and that they're both able to get the best out of each other.
Absolutely, and I think it's, the race is definitely developing. Also on the men's side, I mean, the young guys. We talked about the young guys, and Magnus again took how we say it, his heart in his hands.
Yep.
And I would not say attacked up Solar Hill, but he definitely went
Put the pace on.
quite hard. I mean, this might also just be the fact that he's pushing a 62 chainring in front, and just single chainring, and just 28 in the back. So he, even if he's going with just the cadence of 50, he might go 30k an hour up Solar Hill. So yeah, it looks like we have a little bit of a split in the men's race with actually my predictions.
Of course.
Ditlev and Maurice Clavel probably having a little gap on Jan and Robert Kallin.
You just said the young guns are showing up now. They are 24, 26, 27. Some years ago it was normal to do long distance triathlon at a high level maybe when you were in your 30s. Now a lot of the young guns are already starting to do long distance triathlon. What do you think about that?
I think I've been long enough to actually see that it was different at the very beginning. I mean, when we remember a guy like Thomas Hellriegel, I think he won Kona when he was 25 or so. I mean,
Very
like
young.
pretty early. At that time, I don't even know, we don't had any middle distance races, so there was no option or not a lot of middle distance races. So you either came from short distance and went to long course, or you went straight to long course. So there was no option. At the end, it's difficult to say. It doesn't matter if you win Kona when you're 24 or 34. But at the end, I would prefer to win it when you're 24 and then have another great year, 10 years. That's probably the best.
That was what I was asking myself. Like, we have Jan still out there with the age of 40. I was wondering, if you do a long distance triathlon at the age of 24, 25, can you really hold that up for that long later if you're 35, 36?
It's difficult, at least as we see the men are now back together again. But yeah, from a mental standpoint as well, it's just very difficult to keep that workload for such a long time, and you know, also just stay hungry and push yourself again and again to this maximum, and then of course injuries and stuff like that. I mean, time will tell, right? I mean, for me, Jan is probably the greatest who ever did the sport. Also because he performed at such a high level for almost 2 decades. I mean, the guys that are up there right now, they just, I mean, they have to prove that they could do the same to be on that level. But yeah, like I said, I mean, it's like every next generation, they learn from the last generation, and this is not only when it comes to equipment and stuff, but also just science in sport, how to recover and so on and so on. It's just they have access to better facilities and better advice, and this helps a lot for sure.
You just said, yeah, the leading men are now back together. So they made their way up. So it's 5 guys again. Belinda, you have that in front of you, the same 5 as
I
before.
do, it is the same 5. So, of course, we've got Robert Kalin, Maurice Clavel, Jan Frodeno, Magnus Ditlev, and Henato Kaluzi is losing a little bit of time. So there is reports out on course from our spotters that Ray is struggling just a little bit. So he had lost contact with this lead group. But interestingly enough, obviously Patrick Lange is now further behind, but Brad Weiss, so an athlete we haven't spoken a lot about, Bradley Weiss from South Africa, having only done 2 full distance races before this one. He was at Frankfurt last weekend, unfortunately suffered a DQ due to littering, so is lining up here today in Roth for the very first time. Your thoughts on Bradley Weiss? I mean, obviously 2 times Xterra World Champion. He's had some good results over the half distance. He had a great race in Ironman Africa earlier this year where he had a bit of a battle with Kyle Buckingham, but again, still fairly new to this distance.
He looked good when he woke up in the bed next to me this morning. That's what I can say. Actually, I would not say I talked him into this race, but for somebody like Bradley, you have to imagine he is now a daddy of a 5-year-old child, and his family is back home in South Africa and close to Stellenbosch, and I mean, he made the effort to do an altitude camp in Livigno for 3.5 weeks. You know, that's for an athlete at this level, that's not an easy decision to do. You spend quite some money, all the preparation that goes into a race like Frankfurt, and I thought he was really fit. I did some training with him in Livigno, especially the second half of the run. He is really strong. He already showed that in his 2 races in South Africa. So after the DQ, which was very unfortunate, we talked a couple of options through, and I told him, I think you should do Roth. You know, I mean, he dropped out after 100k on the bike, and so. If he would have had 20Ks in his feet on a marathon, I would have not recommended that. But and then he stayed in our place the whole week between Frankfurt and now. I mean, he's definitely the guy who will push himself to the absolute limit today. Trust me, he will have the extra percent. He wants it most probably in this whole field, and saying that I'm not saying that lightly, but he has a lot to fight for. That's for sure, and so therefore, I mean, he's the question really is in this situation, riding with Patrick. They are both really strong runners. They are both pretty similar also from their body type. You know, Bradley is probably a little bit too light to push this high power on the flats, but he is a super strong runner.
Yep.
So that can potentially be our group where both of these guys can run even a 2:35, 2:36 marathon is possible for those 2 guys. It really depends on what they're doing.
Well, right now they're under 4 minutes behind, so around that 3:46 back, which is not a lot. And we know that the way Patrick Lange likes to race, he likes to have people around him, particularly on the bike. To have Bradley join him now, will that be an advantage? The 2 can actually now mentally work together, or not?
Bradley will not take the lead. No. Bradley will do nothing if he's riding with Patrick. That's the burden of a champion. You know, you have to do the work yourself in these situations. The only time when Bradley will take the lead is probably when he's trying to attack Patrick.
Patrick and get rid of him.
The problem is really that they both have the same strength, so they're both pretty light. To attack Patrick on a hill is definitely difficult, I would say. He's not that easy to drop, but what Patrick has to do is just ride very even pace to minimize the damage and still be in striking distance when it comes to the run. And it's going to be a difficult ask for sure. I mean, if Jan would be without a question mark, then I would say it's already gonna be very difficult for Patrick. But yeah.
So plenty more interesting racing to come. That's for sure. That's for sure. But beautiful scenes out there on course right now. We are getting reports that the wind is starting to pick up ever so lightly, so still not really a problem, not really causing any issues on the bike. As we can see, our lead female here, Fenella Langridge, having an incredible race. She's got a really healthy gap over the rest of the field. We know that Annie Haug is the only other athlete that is making a few gains and is now in third place out on course. And Sebi, we've actually got, speaking of the women's race, we've actually got Lucy Charles Barclay, who is about to join us in studio. So I would like to thank you so much for coming in today. Promise me you're coming back. You've promised me you're coming back towards the end of the bike, maybe the beginning of the marathon. So we will see you again in studio.
Yeah, I will be back. I'm really excited to watch the race myself now. Of course, it's itching a little bit to be out on the course, but then on the other hand, I know what's coming and I know how much it's gonna hurt. So I'm gonna enjoy coffee and watch you guys talk the race through. And yeah, there's some exciting developments.
All right. Well, we're going to see you later on today, and we're going to see if your predictions come true.
We'll talk about them later on.
Funny enough, I think I never picked a race right, so we'll see.
Hey, me either, so don't worry.
This is a good sign, actually, that triathlon is interesting, not easy to predict. So
exactly, that's what I love about it.
Enjoy watching, and
thanks, Sebi.
Yeah, thanks. See you later.
You're a legend.
Thank you, Sebi.
Of course, that was Sebi Kinley, world champion. He's won it here before as well. He's an incredible athlete, not only on the race course, but also off the race course. Always good fun, incredibly knowledgeable, particularly over this distance. As we can see, Fenella Langridge winding up the crowd. She's loving it. She has been chomping at the bit all week long for this particular moment in time. She didn't get to ride up Solara Berg last year because obviously we had to change the course. So this is the very first time for Fenella up Solarberg, and she is absolutely loving life right now. Look at that.
Yeah, no, when she was cheering, there weren't the people even next to her. Now they're right next to her.
And for those that know Fenella and know her type of personality, she thrives off this. She thrives off the crowd. She thrives off support. She's a really vivacious young character. She just loves having fun. She loves life.
See that? Oh my goodness. This is amazing.
I knew that she would love this. She would love this more than any other athlete out there right now. And yeah, she's just taking it all in. Whoop. Just got to be really careful that you keep it under control.
And not just see. I mean, she's the leading athlete of the race. And she's just enjoying that and celebrating. And she will have that for a second loop too. So she can enjoy that again. Now it feels like the motorcycle is going too slow for her.
Sometimes there's just no choice because, you know, they've got to wait for the people to part. But, you know, it's not such a bad thing, even though you might have to slow down because it gives your heart rate a chance to go down. And look, you could see then that she had to stop pedaling. But it's part and parcel of this experience.
Right.
And the athletes don't mind about it. Now it starts to clear out and she'll be able to get back down on those error bars, back into rhythm,
and
holding
still,
the pace she wants.
It doesn't stop. There's still people up there. We're now up the hill, so it's not, that much of an altitude yet there. And there's still people lining up there, cheering for the athletes.
And just to give you some sort of indication on just how well Fenella Langridge is going right now, she's got over 6 minutes, so around that 6:15 to 6.5 minutes over second place Rebecca Clark, and around 7:55 to 8 minutes on Annie Haug, who is currently in third place. So Fenella Langridge really is flying out there on course. Annie Haug is starting to hunt down Rebecca Clark up front, so we are predicting that it will not be long before Annie Haug, on screen right now, is in second place. But Fenella Langridge doing everything right so far. She knows that she will need a healthy buffer going into T2. Annie Haug, by far the best runner in this field. In fact, one of the greatest runners in our sport. But terrific scenes out on course today. As Sebi said, it is heating up to be one of the greatest races we've seen here in Roth. Very fitting for the 20th edition of the DATEV Challenge Roth, powered by HEP. Sebi Kinley himself, a HEP athlete, along with Maurice Clavel, who is having a very, very strong race out there today. As we head to a commercial break, we will be back with you shortly.
Successful companies produce a lot, like this, or something like this. In any case, they produce that. Numbers, a lot of numbers. Because with success comes a growing commercial effort. What entrepreneurs need is good software. From DATEV, because we create connections. Fast, secure, future-oriented connections between the data in the enterprise, the tax consultant, and every party involved. As one of the largest IT service providers in Europe, DATEV creates connections for sustainable success.
Why do we run? Do our bodies just feel better in motion? Do we run to compete against ourselves? Or to be part of a community of lunatics? Why do we lace up our shoes and find a road, a track, a trail? Whatever the reason, forerunner for runners.
We run. We fight. We ride. Faster, harder, longer. We push limits. We fall, but rise again. And with every try, we get better. Yet something feels incomplete. There's a voice deep inside us, getting louder and louder. It can't be unheard. It reminds us we are more than just athletes. Now we see, with our strength, our passion, our compassion, our love, our power, our mindset, we can bring change into the world. To work together on our differences and find potential within them. To guide the next generations with the wisdom of our experiences and empower them to find their own paths, united as one tribe. We will always be driven by performance. We just need to redefine what performance actually means.
And welcome back to the DATEV Challenge Roth, powered by HEP. We've got an incredible race here for you today. Our lead men, we've still got a group of 4 lead men: Robert Kalin, Maurice Clavel, Jan Frodeno, Magnus Ditlev. They are all riding together. Just slipping off the back of that lead group is Henato Kaluzi. He's now around 20 seconds down. And then we have Patrick Lange and Brad Weiss around 5.5 minutes back. So they are continuing to lose time on this lead group as expected. But as we all know, Patrick Lange, one of the fastest marathoners, not only in this race, but in the world of long-distance triathlon.
Well, we've just seen this was Eckersmühlen, by the way, our beer mile.
That we were talking about, looking rather subdued, as you'd expect at 9:24 in the morning. As I said, the first lap it's always nice and neat and tidy. By the second lap, it's getting a bit rowdy, and by the third lap, it's a schmozzle, as we would say in Australia.
I have to learn that word.
And there we have on screen right now Henato Kaluzi, recent winner in Ironman Brazil, Took him 18 years in the making to win his first long-distance race. He was started as a junior, a 15-year-old junior athlete. He's been absolutely incredible over the years. 2 Olympic Games. Had the same coach since he started, Brett Sutton, so spends quite a bit of time in St. Moritz. He's over here in Germany with his family. So it's great to have Mariano here as well. But Henato, an incredible athlete, has achieved so much in the sport, but it was really something special to see him take his first win at a full distance race in Brazil.
You remember Almere last year?
Almere last year, he was
long
third.
Distance World Championship.
World Triathlon Long Distance Championships, full distance championships. He was third place. Great race from Ray there. But just not quite able to hold on to the pace, and it just gives you an indication on how fast our leaders, Magnus Ditlev on screen now, are riding. As you can see, great aerial shot of Solaraberg. So you can see Annie Haug right now, our defending champ, making her way up Solaraberg for the very first time.
Different than to Fenella, a lot more focused.
Really good point, Julian. Absolutely. Fenella is that sort of athlete that thrives on crowds, that thrives on the energy that the spectators are able to give. While Annie Haug, it's all business. You know, and what we forget, Annie Haug is a local. She's from the Franconian area. She said earlier this week that the pressure she feels to win this race is the same sort of pressure, if not more, than what she feels when she lines up at the Ironman World Championships. That is how important this race is to her. And to get that win last year, you could see it written all over her face when she crossed the finish line. But to come back as defending champion and have that pressure on your shoulders, it's really difficult. If I could say if Annie had one weakness, it's that she overanalyzes and overthinks situations. And you know, this is going to be her downfall today if she needs to keep everything under control. And by no means am I saying that she is, you know, not one of the most incredible athletes that we've ever seen. But, you know, every athlete has their weakness. And I would say her only weakness is really that she just needs to keep control of that pressure and not let it get the better of her.
Especially when things happen like in T1 where she grabbed the wrong bag and things aren't going as planned. This is something that plays with her head.
3 days before the race, I saw her at the PTO. She was at the PTO stand and she'd had a nasty burn on her hand. I said, "What happened?" And she said, "Oh, I was making coffee this morning and I just wasn't thinking properly, and you know, I poured boiling coffee all over my hand, and she's got a really nasty burn." And you know, we have athletes like this, and we're all guilty of it at some point in our careers where we self-sabotage. We don't even know we're doing it half the time, and that we just let things get out of control. And it's when that happens, that's when it's great to have a really good team behind you, like Jan Frodeno's got, to have this team that is able to take care of all of these forces, external forces, so to speak, and really just look after the athlete and have the athlete think about nothing but rest and recovery leading into the race. And I think Jan's been a really perfect example of showing how that's done to perfection. He's always got an incredible team around him. Doesn't matter what race he's doing. You never see him traveling on his own. He always travels with his manager, with his masseuse, often with his bike mechanic. So he doesn't have to worry about any of those things. They're taken care of for him. All he has to make sure is that he gets to the start line in as good a shape as possible. And so, yeah, little things like that with Annie Haug. That'll be the only thing that will, at the end of the day, could stop her reaching the top spot on the podium again. I don't think it's going to happen. But Fenella is definitely going to make it very difficult for her.
Absolutely. That's a great part of it. We said maybe Laura Siddle will battle with Fenella. So far, Laura is a bit behind, but she's still on a good way. And we're getting closer to our new studio guests, getting ready for her. And it is also a queen of Roth. She has won this race before. The great Lucy Chills-Barkley will walk in anytime soon, as we can see again. Our leading women of the day so far, which is Fenella Langridge, now entering the back door of Eckersmühlen.
And I have to say, one of the best things about getting when we were organising the live coverage is trying to get the best guests possible, and I must admit we hit the absolute jackpot here. Joining me in studio right now is Lucy Charles-Barclay. Oh, can I just say, first of all, personally, I know it has not been an easy year for you by any stretch of the imagination, and so for you to come here and to spend time with us today, not only does it show what an incredible person you are, but it's so fantastic for all of our viewers around the world to finally get to see you. You are definitely one of, if not the most popular female triathlete in the world. So thank you so much for coming.
Oh, thank you very much, Belinda. It is amazing to be here. This race is obviously so special to me. Being down at the swim start this morning and just soaking up the atmosphere, it's just, obviously as an athlete, I want to be out there racing, but if there's any race to just come and watch and support and soak it all in, this is the one.
Now, you have your husband, Rhys Barclay, out there racing. I'm sure it's been quite nervous at first, but how's he doing? Have you heard any updates on him?
Yeah, I just got an update. My sister's actually out at Solar Hill, and yeah, he came past looking pretty strong. His plan was always to ride his own race and back his run. So yeah, I definitely feel more nervous than when I'm racing watching him, but he's out there. I can't do anything now, so just sending those positive vibes to him, and yeah, I hope he has a good day.
And you've also got the Lucy Charles age group team out there. How many age group athletes have you got racing?
Yep, so we've got 3 of the LCB race team out there. Obviously they're spread across different start times, so we're trying to track them as well, and yeah, hopefully I'll be able to support them out on the run and hopefully give them their medals at the end. That'll be really cool.
Now, it's been an interesting year. Obviously for our race right now, I know that all of our triathlon fans around the world are just so happy to see Jan Frodeno back on a race course. He hasn't raced since the Collins Cup last year. I know that if they got their second wish right now, it would be to have you back out there on a race course. You haven't been on a race. Can I ask, how's the injury going, and will we see you back on a race course soon?
Yeah, so the injury is progressing really well. We're really happy with it. We're kind of, the whole time we've wanted to be patient, so we're just taking our time. I think there's no clear start line that I'm aiming for at the moment, but we're going to try, and obviously being here and being at a race just makes me want it even more to be back. So yeah, we're going to take our time, but yeah, hopefully sooner rather than later, and yeah.
Well, I suppose the only difference between yourself and Jan, and Sebi nailed it perfectly, is when you get to Jan's age at 40, you know that time is running out. And that, when I say that, meaning to be at your best, where you know that when you stand on a start line that you have just as much chance as everyone else is winning. You're in a bit of a different predicament because you're still a baby. You're still young. So you've got that extra bonus where you don't have to rush back, and you can let that injury completely heal. So that must be at least a nice thing to think about, that, you know, it's not the end of your career. You've still got a whole career ahead of you, and you've already done so much anyway.
Yeah, I mean, that was definitely something that we took from it, is that I want to have a long career in this sport, so if I rush coming back it could cut my career short, and we definitely don't want that. So yeah, just taking our time, and I think something all us athletes are always guilty of is not being patient and wanting everything tomorrow. And obviously I did come into Ironman racing fairly young. I was 24 when I first came to Kona.
Seems to be the key age, 24. We've been talking about it all day.
Yeah. So yeah, I did come in quite young, so I feel like I've learned so many lessons as quite a young long distance athlete, and one of them is just to be patient, and when things come up, injuries, take your time, heal them properly, and then come back stronger.
It's so good to hear. And now, speaking of the women's race, obviously you're not out there. We wish you were, but looking at it now, if it can't be you as a Great Brit, it's good to see another Great Brit athlete out there doing so incredibly well today. Fenella Langridge, we were quite surprised to see her get out on Rebecca Clark's feet. We know Rebecca Clark is one of the fastest swimmers, behind you of course, in the sport. But what's your take on the women's race so far?
Yeah, it's been a great race so far. Obviously seeing those 2 girls come out with a super fast swim, overtaking the pro men, which I like to see.
Always.
Yeah, and obviously we all follow the athletes nowadays with social media, so I often see that Fenella looks like she trains incredibly hard, really smart trainer. So it's great to see her pushing it out the front there. And obviously, yeah, Rebecca Clark is a great swimmer as well, so she's having a great race. And it will be interesting to see. Obviously Annie was a bit further back than maybe I expected, but she had a small mishap in transition, which it happens to the best of us. You can get flustered in that transition area, but you know what, she's probably got on the bike, she's settled into her rhythm, she can back her run 100%. So yeah, we'll see the movers coming through and see when Annie kind of makes her move, and yeah, it's really exciting to see how it pans out.
Well, what's great for me is obviously with last year's race, Annie Haug took the lead very early on the bike and never looked back. And, you know, hats off to her. It was great, but it wasn't exciting racing for us, the spectators. But what we're seeing right now is that it could take some time before Annie is actually able to make her way up to the leaders such as Fenella. And we know that she's one of the fastest runners in the sport, so we are expecting it to happen. But it could, if we're lucky, it could be like the final dying kilometres of the marathon. But that's always the perfect case scenario. We asked Sebi. We're going to ask you the same. Who's your pick for the podium today in the women's race? And you can give us the men's race as well.
I mean, in the women's race, I think it would be really hard to discount Annie Haug. I think she's definitely the favourite. Then I'm going to back the Brit Fenella. I think, she'll have a really good race, and she's she hasn't kept it quiet that this is her A race, so she's made it really apparent. So she's going to go out there and give it her all. So I reckon she'll be definitely there on the podium. And then fighting for that third place spot, it is going to be tight in the ladies field. Like, obviously Laura's been here so many years in a row now, she's got the experience, so I feel like she'll probably creep in and get that third spot. But obviously we've got Myra out there, we've got Rebecca Clark, who's having a great race so far, so it's all to play for on that women's side. And then in the men's field, I think it's always a lot more difficult to call the men's field, but I feel like you can never discount Jan. If he's here, he means business, so I definitely would pick him for my favourite. And then it's kind of wide open for the other ones. I think Patrick Lange, obviously he handles the heat so well, so he's going to be the biggest contender to Jan today, I think, on that run. And then I guess my third place would definitely be Magnus, if he isn't biking too hard. I mean, he's biking with his heart today. He is going really hard, so I'd love him to make the podium.
And what do you make of the conditions? Obviously, we know it started pretty coolish this morning, around 11, 12 degrees that they started. No wetsuit swim, which changes things a little bit, particularly for the... we don't even think about what it does, but a lot more kicking, obviously, and so it does affect the bike and run. And then we know that the marathon is going to be hot. They're predicting temperatures of around 30 to 31 degrees. That first 20K on the canal, there is zero shade. So do you think that's going to play a part in today's race as well?
For sure. I mean, if you've gone too hard on that bike, you're going to really suffer on the run today, and it's about managing that heat from the beginning. Like, if you're starting to get too hot on the bike, it should be alarm bells going, that you need to make sure you're keeping cool out there. And when you get on that run, straight away getting that cold fluid over you, getting the hydration on board. And I think in this kind of conditions, it is about doing your own pace and your own race, which is easier said than done, because if the race is going away ahead of you, you want to be on those wheels and you want to be keeping up. So it's going to be a tough day out there today.
It really is.
Spectators are back again now after the COVID year last year. You've done the race too. You've experienced all the crowds out there. We saw Fenella Langridge cheering while she was going up Solar Hill really all the time. So she was driving with one hand, or the other hand was up there. So how does that feel as an athlete out there? Not only Solar, but also the swim start, all these hot spots out there.
Yeah, this race is completely unique. There is no other race on the circuit like it, and that is why athletes make it their bucket list race. They have to come here and race, and athletes who have raced it always want to come back year after year. And the atmosphere out on that course is just incredible. I mean, you could feel it down at the swim start this morning. There's just so much excitement, so much nerves, and when that cannon goes, it's just everyone's going all in, because they're here for their probably like the biggest race of their career, or if you're an age group athlete, you might have waited years to be on this start line. So to be here is so special. And out on that bike course, when you hit that Solar Hill, it's just goosebumps straight away over the skin. I mean, you can hear it from quite a long way out. You know that you're approaching that hill. And I was there this morning, and it was getting busier and busier, anticipating the athletes coming through. So I actually said to my athletes leading into this race that some coaches will tell you need to ease back there and don't burn matches, but I said, you know what, the crowd is free energy. They're going to lift you up that hill. Take it, go with it, and then it won't even feel like a hill, and it didn't when I raced. So
yeah, we were said it's 50,000 people out there only at Solar Hill, so incredible. Yeah, I wanted to ask you, how much does it hurt when you are at the end of the hill? The crowds are gone, the emotions are gone.
And you're back on your own again.
Yeah, you're back on your own. Your legs are maybe hurting because it just went up a hill. How does that feel in this moment?
It's very surreal, because it goes from being so loud you can't hear anything apart from people screaming to quite quiet again, and you're like, right, back into my own head, back into my own zone, settle down again, let the heart rate come back down, and kind of back to your own race strategy. But use that bit as a bit of free energy for sure.
And great aerial view shot of our race right now as we go to a clip, Roth Legendary Ways, and we'll be back with you shortly.
It really is iconic, and I think it's well worth just being here for that reason.
You feel the energy and you feel the joy of everyone, and the course is just amazing. It's fast and flowing, and it's my home.
It has been on my bucket list ever since I started triathlon.
It's thousands of people in the county who come out, volunteer, thousands of families who open up their homes for homestay families without charging anything. They just want to have athletes from all around the world staying at their place, supporting them on the day, and everything is totally triathlon mad.
It's a race where almost every legend of the sport has been taken part of, and if you want to be a let's say a complete athlete, you're aiming for winning this race at least once in your career.
I've heard a lot of good things, especially like there are certain hotspots out on the course with, for instance, the Solar Hill where you are going up on the bike 2 times, I think. And I just watched it on YouTube before arriving in Roth, and I get goosebumps right now just by talking about it.
It is just so special. It's so amazing. Just the welcome you receive from all the region, all the communities, the villages you ride through. You know, everyone's out supporting.
Yeah, I really think what makes this race is the spectators and just like the community that comes out around it. But of course I haven't experienced it yet. I'm still waiting for my first Roth experience, if you will, and I know it's going to be incredible.
This community here just absolutely adores triathlon, and everywhere are the banners "Welcome Home Triathletes," and I really would say Roth is the home of triathlon.
And indeed it is. Roth, the home of triathlon, 20 years that the race has been going now. Just a little update on course as we see our professional men. We have that lead group of 4. Jan Frodeno has taken the lead again, so we know Jan Frodeno, Robert Kalen, also Magnus Ditlev and Maurice Clavel in that lead group of 4, with Henato Kaluzi just slightly off the back of that group. We also know that Annie Haug has now overtaken Rebecca Clark and is sitting in second place behind Fenella Langridge. Now, Lucy, one of the questions I really wanted to ask you, because there seems to be a bit of a theme when it comes to Challenge Roth. I know when Chris McCormack first turned up here all those years ago, he had to serve an apprenticeship. The first year here, he wanted to win. He was second to Lothar Later. When I turned up in 2004, I was second to Nicole Later. It took me another year before I was able to win it. Same deal with you. First year you turned up, you had that incredible, in fact, I will go on record as saying the most incredible finish that I've ever witnessed in the sport of triathlon. Incredible finish with Daniela Blymel, where you were basically head-to-head, leading, coming into this stadium. I mean, look at goosebumps thinking about it. It was ridiculous. And so, but then the next year, of course, you came back and you absolutely smashed it. Why do you think that is? Why do us internationals have to serve this apprenticeship before we can actually come here and actually take the win?
I mean, obviously it is a German race, and I've said before, but there is no other race like it where the whole community comes out, loves the race, embraces it. It is like the highlight of their year here. So the Germans, they're on home soil, they've got that home crowd willing them on, and for these guys it's their home road, so they have that slight advantage. They've probably come and trained here, they know what to expect, and yeah, it's tough coming here from abroad and being a foreigner. You have to learn from the Germans. I think it definitely happened, and yeah, me and Daniela had an epic race here in 2018, and I think it came down to like 8 seconds at the end.
Incredible.
And I think from my point of view, I was like, I didn't even get to enjoy the finish line. Like, I had to come back for that reason. So, yeah.
Oh, I love it. And yeah, it really was a truly incredible sprint finish. And I don't think any of us knew who was going to take the win until Daniela actually turned this very last corner. And for our viewers out here, you'll get to see it later tonight. The Finnish stadium here, it's hand-built every year, and it's like a little mini track. And it's unbelievable when you come in. It's completely full of spectators, and yeah, really an experience of a lifetime.
Sure, I think even again 500 meters to a kilometre out, you can hear it, and you're like, I must be getting close now. And yeah, it's that final bit to really just soak it all up and enjoy that finish line.
Now, look, while our men are, you know, obviously finished Solar, they've done reading, they've done Solar, they're heading on to their second lap here. I know myself, the first lap seems to go so quickly. You get through that 85.5 kilometres and you think, oh, this is not too bad, you know. I'm feeling pretty good. And then when you get round to greeting for that second time, that's what, for me, when things, not that things started to fall apart, but where I started to really feel the pinch. When was it for you, when you were last here, that you felt that you really needed to focus and things started to hurt a little bit?
Yeah, I would agree. Kind of that point where you're hitting the split and you're going into that second lap, and there's quite a good crowd there, so you get a bit of a lift, and then once you pass through there, you do start to think, oh wow, this is a long day.
Yep.
I need to make sure that I'm on top of my nutrition, I'm keeping cool, because actually both years I raced here it was hot. I think it tends to be pretty warm here. So yeah, just managing that heat and thinking, okay, I've made it a good chunk of the way round, but there's still a long way to go. There's still a whole marathon to run at the end. So yeah, just thinking, you know what, let's stick to the game plan, stick to my numbers, not get carried away. And yeah, it is, you might have a slight dark patch there, which it happens in long distance racing, and that's how you've just got to stay positive and pull yourself out of those little dips.
And do you think that's, what do you think's going through the mind of Fenella Langridge right now? That means she's in a position that you are very familiar with, basically leading from the swim and hasn't looked back, and is continuing to put time into her pursuers, which is different to our men's race, where obviously we have a small, very, very strong lead group. But how do you think Fenella's feeling out there on her own right now? Again, something you're very, very used to. I think every single race I've watched you do, it's been the same scenario. But is it more difficult, or do you think it's easier for the likes of Jan now that has company around him?
Yeah, there's definitely pros and cons to being the leader out front on your own, and it's definitely, you've only got to worry about yourself. So actually when these guys are chopping and changing in position, it can be quite tiring to make sure, am I keeping that right distance between the guys? Is that gap big enough for me to slot into? And that actually does take up a lot of energy. So actually just being out front, looking at your pace, looking at your numbers, it can be easier in that sense. I guess the hardest part is that pressure of, I'm leading the race, and then it could be your race to lose, because you're the one that's led from the beginning, and you don't necessarily know the gaps of the people behind you. You might not be getting those splits, and quite often you're not. So you're just having to think, you know what, I'm doing the best that I can do, and just keeping that positive mindset that I feel good, it must be good, let's just keep going with that. And that's often what I tell myself. But it is tough. You've got the target on your back, you've got the people chasing you down.
And how do you think someone like Henato Kaluzi on screen right now is feeling? He was in that lead group of men. He was right where he needed to be. He's now just over 2 minutes back, so he was unable to keep pace. How would he be feeling? Because he'd be knowing where he wants to be, but where he is, and knowing that he's going to have men behind starting to come through. Would he just have to concentrate on himself now and just say, well, the front group's gone, so I just need to focus on what I can do?
Yeah, for sure. On a race this long, if you're sitting in that front group and you think to yourself, you know what, this is too hard for me, I need to go sit back, go into my own race plan, because if I keep going with these guys, I might not finish. Yeah. So he's probably made a smart move there. He's decided to ride his own race, and hopefully he's keeping that positive mindset that he's just going to save himself for that run, and hope that some of those guys in front of him are biking too hard and he'll catch them later on.
And what I love seeing is obviously we have this lead group of 4 men, all very, very accomplished, strong riders. And it could be quite easy for Jan Frodeno to just sit back and sit off the back and let the likes of Magnus Ditlev and Robert Callan, who are 2 incredibly strong riders, do the work. But that's not what we're seeing. We're seeing all 4 of these men taking their lion's share of the work on the front, which is great to see, and it just shows you, you know, Jan's not here just to sit in the caboose, so to speak. He's here, he means business, and he wants to make sure that pace is staying exactly where he needs it.
Absolutely. I mean, this is Jan Frodeno. He likes to race from the front, and he'll know the guys behind him, and he won't want them to be catching. So he's probably rallied those guys up and making sure they're all taking turns, they're all doing a fair share of the work. And yeah, that's really smart racing, because those guys can put a chunk of time into the guys behind if they're working well together, and it does look like they are.
Do you think that maybe Robert Collin or Magnus Ditlev can make a move during the race now to grab some space? Because if they both come into T2 with Frodo together, they might not be as strong as Frodo on the marathon. So when could they attack, probably?
Yeah, they definitely will have that in the back of their minds. They'll be thinking, you know what, well, they might not actually know where Frodeno is. Obviously, this is his first race back from an injury, but I'm guessing they're going to be thinking if Jan's here, he means business. So they'll know what times he's run before, and they'll know that their bike is their strength. So yeah, I feel like they may make a move, but again, it's a risk because it could harm their run as well. So I usually would say maybe on the back half of that second lap, they might decide, you know what, I'm feeling good, let's roll the dice, take a risk and get a gap and see what happens. But it's all to play for.
Then we have Patrick Lange quite a few minutes behind. We said it's like
6:30, I believe.
6:30, so 7 minutes already at kilometer 95. Was so question is, how far is that already too much, or would you say can he still close the gap a little?
I mean, Patrick has closed bigger gaps than that in
He
Kona
certainly
before.
has.
So yeah, he can certainly run, and he doesn't mind the heat whatsoever. So I don't think he's going to be worried about the heat. And he probably, if he's feeling good again, he might just be riding at his own pace and back in his run legs. So yeah, we'll have to wait and see. But he's probably going to make some moves on that run for sure.
So you just said about the head. Take us into the head of Patrick Lange, for example. Defending champion, he knows he has to step up big. He wants to step up big. But however, yeah, you're 7 minutes behind. Is this something that plays in your mind, or are you as cool as an athlete saying, okay, perfect, this is what I need, this is totally fine, and then I run them down?
Yeah, I mean, obviously Patrick is a very experienced athlete. He's a world champion. So he will know what he's doing. He'll be, obviously we also know there is a big rivalry between Jan and Patrick. So Patrick will want to close that gap up to Jan on the run. And yeah, that's what we're all waiting for, definitely, to see how this German battle plays out.
It's going to be interesting finish out there too. And yeah, as we've said before, Frodo is looking good so far. Oh yeah, we've talked about Frodo too, about his injury he had before. We talked with Sebi about that, if he might drop out, if this can break out again, if it is perfectly healed. I don't know what you have heard about it. Carl Smith said he looked pretty good in the last training sessions, but you know that? Is there a point where he just can't go on and it's all over?
Yeah, I mean, Jan will know himself better than anyone, and obviously I don't train with Jan, so I don't know him that well, but kind of just looking at him, being here, his prep, it looks like it's all gone really well. He looks in great shape. But yeah, he's experienced and he will know his own body, and he's not going to do anything that's going to put his body at a detriment. But at the same time, he loves to race, and yeah, if he can win, he's definitely going to go all in to do that.
You have your athletes also out there on course. You said you want to hand them their medals too. Hopefully this will work out. We're going to have a big party tonight too. You're going to stay here as long as just enjoy it, I guess. Wait for your husband, of course. So yeah, how will you your day go now? We have you later again, of course, here.
Yeah, I think I definitely won't be able to relax until my husband is finished. I'm definitely on edge. Well, certainly until he gets off of the bike. I think we always say that, like, once you're off of the bike, I can relax a bit, because if you're on the run course, as long as you don't have a complete nightmare, you're going to finish. Exactly. So yeah, I will relax at that point. Then I can start to really enjoy tracking my other athletes that have come from all around the world to come and race here. So they're super excited. And yeah, I just love the atmosphere at the finish line. And obviously, having not raced, I should have more energy to greet the finishes and really enjoy those post-race celebrations. And yeah, if Reese has had a great race, I'm sure he'll hang around as well.
I was interested in that, because you have that long day after your win or your second place. Everything hurts probably. How hard is it to come back in the evening to hand the age groupers the medals, or is this really something, a releasing thing we just enjoy?
Yeah, I think if you've had a good race, it's easier. But then at the same time, if you've had a really bad race, you probably just want to come and forget about that and see everyone else finishing and soak up that great atmosphere. And honestly, just seeing the emotion on people's faces in this finish line is just incredible. And I remember finishing here in 2019 and coming back and giving medals back, and almost getting emotional myself seeing these people come in, and it's just so special. And you do just spend the whole day coming in and out of like having chicken skin or goosebumps, because it is just magical here. There's no other race like it.
It's definitely one of the races where we get pretty much all of the pro athletes come back.
Yes.
We never even have to ask; they just automatically show up. But it's quite incredible.
Is this something that is said before, actually? So are they told, please come back, or do they just know that?
They are asked if you can, if it's possible. We would love to have you back, but they do it on their own accord because they're such pros. And we only choose the great pros for this race.
Of course we do, and for our studio guests.
Exactly.
Of course, too.
Oh yeah, very
just
special.
the best.
One thing I wanted to ask you, Lucy, is we've seen over the years now, what is it with Great Britain and their female pro athletes? And it's not just in long course racing, it's across the board. Short course racing, long course racing, you girls are absolutely crushing it. You are the best by a long way. What are you doing differently that the rest of us aren't doing?
There's definitely something in the water in Great Britain.
Oh my gosh.
We are tough athletes. I think maybe it's to do with the weather, that the weather's normally so bad, and we'll go out and grit out 4 or 5 hours of riding in the rain, in the cold, and we kind of just get on with it. And I think it's quite a British mentality to just suck it up and get on with it, I think. So yeah, it breeds tough, strong athletes, and I think because we're always kind of bouncing off each other, and there's good friendly rivalries between us, obviously from the short to the long course, and there's a lot of inspiring stories in this sport in general. I think triathlon is such a inspiring sport. It's such a small knit community. So yeah, I don't know if that obviously isn't just in the UK, that's worldwide, but yeah, there's definitely something in the water in Great Britain.
I totally agree. And speaking of women's racing itself, we've seen so many incredible performances over the last couple of years. And for me personally, having started in the sport back probably before you were born, to see how far it's come, particularly with the women, and just, we're not talking about little baby steps, we're talking about big chunks of time. Chrissy Wellington setting 8:18:13 back in 2011. Laura Philippe just almost breaking that record the other weekend in Hamburg. I mean, Kat Matthews at the sub 7, sub 8 project in Dresden not that long ago, showing us all what's possible, and I know that was a project that you were originally going to do, and I have no doubt whatsoever you would have absolutely obliterated it. But it's so, again, I'm getting goosebumps. It's so awe-inspiring for me to see just that the women seem to have this different mindset, that they're just not putting any sort of barrier on themselves, and they're just going for it.
Yeah, I think the unique thing is that obviously we've had these incredible role models to look up to, and we've had people like Daniela Ryf for years setting that benchmark, and everyone's wanted a piece of that. So you've worked that bit harder and you've had that target, and actually as that gap's come down, people have then gone, but what's next? We could go above that, we could go further. And then I guess because we have the male athletes there, and you're like, how near to the male athletes could we get? And obviously I know Daniela Ryf says it a lot, that she kind of strives to beat the men as well, and I think a lot of us have that attitude that, you know what, let's see how close we can get. And actually in the endurance sport they do say that female athletes have the ability to be better. So yeah, it would be really cool to see how close those gaps are going to get to the men, and can we really bring those times down? And we're already seeing it with these records getting broken.
Absolutely.
I remember Chrissy Wellington was 7th in total.
Overall, that's right.
She arrived.
Yeah. Well, I know back when I was racing, it was you always just expected to be around that hour. If you were around an hour behind the men's winner, then you had a good race. But now, I mean, you finish an hour behind the men's winner and you haven't had a great race. I think Daniela was the first one, like you said, with that mindset. She's starting to pluck off as many professional male athletes as she can. And I think it's, some races I've seen it down around 35 minutes. So it really has changed and continuing to change. So I think it's one of the most exciting eras of our sport, for the sport in general, but also for the women in sport. And with the PTO coming on board, with so many more races now available after the effects of COVID, this year alone, with the amount of racing, and it blows me away. It's probably the hardest thing for a pro athlete now, is to actually pick and choose and not over race. That's the biggest problem.
Yeah, we have so much choice now, which is obviously a luxury to have, but then it is difficult. Like, which races do we pick? Do we pick the ones where potentially there's the most points up for grab, where the rankings are? Or do we just go, you know what, I absolutely love that race. I'm going to get the best out of myself because I love that race. And maybe that is the smarter thing to do, but actually athletes kind of trying to work their way up the rankings, then maybe the smarter thing to do is go to those races where they could get more points and build up the rankings.
How is it when you schedule your year? I was talking to Christian Hugenhaug after Salou back then. He said, well, there are some races planned, but he's not really sure about one or the other. Or are there also athletes who plan their year completely in front and saying, like, okay, I go there, and there, and this is my plan?
Yeah, we tend to kind of around, I guess, like November time of the year before, look at the following year and make a bit of a plan. But something we always tell our friends and family is that plan is very, very flexible and will always change. But we have those key races that are going to maybe the A races and the B races, and then there may be one that crops up and you go, you know what, actually I loved that race before, we could throw it in because we're feeling good and the fitness is there. But yeah, it's becoming harder and harder with all of these options, and the calendar is just jam-packed. Like, you could race every single weekend now, and yeah, it's difficult to choose, and you can't really cherry pick races anymore. anymore either. Like, people would go to races and go, actually, if I go there, I have a good opportunity to maybe make the podium. But with the strength and depth of both the men's and women's field now, it's very difficult to do that, because you'll always go to a race and have some good people to race against.
It was said that Frodo once said he has actually 2 long distance races he could do at his fullest extent, like giving everything he has per year. How do you plan around that? So you plan your first full distance around, I don't know, maybe July, maybe then Kona. How is that working out?
Yeah, it can become very difficult, because obviously we have the world champs every single year, and that's one long distance race checked. Sure. And then if you need to validate or qualify for the world championships, then that's your other long course race. So if you've got a race, for example, like Roth, that you just absolutely love, then you're probably going to want to throw it in. But I would say that probably 3 is the maximum me personally as an athlete could do in 1 year, but you see other athletes able to do way more than that. But I think to get the absolute best out of yourself, you can probably only do that twice in 1 year.
Sure.
Well, Lucy, thank you so much for coming on. I know we're going to get you on later today. I want you to go back out there and support Reece. You've been wonderful as usual.
Thank you.
Definitely such a great athlete. We cannot wait to have you back on a race course, and I hope that this time next year I will be calling your name on the screen right now.
We hope so.
That would be amazing. So.
Thanks so much for joining us, and we'll see
you guys later.
Yeah, see you later. Enjoy it.
Thanks, Don. All right, and that was Lucy Charles-Barclay. Definitely one of the most incredible female long-distance triathletes we've ever seen. Currently just getting over a really nasty injury that took her out, but we have no doubt whatsoever that she will be back with a vengeance. Definitely making sure that that injury is well and truly gone before she steps foot back on a race course. As we take a look at our lead man, Jan Frodeno has been on the front now for quite some time. Robert Kalin, Magnus Ditlev and Maurice Clavel, that lead group, lethal lead group. They have now got 3:36 over Henato Kaluzi. Further back, almost 8 minutes back, to our defending champion Patrick Lange of Germany and Bradley Weiss of South Africa. In our women's race, Fenella Langridge continues to lead and definitely still putting in time, even time on our second placed Annie Haug, defending champion in our women's field. It is starting to get a little breezy. I noticed then with the notes on our tables that I've had to secure them down. So there is a little bit, I wouldn't say wind, but a few gusts that are now starting to fly around. We have got our next guest coming up shortly.
And also the age groupers are on the track too, because we are on the second
really
league now.
Good
This
point,
is something
really
also
good point.
we have to look at, of course. So don't if you just watch this, our Jan Frodeno is not only overtaking other athletes, of pro athletes, but also overtaking age groupers who are who are told to move aside when the pros are coming in, and so this is also a thing. But you have to look for, especially when it's getting more narrow at some point.
It really does. It's an added bit of pressure that the athletes have to deal with. Greatest thing about this course is the entire course is 100% completely closed to traffic, even local traffic. So it's fantastic. You rarely see a vehicle that's not part of the race on course. So safety is paramount here. But what does happen is on the second lap of the bike here, it does get very crowded. You know, you've got 3,000 odd age group athletes on course, and this is when the pro athletes really need to keep their wits about themselves and make sure that they know who is around them. Like you said, the age group athletes do need to move sideways, but you can never always count on that. But you can see Jan Frodeno doing a fantastic job so far, but they are unable to move over to the left side of the road. They must stay on the right side of the road. So it is actually an automatic disqualification if they do move over that centre line. So very, very important that our professional athletes stay on the right side of the road. Fenella Langridge, our female leader. She's been our female leader since the get-go, having swum with Rebecca, but obviously has dropped Rebecca Clark and has now got a comfortable lead out front. We are going to go to a very quick commercial break before we rejoin you with our next guest,
which will
the
be
legendary Jürgen Zach.
Successful companies produce a lot, like this, or something like this. In any case, they produce that. Numbers, a lot of numbers. Because with success comes a growing commercial effort. What entrepreneurs need is good software from DATEV. Because we create connections. Fast, secure, future-oriented connections between the data in the enterprise, the tax consultant, and every party involved. As one of the largest IT service providers in Europe, DATEV creates connections for sustainable success.
I'm part of it. What about you?
And welcome back to the DATEV Challenge Roth, powered by HEP, the 20th edition of Challenge Roth here in Bavaria, Germany. And alongside me now we have Jürgen Zach. He has been here in Europe for just on 2 weeks, I think you said, Jürgen?
Yes, I arrived 2 weeks ago, and I'm spending 7 weeks in Germany, and I'm using my time to visit my mother, my sister, family, friends, but also to support some athletes. Last week I was in Frankfurt, now I'm in Roth.
And of course, last week in Frankfurt, one of your long-standing, I think she's been one of your most loyal athletes that you've coached, Dimity Lee Duke from Australia, 3rd place, podium finish. It was a breakthrough race for her, incredible race.
I'm very pleased to see this. I mean, it is very hard for a professional to qualify for Kona, and she got the Kona slot. And she has shown that she's in a good shape. She had her ups and downs. She was very sick a few months ago with a bacterial infection and very close to a kidney failure. And she also had problems with the vaccine. There were a lot of issues with her blood levels afterwards. But she made it. She ran a 3:03 and qualified for Kona, so that was a good day for us.
Yeah, she was incredible. One thing about Dimity Lee Duke is she's probably one of the toughest triathletes that I know on the circuit right now, that's for sure. Now, Jürgen, you have got quite the history here at this race. First time back in 89. You won it in 89, you won it in 94, you won it in 95, you won it in 98, and you won it in 99. That's 5 times champion here at this race. You also came back in around 2015-16 as an age group athlete. Why, for you personally, why is this race so special?
Well, I came here the first time in 1985. The organizer invited me. I couldn't race because I had an accident before, and he said, Jürgen, I want you to come and watch this. And then I saw the atmosphere, the organization, and I hooked up with my homestay family, with the family Müller. They own a bike shop, Zweirad Müller. And I've been with this family from the start. I'm a guest there, and they come to visit me in Thailand, in Phuket, every few years. And I feel very home here, and in my opinion, this is one of the top 2-3 races in the world. Maybe spectator-wise, it's the best race in the world.
And looking at the course now, obviously the great Jan Frodeno leading, not on his own. The last time he was here in 2016, we know that he basically swam, biked and ran solo. A little bit different today. He's got some company on the bike. What do you think's going through his mind right now? You know, there's obviously been a lot of talk about whether he's going to get through the marathon, whether he's going to step off the bike in T2 and call it a day, whether he's going to try to run. You know, never have we seen Jan Frodeno come into a race with a question mark over his head like this.
That's true. People talk about his injury, Achilles and heel injury, but we all know Jan Frodeno. He's not coming to the start line if he's not confident to win the race. And everything is going perfect for him. He must have a big grin in his face right now because he has good company. All these guys riding with him, they are all rockets on the bike. And this is a perfect situation. He opened up a gap to Patrick Lange. Patrick Lange is isolated, he's alone. And Patrick is not that time trialist to close that gap alone. So they put minute by minute on him, and it might be more than 10 minutes coming off the bike. And that is perfect for him. And the company he has on the bike right now, they're not the super runners. They are good runners, but nobody can keep up with Jan Frodeno. So everything is perfect for Jan right now.
We know that gap back to Patrick Lange, our defending champion, is upwards of 8 minutes now. So we do expect that to continue to grow throughout this second lap. What sort of a lead? I mean, obviously, let's take Jan Frodeno out of the equation, but we talk about, the youngsters. So Robert Callan, who's only 26 years of age, Magnus Ditlev, 24. Both of them only done a couple of full distance race. Well, Magnus has only done one. I think Robert's only done one or two. What sort of a lead do these young men need off the bike to stop the likes of Patrick Lange? I mean, we talk about 8-9 minutes, but really, how Patrick Lange can run. Is that enough?
Yes, I think 8-9, possibly 10 minutes. That's very comfortable for Jan Frodeno. For the other guys, I don't know. There's a big question mark about the run. So Patrick Lange has shown that he can run 2:38 in this temperature last year. I would say it was exactly the same weather. And Jan Frodeno, okay, maybe he has a bit of lack of training because of his injury, but he knows that he only needs to run maybe a low 2:40 to win this race if he has a 10-minute lead. The other guys, I'm not sure, so I don't count out Patrick Lange yet, but it will be very hard for Patrick Lange to catch Jan Frodeno.
Yeah, and obviously Jan Frodeno, you know this yourself, having been there, he's 40 years of age. I think if he was in his early 30s, we wouldn't see him lining up here today, obviously, because he wouldn't put himself in this predicament. But we had Sebi on earlier saying, you realise that at a point in time when you're towards the latter end of your career, when your best performances are probably behind you, where you have to make a decision. And me personally, I think that the reason Jan wants to be here is because this could quite possibly be the last time we see him racing on German soil. So, I mean, I could be completely wrong, but we do know that he is 40. And he is at the latter stage of his career. Do you think that maybe that's why he's taken a chance here, and that we might not be seeing the perfect Jan that we're normally used to seeing?
Could be right, but as I said before, I think Jan Frodeno is not coming to the start line without the feeling I can win this race. And I mean, he's not alone with his injury. Patrick Lange had his shoulder injury, so both of the favorites coming here with a little handicap. Let's see, but the big showdown will be later this year also in Kona. That will be Patrick Lange, Frodeno, plus Gustav Iden and
two Norwegians, the Norwegian
and
train.
Christian Blumenfeld, and that's going to be the big showdown. And let's see how the old guys can keep up with the young kids.
And let's talk about the Norwegian sensation, because obviously I've had the privilege of watching them both race this year. Gustav Iden won the championship, Challenge Family the championship in Shammer in Slovakia. I also was at the Sub-7, Sub-8 project in Dresden and watched what was nothing short of remarkable. Watched Christian Blumenfeld then. What do you take about these young Norwegians, where they just don't seem, nothing is impossible? They come in with that attitude where we're just going to do it. We don't care what is right, wrong, or anything in between. We are just going to go out there and do whatever we can.
Exactly. I had the pleasure to observe the training of the Norwegians. They came to Phuket with the national team for 1 month, just before COVID, and I witnessed what they're training. It's a bit different than the rest of the triathlon world. They do a very polarized training. They do their low intensity stuff really low, and they do their high intensity really stuff high. Extremely high. And they are not afraid to train in the heat. In Phuket, we always try to avoid the heat. We train early in the morning or late in the afternoon. They trained in the heat at 33, 34 degrees in the sunshine, just to get the most out of the heat adaptation training. And it's very interesting, and they have a good team of coaches with Olaf and Arild, and they are the brains, the masterminds, and the athletes are totally innocent. They just follow the program, and especially Gustav Iden. He's like a little boy just enjoying his time, and he doesn't even realize yet how good he is. Yeah. And Blumenfeld, he has the biggest motor that I've ever seen in triathlon, maybe next to Lionel Sanders, but the guy is just a tank.
He really is. I don't even think we've seen the best in either of them yet. I mean, they're still so very, very young and still quite inexperienced when it comes to full distance racing. And so, I definitely think, I actually cringe to think what might be possible down the track.
Well, when the coaches talk to me about their goals, that they want to win the gold medal in the Olympics and then break the world record for Ironman and then win Kona on top of this.
You're like, what?
I thought, guys,
this is too much.
I think you should go to a mental institution. But they did it. And now I have a feeling everything they predict, they're going to do it.
They're going to do it, yeah. And I got a chance to sit down with their coach, Olaf, and he's such an interesting character. Very, very intense, there's no doubt, but very, very interesting. And some of the things that he's come up with, like they're testing, going as far as testing Blumenfeld's urine to see how much training takes out of him, what he needs to get back in, and just seemingly going that extra mile or above and beyond what we would consider the norm when it comes to training philosophy.
Exactly. It's very scientific and very well planned. But on the other hand, it's very relaxed. These boys are having fun.
Yeah.
They had such a good time
They
in
love it.
Phuket. And it's very social. And it was just a pleasure to watch them. You could see the joy. They still enjoy what they're doing.
And looking at the race now, we've got the women's race up. I just want to get your opinion before we let you go on the women's race. Obviously, we've got a very similar situation in the women's race as we do to the men's. Patrick Lange, good 8 minutes behind. We've got Annie Haug, our defending women's champion. She is now almost 8 minutes behind our leader, Fenella Langridge. And looking, I'll be honest, looking a little laboured on the bike. She just doesn't look as fluent as what I'm used to seeing Annie Haug on the bike. That's not to say that she's not riding very, very quickly. She certainly is. But is this a lot of pressure on our defending champs, knowing that they're not truly in the position they would like to be in at this point in time?
There's lots of pressure on Patrick and Anna Haug, but Anna Haug has the quality to close that gap easily. She can run a 2:45 in that temperature, and her competition is not that much faster. They're not faster in the run. They're maybe 10-15 minutes slower. So for her, coming off the bike with 7, 8 or 10 minutes, it's an easy task to do. She will close that gap easily. For Patrick Lange, it's a bit difficult. He might be the best runner on paper, but Jan Frodeno is not a slow jogger either.
No. And still holds the record here for the fastest time in Roth. So yeah, incredible race, and I'm going to be very, very keen to see what sort of times we are looking at. We know Torsten Rade just told us that the men were on target to come in at around that 4:05 mark, which is Cam Wurf's record here in Roth, but that they have fallen off that pace just a little bit. So I'm thinking that Wurf's record is probably quite safe for now, but of course the bigger picture is not the fastest bike time of the day, it's whoever crosses this finish line right behind us here in first place. So what are you doing from here? What goes on from here?
Well, from here I will go to the course. I hope I make it to the finish of the bike course, but I'm a bit tight with my schedule. If I don't make it, I will go to the Lange, which is kilometer mark 4 on the run, and there is a big activities planned by the company Speck. They have a festivity area, and my homestay family, the family Müller, will be there. I will join them. And I'm here with my girlfriend, Amy, from Malaysia, and she has never been in Germany. She has never seen this course. So I want to make sure that she sees a little bit of the atmosphere.
Oh, wow. Well, she's definitely in for a treat today.
We've talked about the atmosphere before. You've raced tons of times. You've won this race tons of times in the 90s. How much? We are celebrating 20 years of Challenge Roth now. How much has changed from back then to here? How can you describe that?
I would say spectator-wise, it has been big in the old days as well. There is not much of a change. Of course, the race is more smoother, more professional. From the athletic side, the equipment has changed. The bikes are 2.5-3 kilograms lighter. It's more aerodynamic. The running shoes, they have these carbon plates. So I would say there's a 15-minute plus advantage now they have with the equipment. But it was a big race already in the 90s. And I've seen a few differences. I would say in the old days, 90s, most athletes tend to come here a week before the race because we wanted to absorb the atmosphere. We trained on the course. Now athletes tend to come about 1, 2, 3 days before. That's a big difference. I would say I like the old days. I like to come here early and hang out with some other triathletes and connect with friends and meet new people. And this has changed a little bit. In the 90s, there was Hawaii, and then there was Roth, and then there was almost nothing. And all the good athletes, they came to Roth, and that was probably the second biggest race in the world at this time. And now there are too many other opportunities. There are races every week, and there's 70.3, the Ironman races, and that's why the pro field is a little bit more spread out.
Well, Jürgen, thank you very much for joining us. I know you have a tight schedule. I appreciate that you came in today. Always a pleasure talking to you. You're one of the icons in Germany and around the world. I still remember watching you all those years ago in Kona. You were the biking uber god back in the day.
Thank you.
But thank you so much, and have a great day out there.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for your job, and I hope you don't lose your voice over the next 3 hours.
We will give our very best.
As long as I don't lose it for the next 10 hours, we'll be fine. My husband will be happy if it's gone for tomorrow, so it's all right. All right, and that was the legendary Jürgen Zach. Bases himself, I think he calls home now in Phuket, Thailand. I'm sure I'll see him later this year at Laguna Phuket Triathlon, where I will be celebrating my 52nd birthday on race day there. It's on the 20th of November. So
now we all know when to celebrate.
When to celebrate, and it'll be a huge celebration in Phuket. So I'm really looking forward to returning to Laguna Phuket Triathlon. Definitely one of my favorite race destinations. It was unable to go ahead the last couple of years because of COVID, but very, very excited to head back there this year. Just a little update on our race out on course. Fenella Langridge continuing to increase her lead over our defending champ Annie Haug. It's now almost 7 minutes 40, so heading up towards 8 minutes. We've got Rebecca Clark at just on 10 minutes behind. Big mover in the women's field. Judith Corocan from Spain is now in 4th place, about 14:49 behind our women's leader. So these gaps are quite large for where we are in the race right now. Laura Siddle in top 5. So Laura Siddle rounding out our top 5 in our women's race. And we have a recap here of our start. They started this morning at 6:30 on the Donau main canal. Beautiful conditions to start the day. As predicted, Jan Frodeno took the lead, but it wasn't long before Magnus Ditlev, our young Uber biker from Denmark, was able to bridge across. He brought a few of the top men with him, and a group of 5 formed. Great aerial scenes from above on this spectacular course. Fantastic day out there so far. Very little wind to start the day. Fenella Langridge, of course, she led out with Rebecca Clark on screen now. Wasn't long before Fenella Langridge was able to break away from Rebecca Clark and has been riding solo up front ever since. Of course, Patrick Lange trying to do everything he can to minimise that deficit up to the likes of Frodeno and that lead group. First time up Salaraberg, what a sight to behold. Rebecca Clark there on screen. Going up Salaraberg for the very first time. Crowds are absolutely incredible. Frodo, no stranger to this, of course, back in 2016. Sam Long loving it right now. First time up Salaraberg for Sammy Long. But I think the award for enjoying it the most goes to this young woman, Fenella Langridge, who was soaking up that atmosphere. And here she is on screen now. Incredible racing from Fenella. As we go to a quick commercial break, we will be back with you shortly.
Wie wird unsere Welt von morgen aussehen? Vor dem Klimawandel können wir nicht davonlaufen. Wir müssen ihn aufhalten. There is no planet B. Invest in solar energy.
and welcome back to DATEF Challenge Roth, powered by HEP. My name is Belinda Granger, and with me in studio today is Julian Meinhold. We have our leader on screen right now, the one and only Jan Frodeno. He won back here in 2016, setting a record best time. Fantastic to have this man back on a race course. He hasn't raced since last August at the PTO inaugural Collins Cup, where of course he won not only his matchup but had the fastest time of the day. I know there's not a triathlon fan around the world that isn't happy to see this man back on a race course and doing what he does best, which is leading the race. He definitely isn't alone out there though. He has some company, which I'm sure he is happy about. Robert Kallen, the young Swede. Magnus Ditlev from Denmark. And also Maurice Clavel having a fantastic race. Maurice Clavel, of course, having a bit of a shaky start to the year. He unfortunately caught COVID and took a little bit longer to recover than he would have liked. He was supposed to race the championship in Šamorín, Slovakia, and then back that up with Challenge St. Pölten. Unfortunately, he was not able to get his health back on track in time. But great to see him back racing now and racing very, very well. You can see with the graphic up on screen right now, Maurice Clavel just slipping off the back. One thing worth mentioning is on that second lap, it really does start to get quite crowded on this course. And when you are following, and of course the athletes need to leave that 12-meter gap, so the 12-meter drafting rule, often it's quite tricky to see where the group is, and you get caught behind age group athletes. And before you know it, instead of being 10 meters behind, you are then 20 meters behind. And when a little gap like that opens up, it can often be very, very difficult to bridge it back up, and that looks to be the case with Maurice Clavel right here. He's now 18 seconds in arrears of our lead group, which is now down to 3. The two youngsters, the two Uber bikers in Magnus Ditlev and Robert Kallen, just as expected. But Jan Frodeno up there leading the way.
So we just saw we are around kilometer 136. So we have just passed Obermessing, another great hotspot out there. One of the newer hotspots we have, with a lot of volunteers, led by the fire department there. So pretty common in a lot of places out there. We contact, or Challenge Family, or Challenge Roth, of course, contacts mostly the fire department, and they set up everything they can to create like their little town party of the year, so to say. And this also goes for Obermessing, where we just were.
Can I ask you though, because one thing that blows my mind every time I come here is, you talked about the fire stations. Yes. Let's talk about the police stations. You go through the town of Roth now, and all the fire station, the police station, they're all flying the Challenge Roth flags.
Right.
Like it's their own race. There's no other place in the world that does that. What is it, Julian? Why does that happen here? It's like they're so proud of this race that, you know, for the whole 2 weeks leading into the race and then out the other side, it's like the whole town and county shuts down for this event.
We're doing different things here, right? So the one thing is, like you said, we're proud of it, all of us, but also everyone is taken into this topic. So Felix talks a lot to the police, to the fire brigades. We also have meetings with them. So we really take care that everyone who is in charge or who is in can say what their problems, what their ideas are. So we have really good connections with the police, the fire departments, all of them. And then for them, it's just, a place of showing like we are part of it too, and then raising the flags and going for the whole town of Roth, city of Roth. Is that Challenge Roth is also handing out decorations material each and every year, and there's a little competition whose decoration is the best, so the whole town is jumping in. But not also the shops are doing that, also people living here, the inhabitants. We have, like myself too, I've collected all my volunteer shirts from back then, over 20 years. And they are also guys in town here who hang out their volunteer shirts, for example, out of their windows, putting up flags, or they even text us and ask us in the office, hey guys, do you have any flags? Do you have anything with what we can decorate our houses with? And that's really great. We had the thing like 5 years ago when I was an intern. We got rid of the red carpet back then, and we said, hey, come stop by if you want a part of the red carpet.
That's right.
And they lined up. I was
and
cutting.
They wanted their little piece of history.
3 days I was just cutting this
my gosh,
carpet
that's
for
crazy.
people. Yeah, it's incredible.
Yeah.
They come here, they want that part of it and want to be part of that history. So they are just living up to this great event here.
Oh, I love it. Well, joining us next up, we've got so many great guests to have on the show to present to you on the show today, I should say. Next up, coming to join us, Ralph Eggert, and he's going to chat to us a little bit about aerodynamics, and also I think he's in charge, or has been in charge, of Annie Haug's position on the bike. And I must say that Annie Haug's riding has improved exponentially over the years, particularly over long distance racing. So we are now going to welcome into the studio Ralph Eggert. Thank you for coming. Great to have you on the show.
Thanks for having me here.
Absolutely. I'm trying to remember the last time I saw you. It's got to be years ago now.
Probably 10 or 11 years. I think the last time I was here in Roth was 11 years ago.
Wow.
So it was, we moved to Switzerland and then got into international distribution business. And so there was no option to come here. And since I started with DT Swiss 3 years ago, then we are more international located. We are more international focused. And so I thought I need to come here back to where triathlon starts.
And have you been blown away? I mean, I know you've been part of the expo. Have you ever seen an expo like this? Seriously.
I thought it's a complete show of the industry here.
Oh,
I mean, it's for end consumers. It's so great to have every single component, manufacturer, suits, tri-suits, swim gear, everything is here just to get information. So I think this is the place to go for industry, for triathlon industry.
Oh, I really do. And, you know, after last year, obviously with the restrictions and having to have a very, very small expo, to come back this year, I think this has got to be the largest expo we definitely have ever had here, but that I've ever seen in the world. I mean,
there are actually a ton more who want to come here. So I was always talking to Marcus, and he was always, because he's really setting up the place that we can get as many
exhibitors as we can.
Yes, right. And it's really tough to figure that out. And there's so many more in line. And right after the race, they're directly sending emails. We want to be there next year.
Oh, I love it. I love it. Now, speaking of
funny thing about the expo, yesterday we had really a great time here at the expo, and then in the afternoon I said I need to go to other places to see what's up there, and I was just blown away by the size of the expo.
I know. It takes you all day to get round it all.
Oh my God, where are all these people going?
Well, even the merch, like the Challenge Roth merchandise store, it's like a department store. You know, it's huge.
Yes. It looks very good, very quality look.
Yeah.
Very nice to go in there, to shop there. I think it's very attractive for people to come there.
Where are you located right around? What are your neighbors? You're feeling well? Are you having contact on the expo with your neighbors, or you just set with your...
Always. You know, you see so many people here. It's incredible.
All your old friends. I know.
I mean, Belinda came by and said, oh, what are you doing here?
Yeah, you can't run around with her without knowing anybody. Take double of time.
But the reason we got you in here is for this young woman on screen right now, Annie Haug, our defending champion, fantastic position on the bike. Run us through it a bit.
Well, we've been partnering with Annie for a couple of years already with DT Swiss, and we see our position as not only as a sponsor, giving some wheels out. We see us as a performance partner to enhance the performance of athletes legally on the bike. And so, aside of our development for wheels, for really fast wheels, where we use really Formula One aerodynamic knowledge, we are also we give this knowledge. We try to give this knowledge to athletes like Annie. And for a first victory in 2019 or for already 2018, we were already starting with her, optimizing her position in the wind tunnel, and made her really faster. And we improved this year by year. And she's one of the athletes that has the privileged know-how and the privileged access to go with us into the wind tunnel, because it's It's very cost intensive, but it's about making the athlete faster and giving this access and giving this back to her. And it's really great feedback to see where can I improve. And you see very nice pictures also from the wind tunnel session we had in end of May, where we really found more aerodynamic optimization for her.
And you know, back in my day, when there was probably only, I wouldn't even say a handful of wind tunnels that you could use, there are more available now to athletes, and you are finding, even though it is still a very costly thing, that a lot of the top athletes are realizing just how crucial it is to save not just seconds but minutes, and that they are making the effort to go to the wind tunnel testing and really nail. And it's not something you just do once and then walk away. It's a continual, each year, sometimes several times a year, just to keep continuing to perfect that position for all those time gains.
Exactly. It's not only about the material, just putting a new frame on it, which has been tested also in the tunnel, or the new wheels, which definitely have been improved. You see the speeds increasing, not only in triathlon, also in road cycling in the past years, even though people said disc brake is making it slower, but we had more freedom to develop new frames, new wheel set, and this is why where the athletes already profit from. And when we go into the wind tunnel, then we can go really deep into the detail to show them where there's potential. If it's only the helmet, if it's the position, if it's the cockpit, cockpit is a big discussion at the moment. Nutrition system, where's the nutrition system located? How does it affect my nutrition system in the back? How does it affect when a crosswind comes? Can I control my system anyway? And so this is where we're looking into it.
All right, and speaking about that, what's your take on the Tour de France? Of course, is on right now. We saw the prologue the other day, and we've seen some pretty crazy images coming out of the prologue.
It was cold. Maybe they did.
I'm really hoping that's the reason, that it was absolutely Arctic conditions. Because I tell you, if someone asked me to do that, what we saw, the way Sagan looked and a few of the others, I'd want to see the numbers on paper that I was going to be writing really quickly, because they look pretty foolish.
Yeah, it's interesting enough that cycling is now getting
out there. We were the ones that
normally we were the extreme ones.
Yes. This is so true. Triathletes are renowned for doing some pretty outrageous things, and calf sleeves and arm sleeves and just a whole array of silly things. And we've always had the cycling fraternity shaking their heads at us. But now the roles have been reversed. I don't know if we can.
Well.
Yeah, I don't know if we can beat this though. This is pretty impressive.
Yeah, it's probably we're getting too conservative.
Absolutely. One question I wanted to ask you, we realised earlier on in the bike, if you look at Jan Frodeno on his canyon, he did lose his nutrition that was down on his frame. It's fallen off, so he had his nutrition box, which was in between his frame, and he has lost that. It did fall out. Is that going to be an issue for Jan down the track? A lot of our viewers have been asking, what is this going to mean for him? Is he going to be able to pick up nutrition that suits him at the aid stations? We know here in Roth that they do get the opportunity of having their own support crew at the aid stations to hand them their personal nutrition and hydration. But do you think this is an issue for Jan, or he would have just put it behind him and got on with business?
I think this is nothing new to lose your nutrition.
No.
And I think all athletes need to have a plan B. And I guess, with his experience in all the years, I think he will have a plan B, and he knows exactly what to take. So I don't think that will really affect him. It will affect younger athletes that haven't experienced this before. I was riding on Hawaii. I think it was my first race in Hawaii, and just my bottles on the first speed bump went away.
Fell off.
Said,
no.
It killed. No, it didn't kill me, but it made me a hard time.
I bet it did.
Because I didn't have a plan B.
No. And speaking of young athletes, we know that Jan Frodeno leading the race right now. He's been there all day long. But he does have two younger athletes riding with him in Robert Kalin, 26 years of age, and also Magnus Ditlev, only 24 years of age. Incredible to think that we've got Jan at 40, and he is riding with two of the youngest athletes in the field. They've managed to drop Maurice Clavel. He has now fallen off the back. They've managed to drop Henato Kaluzi. So it seems like, these riders are staying as long as they can, but it is this man that is dictating the pace right now.
Yeah, experience. Again, experience. He knows how to train, what to train, and I didn't expect him to be here in a bad shape, even though he might said might not be in my top shape, but he wouldn't show up here.
No, absolutely.
But as you said, Magnus and the young guys, I'm cheering for Sam also. They are the ones that are pushing, and they are open-minded also for wind tunnel testing, for new aero features. I think we will see that we see them more in the future. But my guess is that the experience will win.
Will win at the end of the day. And obviously on the bike. I mean, we've got swim, bike, run, but it is the bike that is the most crucial section here. It's where you can make the most time gains. So therefore, aerodynamics really, really should be at the forefront of all of these athletes thinking right now.
It's always depending on the wind conditions, and I think the wind picked up pretty early today.
Yep.
So we have a lot of crosswind conditions, and crosswind means that depending on the frames that you're riding, the wheels that you're riding, you can profit of sailing effects on the wheels, on the frame, on the body. And this is also what we measure in the wind tunnel to optimize the athletes. We take different tri-suits on, because tri-suit A is not the fastest tri-suit on the athlete B. So there can be a different tri-suit depending on the body.
Oh, interesting. Oh, I didn't even realize that. Wow.
And so we look at the sailing effect. We look at crosswinds, how crosswinds affect the way of the aerodynamics, and then we see when you have a disc wheel, for example, depending on the shape of the disc wheel and the deep front wheel, you can have a sailing effect, and the wheels are the only parts of the whole system, rider, bike, that can have a propulsion, a forward pushing effect, which is a sailing effect. So they even can go into negative drags depending on the shape and also on the depth of the rim. Very interesting. And this is why what disc brake made possible.
No, definitely, it blows me away. It's almost, for this old brain, it's almost too scientific.
What would we have done if we had this?
Oh, exactly. It would have been so fast. Way faster.
Maybe I should have trained more.
Hey, you did all right in your time. What are you talking about?
But how is that when you say about how you set up your bike in the tunnel, all the gear? Look into a race. How long in before? Do you have the same setting for the whole year, or do you change that through the year?
It's depending on what wind conditions you expect. For example, in Hawaii, there's no allowance of disc wheel because of the extreme crosswinds. And for Annie, for example, Annie Haug, she's a rider that loves 50 to 62 front wheels, so a little bit shallow wheels, because she's a smaller person. But then you have a little punishment in aerodynamics and sidewind conditions. So the stronger the athletes, the higher the rim you can ride, like Daniela did in St. George. Funny enough, we had the podium on DT Swiss wheels with Daniela, Katrina Matthews, and Annie, and depending on her, the height of the rims. So 80 wheel was on Daniela, 62 on Katrina, and 50 on Annie. It's not a final position in time, talking about times, but it can make a difference, because 80 mil can really.
Is there anything you can do in beforehand too? Like just imagine like a week before Roth, it would be said total big wins will be there. Is there something you can still change, or then do you say stick with the system?
Well, you can change it just the day before for the check-in. You wouldn't do it on the day, but normally the professional athlete demands they go on the highest setup here, so on the fastest setup. For women like Annie, she would look into the side wind conditions, into the wind conditions today, and we see her on the 62 mil front wheel.
It looks like she's just ascended greeting for the second time, so she's now at the top of greeting, and we are getting given word out on course. She's actually starting to make great gains on our leader Fenella Langridge, so she's now only 6:38 down, so she's taken over a minute back on Fenella Langridge, so it looks like she's really starting to find that rhythm and to take chunks out of Fenella. Fenella's still riding very, very well up front, but really interesting to see now that's a solid minute or so that she's taken out of Fenella.
Yep, it's about we're in about 120k or so.
We are, yep.
And this is where athletes get tired, and sometimes
Precisely.
you have to stand up. And in the wind tunnel, for example, we do some freestyle sessions. We call it freestyle sessions together with our partners beside. So they change more often the position, so they can take any position they like to do. And so we also take the base bar position just to show the athletes what does it mean to get up, to get out of the aero position. And what does
What
it
it
mean
does
in
to your
watts?
speed, yep.
You don't feel it. You feel it, but we give the numbers to that, which means you extremely lose then if you get into the base bar. So the optimum is to stay as long in the aero position as possible, to have the handling, and this is where the athletes also decide, referring to your question, what setup I'm going. Am I able to ride a 80 mil front wheel, or do I have to go down to be safe staying in the aero position and to keep handling it?
And that goes exactly with what our spotters were saying about Annie Haug earlier on, saying that she would come into a corner and it was almost like she would wait till the last moment before she got out of the aero bars to then go down on the base bar and take that corner. And they couldn't believe it. Sometimes they were like, oh, is she going to get out of the aero bars? But she would do it, but she was maximizing the amount of time that she could stay down in those aero bars.
Exactly. This is what they need to do. They need to do over the course, even on the slight uphills. They need to stay in the aero position and above. Just for recap, above 15 kilometers an hour of speed, of riding speed, the aerodynamic drag is increasing by over proportional. So you can really stay very, very long in this aero position, and even though the hill is getting steeper. And
we're about to show you a clip on screen now of Solarberg, of course, the most famous section of this race. Obviously, aerodynamics possibly not so important on this particular climb, but emotions, exactly. So what we lack in aerodynamics, we more than make up for in emotions. But we do have a clip coming up for you on Solarberg.
We have some hills, yes, but they are normally rather steep, and then you have these long passages where it goes down, so it makes it very, very fast, and then come the hotspots. Solar Hill is one of them. It's of course the iconic one.
From the sportive side, I've heard obviously there has been set a lot of legendary records here, both for the men and women previously. So I think it's a really cool course, and some of the hotspots out on, especially on the bike course and the swim start with for instance, the Solar Hill on the bike course. Before I got here, I looked on YouTube for some videos, and it looks completely like a Tour de France stage.
So I haven't experienced it with Solarberg, so I don't know yet. So that's the big, which I'm looking forward to, going through those traffic lights, turning that corner, and suddenly just being like bombarded, and like just that it's epic. There's people from both sides, and it's like Tour de France style, and you kind of have to you feel like you have to squeeze your way through to get to the top of the hill, and it's just loud as anything you can be. And I think, and it's that part of the course obviously is special, but there's so many other iconic bits on the course, and just the community around, and there's just hot spots of people.
I love when there's big spectators cheering me on. I mean, I think having crowds and people yelling, it's one of the most fun things, and those photos of Solarberg is one of the main reasons I'm here, to be honest.
And welcome back to the DATEV Challenge Roth, powered by HEP. In the studio with us right now, Ralf Eggert from Germany, but now residing in Switzerland.
Correct,
now, Ralf, we've talked about Annie Haug and the work that you've done with Annie on her aerodynamics, and obviously working for her right now as she's making time up on our leader, Fenella Langridge. One athlete we haven't spoken about a lot, but obviously we really should, even though he's a little way back right now, probably further back than he would like to be, but that's Sam Long. We know that he's currently sitting in about 8th place and around 11:41 down on our leader Jan Frodeno. What would be going through Sam Long's mind right now? I mean, obviously completely different athlete to Annie Haug. You spoke about Annie Haug being really tiny. Sam, the opposite, 6'4". He's a huge guy. Technically should not be able to run the way he does, but runs like an absolute champion. How difficult is it to get a guy of that size to get them aerodynamic?
Well, we have tall guys in the wind tunnel. We have Nils Frommert in the wind tunnel, and he's also a tall guy. So we get also aerodynamics for them. They need to push more watts, definitely, and they have a higher CW value also in the wind tunnel. But there's always potential. We do the same procedures, we do the same base testing, and we go through the same same procedures. And talking of Sam, it's funny, we will go with him next week in the wind tunnel. A little bit too late for us now, but we will work on his aerodynamic setup for the future. And we gave him this opportunity, and I think this is why he also is riding DT Swiss, because we have this opportunity and we offered this opportunity, and I will go with him into the wind tunnel. And he has a really, he's a quite emotional guy maybe, but he is a really good mind. He knows what exactly what to do and what to test next week. It will be a tough session for him, but I think we will enjoy it.
And look, we all forget he's still only 26 years of age. He's very, very young. Definitely a lot of experience over this distance. I think today is something like his 17th full distance race, so he's done a lot for such a young guy. But yeah, definitely a lot of potential. And while he is a long way back, I am expecting him to have a really good marathon out there today. He's one of the fastest marathoners. He's one of the fastest runners in the field, not necessarily the fastest marathon. He still hasn't quite perfected the marathon. I'm hoping today is that day that we are able to see him have a really fast marathon. He is catching Patrick Lange, so wouldn't that be a cool thing to see those two coming into T2 together and running together for that first bit of the marathon?
Would be also an opposite in style and running style, I think.
Completely opposite.
It's like Mark Allen and Dave Scott running.
Yeah, absolutely. Very different.
No, I really would love to see this.
It would be really
and
cool.
Maybe he has been suffering a little bit of his race he did last week.
Yeah.
And the heat also he suffered there, but my guess, my hope is that he didn't feel so well in the first lap, and he's now catching up. It's maybe not too bad having a first slower lap and then exploding in the second lap. If you're too motivated in the first lap, then you might suffer in the second lap. Like we've seen people dropping at 120k.
Yeah, and particularly in this front group with Jan Frodeno just looks in his absolute element right now, and I think our younger athletes are actually having a bit of a tough time keeping that gap where they need it to be at the 12 metres. And from what I've seen on screen, and I know it's difficult when they're going in and out of the age group athletes, but he just looks completely stealth right now. And again, going back to aerodynamics, you rarely see Jan Frodeno out of the bars. He's been down in those aero bars pretty much all day long, whereas I have seen Magnus Ditlev and Robert Kalin, obviously, I wouldn't go as far as say struggling, but they've been up and out of the saddle a little bit more and up and out of those aero bars a little bit more than this man.
After 3 hours, the back starts to hurt. You have to push. So when you're talking about Jan, it's exactly the same. I thought he's only in the aero bars the whole time. He knows exactly what to do, and where he can make time, and where he's hurting his opponents. When they go out of the saddle, he knows that
while they're doing it.
They are pushing 50, 40, 60 watt more than him at the same pace.
Yeah,
and that's where it hurts.
It's where it's going to hurt them. But yeah, I've been so impressed. If you have any questions, when we get our fantastic visitors in, if you've got any questions to ask us, please jump on Facebook or on YouTube, ask away, and we will do our best to answer those questions for you. But particularly when we've got such experts such as Ralph Eggert, anything to do with aerodynamics, he is the guru. So if you've got any specific questions for our guests, please jump on screen and get those questions across.
Well, we're now getting to a very famous curve and having the greatest view maybe of the day one more time. So we're back at Hilpoltstein, and here it comes.
It's going to be difficult with age groupers now.
This is absolutely, this is when it really does. And this is when bike skills, we talk about being down in the aero bars all day long as if it's just an easy thing to do, Ralph. But, to stay down in your aero bars all day long, you need a certain level of bike skills, and particularly now when you've got the crowds that we see here, around 50,000 spectators on this hill alone, plus you add into that equation the age group athletes whose skill level might not be as good as our professional athletes. It makes it very, very tricky.
It does. It really makes it difficult, but these guys are riding so many miles, so many kilometers. They are so experienced and don't know how to handle. And talking about handling skills, when you see also Jan, he's riding a pretty conservative, like the long aero bars, while others are moving it up, and this is much more difficult to handle in crosswind conditions than the long one. You might open your body a little bit, but he knows how he can stay in the position, and he stays in the position, and this is why he accepts this.
And just look at those scenes down there now. It's just incredible. And we're saying, Ralph, often when you do it for the first time, it's almost a little bit of a nerve-wracking experience. But when you come around that second time, so you know what to expect, you actually get to lap it up and you really get to enjoy just how incredible this is. Because the only other time you see this is in the Tour de France, is in the big stage races. So it's quite unique for a triathlon race to have this sort of craziness about it.
You have to control your emotions when
you
you're going
do.
down.
I have to control my emotions on camera now.
When you see it, you might cry, or you might go up with a wattage that you're not able to push normally, and then you have sore legs when you're up there in Solar.
Well, I still distinctly remember one year, and of course Joanna Lawn from New Zealand, she was over here doing the race for the first time, and we were very similar athletes, and we swam together. And when we were coming round to Solarberg, she wanted to go in front. I said, believe me, trust me, do not go in front of me. Stay behind and just lap it up. And so the two of us ascended Solarberg, and all I could hear behind was her screaming, like, ah! Like she just couldn't believe it. And I still, when I think of that memory today, I still chuckle, because it was the raw emotion that she felt. She literally couldn't contain herself. Great shots right now. You can see not a cloud in the sky. We were talking about that earlier today. It's going to get very, very hot on the marathon. So it is, if they haven't looked after themselves during the bike, it's really going to come back to bite them on that second half of the marathon. The way the marathon works here, obviously 20 kilometers on the canal, no shade on the canal whatsoever. Second half of the marathon out to Buchenbach. While there is a lot of shade, it's also a lot harder. Exactly, Ralph. It's quite hilly, like very undulating, and almost a climb on the way out, and then slightly downhill on the way back. So it is a little tougher on the way out. They then go round to the little town of Buchenbach and make their way back into town. But again, if they haven't looked after themselves now, it's going to really hurt that second half of the marathon.
It's nutrition is crucial at the moment. So for everybody, it's crucial to stay in your nutrition method and to stay on it, and to continue.
Absolutely. And a great shot now of our lead female, Fenella Langridge. And then of course our athletes coming around straight back up Solarberg once again. That looks like Maurice Clavel on screen right now. Just popped off the back of our lead 3, so he's riding solo. While we watch Maurice Clavel ascend Solarberg for the last time today, we are going to cut to a short commercial break, but we'll be back with you shortly.
Successful companies produce a lot, like this, or something like this. In any case, they produce that. Numbers, a lot of numbers. Because with success comes a growing commercial effort. What entrepreneurs need is good software from DATEV, because we create connections. Fast, secure, future-oriented connections between the data in the enterprise, the tax consultant, and every party involved. As one of the largest IT service providers in Europe, DATEV creates connections for sustainable success.
We run. We fight. We ride. Faster, harder, longer. We push limits. We fall, but rise again. And with every try, we get better. Yet something feels incomplete. There's a voice deep inside us, getting louder and louder. It can't be unheard. It reminds us we are more than just athletes. Now we see, with our strength, our passion, our compassion, our love, our power, our mindset, we can bring change into the world. To work together on our differences and find potential within them. To guide the next generations with the wisdom of our experiences and empower them to find their own paths, united as one tribe. we will always be driven by performance. We just need to redefine what performance actually means.
And we are back at DATEV Challenge Roth, powered by HAP. We are now 4.5 hours into the race, and our men's field is around kilometer 160. We are still here with Ralf Eggert. Ralf, before we let you go, you also talked about the expo. You're out there. How will the rest of your day look like? Can you follow your athletes, or do you have to work, so to say?
Well, we have a great tracker of the Challenge Roth here. Really good tracker. We see the live stream, so we can follow the athletes wherever you are in the world. And so I will go over to the expo, be there for your questions, for questions of consumers, for questions of the athletes, and we spend the rest of the day there.
Awesome. You said you enjoyed the expo, so this is really, really great. And yeah, we are so happy to have you here. What you're doing is really, really interesting for us to see, and how great yeah, you're improving and how much there can be done, especially on the bike course. Ralf Eggert, thank you so much for joining us here.
Thanks for having me today.
Really appreciate it. Thanks, Ralph.
Thanks, you too.
Awesome. And we also got a question. So as we said before, if you have questions on Facebook or YouTube, please let us know. And we have another question here. How long until the marathon part, so our last discipline? So we are at kilometer 160 at the moment. So we have 20 kilometers left on the bike course. So that means for our men's field, we will be arriving at T2 around about 11:25 to 11:30. Better say either 11:30, so this might be in around about half an hour. We will enter transition area 2 in the men's field, and the women's field will follow maybe in about an hour in transition area 2.
And just an update from our spotters out on course. Of course, we've got spotters on our women's race and men's race, and they're able to give us some in-depth information on how the athletes are looking. Obviously, we've got some great coverage for you right now on screen. We've got our live timing, but our spotters just give us that extra little bit of info that we need. They can see the expression on the athletes' faces. So right now, they're telling me Jan Frodeno is in the box seat. He is the one dictating the pace. He is the one that has actually picked it up a little bit more, and it's actually Robert Kalin that is starting to struggle to keep pace with Jan Frodeno. So it's Magnus Ditlev and Robert Kalin who are still with Frodo, of course, but they are it's looking a little more difficult for them to stay there. They're not as comfortable as what they were before.
And we're gonna have a little clip on secrets of Jan Frodeno and his great way of performance.
Professional beach volleyball player, because I love the diversity of the game as such, and I'm completely useless at it, so I would like to be much better. I would suggest you don't try new foods just before the race. There is no secret weapon. Just stick to your carbs or your proteins, whatever you do, just don't go too fancy. 10, 11 against Javier Gomez in Hamburg. I lost. Well, my transitions are generally fairly legendary for being a failure. T1, I have lost pretty much everything from a visor to tearing a suit to not getting my suit on to not getting my wetsuit off. My transition 1 requires work. Probably still my mantra. I see myself a NASA rocket taking off, and it's kind of my reset where I go conceive, believe, achieve, and tell myself I can.
Great interview there from Jan Frodeno, our leader here today. He has led from the gun. 6:30 start this morning for our professional men, and he talks about his record in triathlon. He has actually raced 13 full distance races throughout his career, and the record is quite outstanding. 9 wins, 1 second, 2/3, and only that one glitch, that 35th place at the World Championships back in 2017. It's a pretty incredible record, I have to say. And putting himself in a position right now to take win number 10. Of course, we are still just around that 20 or just under that 20 kilometre mark from T2, where he'll then have to take on a marathon. And we know that there is just that little bit of a question mark hanging over Jan Frodeno's head. Interesting to get the opinions of Jürgen Zach, Sebastian Kienle, and of course Kyle Smith, his training partner, on just how they think he is going to handle this marathon. At 40 years of age, he's definitely towards the end of his career, and what a stellar career he's had, winning the Olympic gold medal back in 2008 in Beijing. It's also where he met his now wife, fellow gold medalist Emma Snowsill. Emma has been home in Australia, spending time with family, and she is now on her way back to Andorra, back to Europe, so she will be back in Europe by the time Jan gets back home. So I know that they've been apart for quite some time, and Jan is desperate to see his wife and 2 beautiful children. So if he can pull off the win here today and then travel back home, that will be to see his wife and kids. That'll be the icing on the cake.
And I heard we have another question coming in, and yeah, here it is. How are training for triathlon combinable with a full-time work? So, of course, on the one side, we have to say that our pro athletes are full-time triathletes.
Actually, no.
Most of them, yeah.
They're not all full-time. And, you know, a great example right now is Kyle Smith.
Right.
I mean, Kyle Smith, 24 years of age, if you had have asked him what he was doing a year ago, he was working full-time as a labourer. So you couldn't get more physically demanding work if you tried, and he was trying to also make a living as a professional athlete. So a lot of these triathletes, particularly over COVID, it was very, very difficult. We just assume that all these pro athletes have got these amazing sponsorships and deals where they're making a load of money, but it's simply not the case. And I have to say, it's been one of the greatest things about the PTO, the Professional Triathlon Organisation, having them come in and start supporting the athletes the way they have been, giving the top 100 a payout at the end of the year, introducing maternity leave for all of our female athletes, which is truly remarkable in itself, and now putting on 3 races this year, all 3 worth $1 million US. So, you know, while it looks from the outside and from Instagram and social media that it's, you know, the life of a professional triathlete is just this fairy tale, in actual reality, for a majority of our triathletes, it's very, very difficult, and they are basically living from paycheck to paycheck.
Sure. And sometimes they do other things too, like we had Lucy Chess Barclay here. She has also athletes here.
But she coaches, that's right. They have to take on, and most of them do. They have to supplement their triathlon career with a part-time job. A lot of them taking on coaching, because that's it's a great mix with being a full-time athlete. I know others that are flight attendants, teachers. Myself, for the first 5 years of my professional career, I was a phys ed teacher, and it wasn't till I'd established myself enough with sponsors and where I was going to races and making money that I was able to finally bite the bullet and go full time. So it is difficult, but you know, we are getting to a position right now in triathlon with all these races coming up and with the support of the Professional Triathlon Organisation and sponsors coming on board where athletes are able to train full time. And there's no denying, if you can train full time and that's all you have to focus on,
Right.
then you are going to become a better athlete.
But let's talk about age groupers too here, because the question was pretty much open up not only to pros, because age groupers, so what I know from friends or family around, because there are tons of people at Roth who are also doing triathlon, and I heard it's not always easy for the families to deal with it, because like you have the full-time job, you do your bike kilometers normally at the weekend, so when you practice for that, you need time almost every weekend, or at least half a year before, or 7-8 months before. Sometimes you do the swimming before the work and running in the evening. So you really have to stick to a schedule. Some are able to do that over some years. Sometimes people just do that for 1 or 2 years and say, okay, this is enough. I can't do that with work.
To be honest, triathlon is a very selfish sport.
Yeah, it is.
And it requires the support of family and friends, particularly when you're training for a big event like this one, which does require a certain amount of training that you have to do if you want to finish.
Right. And you need discipline for that. You
You
can't
do
just
need
say,
discipline.
oh, come on, like
You
I
need
don't
discipline,
practice for 2 or
but
3
more
weeks.
importantly than that, you need support of family and friends that are able to understand that your time is precious and that sometimes you can't go out to dinner, or if it's 8:30, it's time to go home to bed.
Right.
And I've seen it. I see it. I've got lots of friends back home who are age group athletes, and I've seen them. And there are certain things that they have to give up, that they have to prioritise. But it is possible. I think we have another question up on screen fairly shortly, as we see a great shot of Annie Haug. Hey, what is the setup gearing with the pros? I wish we still had Ralph Eggert on, because he would have been
perfect question.
he would have been perfect for this.
But you know too.
Well, this is the thing. You know, back in the day, and I'll be honest here, and if my husband's listening somewhere around, he'll have a little chuckle. I didn't even know what was on my bike, so I didn't even choose the wheels. My husband was the one that was in charge of my bike. He set up the gearing for me. He set up the wheel choice for me. He made sure that my bike was running perfectly. 2 things he asked me to do was be able to at least unpack it and set it up after it had been in a bike bag, and that I could change a flat tire. But beyond that, I'll be honest, I was lucky. Everything was done for me, and you'll see now that for most of our triathletes, our professional triathletes, they do have a team around them that will do this for them, so that they don't have to think about it. But I actually, this course is not a particularly hilly course. So it's not like, there's one of our athletes racing today, Svenja Toos, who won Ironman Nice, so Ironman France last weekend. Really, really hilly course. So I would say that she would have had to change, definitely would have changed her gearing for the race here today, because it would be completely different gearing. She would need a much bigger gear ratio on the back, and obviously a smaller gearing on the front as well. But it depends, and it also depends on the type of rider you are. Ralph Eggert talked about Annie Haug, and you can see on screen now she is tiny. She's a really small rider, so even though she's still quite powerful, she's tiny. Whereas, you know, the likes of Sam Long, who's 6'4" and is built like, you know, he's a machine. So obviously the gearing he would have on his bike would differ from what Annie Haug would be able to handle on her bike. But we'll need to get Ralph Eggert back on to talk specifics on what he thinks would be the best gearing for this particular course.
But I think you did a great job so far.
Well, if we have any experts out there that
Let
can
us
give
know.
us a guess on what specific gearing you think would suit this course, or if you've ridden this course before and you have an idea, or you can even write in and tell us what gearing you used when you raced here, that would be perfect.
Yeah.
But our leader, Fenella Langridge, as we've said, she's led from the get-go. She would know that she needs a certain amount of time heading into transition over Annie Haug. Annie Haug, arguably one of the fastest runners in our sport, if not the fastest. Fenella definitely has improved her run over the years, but still relatively new to full distance racing. But she would need to have the fastest marathon of her career in order to stay on that top spot on the podium. Although, speaking to Fenella earlier, she would be happy if she was able to just move up that podium. So she was third here last year. So even if she was able to take second here today, I think she would be very, very happy.
She has now just passed kilometer 146 on the bike course. So she is getting closer to her favorite part of the bike course again. I'm so excited to see her again going up
I know,
Solo Hill.
yeah,
It's still
me too.
a few kilometers to go there, but it's going to be really awesome to see her go up there. If she still has the energy to use one hand for cheering.
All right, we've been given another little update from one of our spotters that was a bit of a scary moment for Annie Haug out there on course. That a bee actually made its way into her aero helmet and she couldn't get it out. I don't think she has been stung by the bee, but it was a little bit of a scary moment for our defending champion.
Do you know how they solved that problem? I just heard from our spotters. And the motor driver poured water over Anna's helmet.
Oh, great.
So great effort from our motor drivers out there.
We've had a few bees in the studio already today,
yeah,
so they are out and about. And I know last week we had another race, Challenge Valsi in Austria. And a couple of days before the race, Lottie Wilms, who was the favourite to win that race, was stung while she was out training by a bee, and she actually discovered that she was allergic to bees, so had to be rushed to hospital. And it was quite a scary moment for Lottie because she started to get some respiratory distress. So yeah, a little scary out there with the bees.
As we then have Anne Haug in the picture, and we have another clip about her and her secret about driving on the bike.
Absolutely no idea. I studied sports science and maybe I would have stick to that. But I'm very happy that I found triathlon. I got a triathlon professional. I mean, do 80% what's really healthy and go 20% crazy, that you have a little bit fun in your life as well. First Hawaii start where I saw Sarah Roth always for maybe 35 Ks ahead of me, and just at K36 I overtook her. It took me a really lot of patience, so maybe that was the toughest battle I had. Sail on the bike. I mean, I crashed a lot of times. It was maybe my fault as well. So I crashed in London and I got my hip broken, so that was not really my best part. Always think what you already have achieved, and even if you have a down phase, you just have to be patient and wait, because a better phase will come. The marathon is just so long and feelings can change, or pain can change, so always continue, don't stop, just go and hope for the best.
And we are back on the track. Some insights to the life of triathlon of Anne Haug, our defending champion, who is still in second position and who is also still working on. And Belinda, you have some information, because we had that question about which bike we're using. Oh, first we have a recap.
Well, we're looking at the recap of the race from earlier today. Fenella Langridge took the lead over Rebecca Clark. They make their way up the first climb here on the course in Greeting. Rebecca Clark out of the water in first place, along with Fenella Langridge. We've got Patrick Lange chasing hard, but continuing to lose time on our lead three. Was a lead group of 5. We then lost Henato Kaluzi. Maurice Clavel was next to pop off the back, and we are left with 3. First time up Solaraberg. We didn't have Solaraberg last year. Incredible scenes out there today. They're predicting Around 50,000 spectators on Solaraberg. Fenella Langridge winning the award for enjoying it the most. The look on her face, absolutely priceless. That smile says it all. While Annie Haug was stealth as she made her way up the climb for the very first time. Incredible aerial footage, but there is no question right now. This man, Jan Frodeno, the GOAT himself, is definitely in control and leading this race. They are moments away from T2. We are expecting our lead three men. That is Jan Frodeno, Robert Kallen from Sweden, and Magnus Ditlev from Denmark. We are expecting them into T2 very, very shortly, while we have Fenella Langridge leading our women's race today. But Annie Haug is starting to take small amounts of time out of her. 6:05 back to Annie Haug right now.
And yeah, they are getting closer to Eiselden, another great hotspot, we have to say. It's called the Pretzel Mile, so to say. There's a bakery setting up a big hotspot. They are doing pretzels in all forms of triathlon that we have there, runners and bikers.
I absolutely love that. They're my downfall when I come to Germany. That's why I go home about 3 or 4 kilos heavier than what I came over. It's because of those damn pretzels.
And I don't see it, so that's awesome.
Believe me, it's there.
And there are also, according to Catherine, it's the best sausage you can get, especially her favorite sausages you can eat there on the track. So another great hotspot where our female races are heading to is Eiselden. And right afterwards, there's a new hotspot actually at Zell, where deaf people are cheering on quietly to the athletes, because there's a big hospitality where they are in, and it's really interesting what ideas people bring up to us.
Oh, it's absolutely incredible. And as you said, each and every year coming up with something bigger and better. Just to get back to that last question, I know back in the day, 58.11 was about as big as we would go on the bike as far as gearing. But I've just been told that Magnus's chainring is about a 64. So that gives you some sort of indication.
That is huge. Oh my goodness.
So pretty incredible, I have to say.
By the way, we were talking about the motorbikers. Just a little story there. This is also a big fleet of moto drivers out there. They are, among others, driving the TV cameras, of course, for us, the spotters for us, Felix and Catherine on a motorcycle. Also, all the referees out there are on the motorcycle. So this fleet is really big. They're always meeting him before. Jürgen Heilmann is in charge of that, doing a great job. And again, here we come to family affairs. My father's also out there.
Oh, fantastic.
He's driving on his motorcycle. This time he's going with the German TV station. Like 2 years ago, he was also going here around with the first athlete. This year, he's following the TV station, the relay of the TV station. So every year, something else to do. And for them, it's great to be out there and enjoying the race from this point of view. So that's really also a great part of volunteers on the motorbikes. So if you at home ever feel like coming to Germany and join our motorcycle fleet, feel free. We are always happy about motor drives here. As we can see, Anne Haug still looking good. That little incident with the bee, she managed pretty well. We heard one of our motor drivers helped out, pulling water over her, and the bee was gone, and it doesn't look like she got bitten. And we have a challenge. We have Jan Frodeno in front still. As we said, they're getting closer to T2. So now we are 4 hours 53 minutes into the race.
So you
409 minutes of swim. Gonna be interesting.
You can see that he is now completed the 2 laps, and he is on that straight chute section. It's a 9-kilometer section that basically takes them from the end of the loop, of the second loop, straight back here to us in town. And this is a really fast section of the course. It's slightly downhill, and you can see he is right into T2 now. He will make that right-hand turn. You can see the Datev archway. So he has really taken control of the last 20 to 30 kilometers of the ride here today. It'll be interesting to see just what the men behind him, so Magnus Ditlev and Robert Kallen, look like. Watching Jan right now, he is not hanging around. He is straight into transition. He'll pick up his bag, then head into the transition tent.
And you can see normally I just want to say normally they are handed the bags because, yeah, as I said, we have more than 1,000 volunteers here.
No.
And oh my goodness, he's looking for his bag. That's not good. We have Magnus now in transition area 2. He got his bag. I don't know if one of the volunteers hold it in hand. Frodo is not inside. Not sure if he passed on the right side. There he comes in. There is his bag. So far we're looking good.
All right, here we go.
But he's had a little smile on his face, so this is good.
They're going to make this. Someone out there wants to make this hard for him.
Oh, yes.
That was a little bit of a scare, and it often happens. You know, the bag's not where it's supposed to be, or they've just missed.
And he's out, but he's out before Magnus. Just look at that.
I have to say, that was the fastest transition
Yes.
I've ever seen in long-distance racing in my life. So I think Jan wants to get out there and be out of sight, out of mind. So far, not showing any indication of an issue with that Achilles.
And again, tons of people out there cheering. Now they're crossing the bridge. We'll turn to the right down direction canal. And we can...
And look at that, Julian, look at that lead he's already got. Now, they went into transition together. We know that he had that little bit of a mishap, and he's already managed to gap Magnus Ditlev. And we are still waiting to see where Robert Callen from Sweden is. So it looks like in the final 9 to 10 kilometres of this bike ride, they have managed to put a little bit of a gap between themselves and Robert Callen.
It was like 1 minute 20
wow,
or so.
Okay.
In beforehand, so he must arrive any minute soon. And as you can see here one more time, as said before, biggest part of the volunteers are set here. They work all day long because you have to imagine you have to set up this whole station in the morning. You are sorting the bags until the very end at night at like 12 o'clock. They're still checking out the bikes, so they are working almost for 14-20 hours in this T2. So the volunteers doing an amazing job, as we can see Robert Cullen now in T2. We will in any second see how far he is behind when he will start the run. We can check the bike finish here. So he's 1 minute and 50 behind Jan and Magnus.
So
lost some time on the last kilometers too. And we will see how well he can run. We said before he did it.
Now, sorry, we are looking now at Magnus.
Oh.
So that must have been Robert Cullen. It looks like Magnus Ditlev has lost some time.
That's Robert Cullen. That's Robert Cullen.
It is?
He's now leaving. Yeah,
I can't.
Magnus is gone. And this is one of the biggest moments. Yeah, Catherine is always coming down to T2, as again saying hi. And I still remember because I was there with the athlete service before, and I did the commentating actually there in T2, which was really great. And Catherine was always there cheering. And I think Catherine can hear us now in T2. Hopefully. Still working on it. Catherine, can you hear us in T2? How is it down there? Okay, still working on the connection. There is a lot going on at T2. So, no worries. We are working on it. We will be back any minute. But what we can tell you is start of the run is Jan Frodeno in front.
Magnus in second and Robert Cullen in third. But the big news, I think we have a new bike record.
Yeah, we have
4:54:01 for Jan Frodeno. Incredible. I cannot believe it. I did not expect to get that today, but...
Doing some math, we have 4:54 and we have to...
That's pretty incredible.
That is
so 4:54:01 for Jan Frodeno, 4:54:07 for Magnus Ditlev. So 2 incredible rides from these young men. We know that Cam Wirfs is 4:05:37. So Jan Frodeno has well and truly crushed that record of Cam Wirf. You know what that means, Cam Wirf, if you're out there listening, we need you back next year. You need to come back next year and get that record back.
But isn't it even
4:05:37?
But Magnus must be.
No, he's a little bit. No, he's behind. 4:54:07 is his record, so it's up.
But Magnus came out of the water 1 minute 50 after.
I know. Well.
But so you know, he came out of the water 1 minute
actually,
later.
You're right. So
it must be Magnus who's first.
Torsten Rade, are you letting me down?
Yeah, but just count it. I mean, 1 minute 50
I
after
know.
the water, after the swim.
I
so
agree.
now they entered T2 together. So 1 minute 50 was Magnus Ditlev faster on the bike course.
We need to get this sorted. So far
So
right now.
just to see that in a realistic way,
Hold on. Magnus Ditlev 4:01.56, new bike record. Oh
yes,
my gosh.
because he was late out of the water.
Sorry.
Yeah. No, all good.
That's why you don't just read. That's why you don't just read
counted.
the statistics off the screen.
I just started counting. My mind was doing
It's like,
the
hold on, that doesn't make
mathematics.
sense. So
yeah.
Jan Frodeno broke the record, which was Cam's record, and now Magnus has broken it again. So 4:01.56 is the new bike record here today for the 20th edition of the DATEV Challenge Roth, powered by HEP. Incredible ride by the young Dane, 24 years of age. Now out onto the run course, 6 seconds behind the GOAT, Jan Frodeno. And what a difference in their running styles. You've got Jan Frodeno, a beautiful run-up. Both very, very tall athletes, so both very, very similar in stature, but very, very different in their run technique. You've got that loping long stride of Magnus Ditlev.
And now it looks like we can go to T2 to Felix and Catherine. Didn't work before, but it looks pretty good now. I don't know who's on the phone, but guys, how is it at T2? Give us an insight. There you are.
It is really, really cool. And we're here together with about 800 volunteers in 2 shifts that will be working with the athletes. They will take the bike, they will give the bag. The ladies here will help the athletes dress and then pack the bag again. So full service and all.
Incredible.
We had a little bit of a heart attack when Jan came in. There were exactly 2 bags without any number. One of them was Jan's, but our volunteers were smart enough to store them. And when Jan was shouting, one of the volunteers was opening the bag, and here were his Hoka shoes. So it didn't take too long for him to get his right shoes. But even for pro athletes, always put your number on your transition bag.
Perfect, but we have volunteers who are in charge for that, who care for everything, and we're so thankful to have them out there. You said it's the biggest volunteer station that we have out there. In 2 shifts, they're working all day long, Felix. An amazing effort that they bring up there, the helpers, the volunteers.
It is absolutely. What I actually forgot, there is a 3rd shift who will do the checkout of the bike. So we'll have another 200 volunteers coming in. And this for sure is one of the spots where we have most volunteers on one place.
So this is really, truly amazing. We are now going out onto the run. I don't know how you've seen the race so far. Frodo is really, really strong out there, but also Magnus Ditlev is really strong. And Felix, I can tell you, first Frodo broke the record, but because Magnus was faster in the was behind in the swim, we have a new bike record of Magnus Ditlev. What do you say about that?
Sorry guys, I really can hardly understand you. What I'll do, I'll try to shoot over to the stadium and come up to your studio, then we can talk about that, because here it's very, very loud, very intense, good atmosphere, while we wait for the next to come here into transition.
All right, Felix, thank you so much. We're waiting here for you. Say hi to Catherine and then have a safe trip over here to us.
Right now we have a very, very good news from the Red Cross and Water Security. Everyone has left the channel safe and sound. So everyone is out of the water, and we don't have anyone who had any injuries there. So we're very, very relieved. Tick 1.
Great, Felix. Thank you so much. We are happy about that too. And yeah, enjoy the ride over, and we will see you soon. See you.
Incredible.
And this is the point I can always say, and in this moment when I meet Elise, she's always saying, also Queen Mom, she's always saying, this is the most important point for her, because in that moment she knows everyone is out of the water, everyone is healthy, everyone is good, and this is really an important information we get here. Every athlete of the age groupers and relay is out of the water safely.
And just to give us an update, because we know that not all of our viewers have been watching since the get-go this morning, so that's important for us to remember. Yep. With all the different time differences around the world, some are just joining in now, they're probably wondering where we're at. So just to give you a bit of a recap, on screen right now, our leader has been our leader since the get-go, since 6:30 this morning, Jan Frodeno. Won here back in 2016, is leading again here today. We have Jan Frodeno coming in off the bike in first, Magnus Ditlev setting a new bike record to come in second off the bike. 4:01.56 is the new bike record. He has taken that record from Cameron Worth. And in third place, of course, we have Robert Kalin. In our women's race, Fenella Langridge continues to lead, but her lead is coming down with Annie Haug in second place, 5:43 back, as we see Maurice Clavel coming into transition now. So Maurice Clavel was originally in that lead group with Frodo, Magnus Ditlev and Robert Kalin. He was able to stay and lost quite a bit of time towards the latter stages of the ride, but coming in now, you can see that he's really given it everything that last 30 to 40 kilometres. So our top 4 men now in off the bike. It's definitely going to be very interesting to see that split back to Patrick Lange, our defending champion. But just to update you, the top 4 professional men are off the bike and onto the run. Our professional women are still out there completing the last lap. So with the bike course here today, they complete 2 full laps before then doing a 9-kilometre straight shoot into transition. So we have separate transitions. T1 is out at the canal, T2 is in here in town, and then the finish line is right behind us. So it's a man-built finish stadium that the athletes will finish in today. So split transitions. But Maurice Clavel now making his way out onto the run. And let's talk a little bit about this run course here. Okay. Okay. All right. So, wow. Jan Frodeno.
Oh no, he's out.
He's decided to stop. That's telling me that he is calling it a day.
Oh, whoa, whoa.
And you know, it's interesting because I thought for sure he'd be okay. And it wasn't until we got Sebastian Kinley in here in studio and listened to his wise words of wisdom that I thought, you know what? He makes a really good point. Well, you know what?
And yeah, it's the Achilles.
It's the Achilles. And look, honestly.
Oh no.
Yeah, and that's his Albert, his masseuse.
That's a tough moment.
That's his manager, Felix, there hugging him. You know what? They had to give it a try.
Yes,
I think
sure.
He made it abundantly clear in the press conference. He's not happy.
No, he's down. He does such a great race, such a fantastic bike course, leading the whole field, leading the whole race.
I really feel for Jan right now. It's, you know, he's 40 years of age. He knows that he doesn't have that much longer in the sport at the top of his game. After such an incredible swim and bike, and he really looked, I have to be honest, he really looked good leaving transition. Yep. And I just thought, okay.
He was just going for it.
Yeah, things are looking okay, but he's got to think of the bigger picture too now. He's still got the World Championships to contend with in October at the end of the year, and that's the most important race for him. And he did say that he just wasn't going to be sure. Because, you know, you don't put yourself in this situation where you bike 180k on the rivet.
Yep.
I mean, you can do your training rides or your brick sessions where you do a bike ride with a run off the bike, but you really don't know how you feel until you're in a race situation. As we can see right now, our defending champion, Patrick Lange. And, oh my gosh, did you see that? Who went past Patrick Lange then was no other than Sam Long. So great back end of the ride for Sam Long, coming into transition now with our defending champ, Patrick Lange. These two will have no idea at all what has happened out on the run course. They will not know that Jan Frodeno has stepped off the course. But there we go. Sam Long followed by Patrick Lange and Brad Weiss. Henato Kaluzi right there, followed by Patrick Lange and Sam Long on screen right now. And there you've got Bradley Weiss also making his way into transition. So these men would have no idea of what is going on up front. Right now we have a brand new race leader. Magnus Ditlev of Denmark, the young 24-year-old, is now leading. We've got Robert Kalin in second place. And once these men make their way out of the tent and onto the run course proper, it's going to be very, very interesting to see what this does to Patrick Lange. He is the fastest marathoner on course by a long way. He will have support crew out on course.
And now they're coming out of transition area 2. And we are having a look at the numbers when they leave transition area 2. So Maurice Clavel was 10 minutes 20 behind now our leading athlete, which is now Magnus Ditlev. And having a look at Sam Long and Patrick Lange, they are 14.5 minutes behind. So quite a gap, but durable. Now the interesting picture is now, Belinda, if we have a look at our leader now is Magnus Ditlev. For him, the race has in some way totally changed because he was going with Frodo. He was going
completely changed.
Yeah. So you just said, okay, I follow this guy. I go his speed, his pace. Now he's leading the race from the front because up to then, I just want to say it was pretty close to the race with Ben Hoffman last year, this year where he was second, and it's up second. And now the question is, what will he do now? I mean, of course, just go for it, defend your first position. But yeah, totally different race now for the Danish Dynamite.
Honestly, he is in the prime position. And even though he's only 24 years of age, so incredibly young, he's an incredibly mature athlete. And he will not be fazed at all by this. What I loved was, did you see when Magnus Ditlev finally went past? Jan gave him a bit of a shake, a handshake, and said, "This is your race now." And it's not the way any of us wanted to see it. It's not the way Magnus wants to see it. But Jan Frodeno, just for our viewers out there, was leading the race early on in the stages of the marathon. Unfortunately, his Achilles just starting to get to him very, very early on. He's made the wise decision to step off the course. This has, of course, meant that Magnus Ditlev, the young man on screen now, is leading the race. He ran a 2:40, so a 2:41, I believe, earlier this year. So we know that he can run. The heat will definitely play a part with Magnus Ditlev. We've seen him a few times in Daytona where it's been very, very hot on that track and the heat has really got to him there. So it will be very interesting to see how he handles the heat today out on this marathon. As we said, the first 20 kilometers of this marathon up on that canal, you can see it is deadpan flat. However, in saying that, it is quite gravelly, and I ran on it the other day and I was quite surprised. They've just relayed it, so there's a lot of movement. It's actually a lot harder to run on than it's been in the past because there's a lot of loose gravel and you really need to choose your line while you're running on it. And 20 kilometers on the canal, you go all the way down one end, you do a U-turn, you go all the way down the other, and it is a really quite a difficult mental battle because all you can see is a long, straight canal, and it's very, very hot out on this canal. There is no shade whatsoever. We know the temperatures are starting to really rise, so it's going to be crucial that Magnus Ditlev stays calm, stays collected, makes sure that he gets enough hydration in at each of the aid stations. But once he's told what that buffer is back to the likes of Robert Kalin and our runner Patrick Lange, it's going to give this young man confidence because, that is a huge buffer. Even for the likes of someone like Patrick Lange, who we know can run, who will run down in the mid 2:30s here today. But unbelievable race for young Magnus Ditlev. 24 years of age, only done one other full distance race in his career. This is his second now. We are going to go right down now while we are looking at Magnus Ditlev to a clip that we've done on Run Tactics.
The mental challenge of the run is the most severe, and while I said when you start the bike, it's better not to think about the 180K. Anytime I start the run, the first thought's always, oh my gosh, I gotta do 42 Ks of this, and then you kind of get your legs underneath you. There's usually fans cheering, so it's okay. But I actually find the darkest point of an Ironman marathon always comes a little after halfway, about 25K. I'm always thinking like, I am really hurting and I still have another 15 to 17K. And then Once you get to 35K, it's easy. Everything's taken care of.
The Roth here is only my second full distance, so it's still a very unknown territory, but from my previous experience in Texas I did earlier this year, I just really had to focus on small parts and divide it into maybe 10, 11 times 4 kilometers or some smaller goals in your head, because if you just think, okay, I have 38 kilometers left, then your brain cannot comprehend that. So it's much better to divide it into smaller pieces and then wing one off after another.
And we're back at Dativ Challenge Roth, powered by HAP. A lot of things have happened while our men are on the running course around about kilometer 6. As we can see, our leader, which is no longer Jan Frodeno, but it is Magnus Ditlev. Jan had struggles and issues again with the Achilles and had to stop the race, so he is out. And now, completely new situation for the Danish guy. He is alone at the canal in the sun, making his way. And he has chase group of, among others, Patrick Lange.
This young man on screen right now.
Yes, the best runner out there. He is aiming at Magnus Ditlev, and he has to close a gap of 14.5 minutes after T2. You can see he's running a pace of 3 minutes 23. Incredible speed already.
Just to put into perspective, he ran 2:38.30 on this course last year.
With a shorter bike course, but still perfect. Incredible.
Very, very fast runner. One of, if not the fastest runner in long distance triathlon right now. I would imagine that he would have his team out there on course. He would be aware now that Jan Frodeno has had to step off the course due to his Achilles not being quite right. A very difficult decision for a professional triathlete to have to make. Speaking to Sebastian Kinley earlier on set, it's a decision that you never want to make, and it's often a difficult one. And often when you're in race mode, you don't make that right decision, as we see a great fist pump from these two. Patrick Lange overtaking Sam Long. So while Sam Long was able to catch Patrick Lange on the latter stages of the bike, Patrick has now overtaken him on the run. So Patrick Lange making his way up to the Lange and up onto the canal. Once he's onto the canal, he will get an opportunity to see exactly where his competition is, because obviously along the canal, we go straight up one end of the canal, we then do a U-turn and go all the way down past the Lange to the other end of the canal, 20 kilometers in total on this surface. And while this surface is quite nice for the legs, because it is quite forgiving, it's definitely not as easy as it has been in the past, because it is quite loose gravel. And I found that I really had to change my cadence, so I had to shorten my stride and really try and minimize the amount of time my feet were on the ground, just because I felt like I was actually slipping. So you actually feel, if you have a nice long stride, and I think these taller athletes will actually struggle a little bit more than, say, the likes of Patrick Lange, just because you want that surface time to be as minimal as possible. You can see now, beautiful section of the run through the forest. And while we go to a short clip on Patrick Lange.
If I wouldn't have become a professional triathlete, I would have become a physical therapist, because that's what I studied. So I would be on the bench and treating people. You should test the nutrition, your nutrition strategy in training to the maximum. That's the biggest secret you can get. Must be 2017 when I was able to catch Lionel Sanders on the final stretch. I think within the last 5K in Kona to become world champion. I used to be a mountain bike racer. When I was 15 years old, actually, I was competing in a 120-kilometer mountain bike marathon. I faked the signing of my parents because obviously you can't compete in a marathon race until you're 18, so I faked the signing of my dad, compete, and totally screw up the nutrition, just had water with me, and it was a really long day, and I was really suffering at the end. Have a scenic point in mind that motivates you, just getting to a certain point in the race, or also remembering why you have started this journey and what's your goal. I think it's the biggest and helpful advice.
And great advice from our defending champion, Patrick Lange. Welcome back to DATEV Challenge Roth, powered by HEP. We've got our lead female for you on the left, and in second place our defending champ Annie Haug on the right. She has continued to take time out of Fenella Langridge, down now to 5:26. Our leader Fenella just over the 160-kilometre mark. It won't be long before she has completed the second lap and will make her way into transition. Annie Haug looking fantastic after that earlier scare where a bee made its way into her aero helmet. Fortunately, we've been given reports out on course that it didn't sting her. She was able to get it out. She was able to get some of the officials on course to spray some water over her helmet, which meant that the bee didn't sting her. Great for all of us. And now she has continued on her way and continued to take time out of Fenella Langridge. We know that Annie Haug is the fastest runner on course by quite a way, but that's taking nothing away from Fenella. Fantastic race from her. Has basically led from the start. 6:33 the women went off this morning. And you can see now that it's not long before they will be making their way to transition as we go back with our male leader, Magnus Ditlev. 24 years of age from Denmark. He finished second last year at the Challenge Family World Bonus. He had wins at Challenge Budva. He was second in Daytona, so second in Clash Daytona to Christian Blumenfeld. And interestingly enough, when he won Challenge Budva last year, he actually beat Patrick Lange.
Yes.
So Patrick Lange was second.
So he's able to run, yeah, he proved that.
Well, he's only ever done one full distance race, obviously, where he was second at Ironman Texas, had a great battle with Ben Hoffman.
And there he had a partner to run with, so to say a partner, later an opponent.
And he did run a 2:40.56 to be precise, so that is very, very fast running on debut. And if he's able to run something similar today, it's going to be extremely difficult for Patrick Lange to run him down.
But he has to set the pace now on his own.
Do it,
this is a hard way now. As we have
more of our professional athletes making their way into transition. We have been given reports out on course that it is starting to get quite hot out there, so all of these athletes getting ready to start the marathon.
a group of Germans we have here in the transition area, among others Elias Schippengas, Maximilian Rode, Nick Staggenborg and Patrick Drixmeier. All here coming in together, around about 28, 29 minutes behind our leading men.
So that's a huge gap.
Yes.
Incredible to think that the gaps have opened up over a course like this. You usually see those sorts of gaps open up on a very, very hilly or mountainous course, but to see those sort of gaps here.
And we were talking about positions 9 to 12 here. So yeah, she is still in front. Fenella Langridge doing a fantastic race out there. As we've seen before. Yeah, I've just seen that. She was cheering to one spectator who was along the road. That's so great about it. See, there's one spectator somewhere on the road and she's giving them a hi. Such a nice girl. And we will see how much she will have left in the tank when she starts the marathon. As we see Anne Haug now crossing the canal one last time. Then she will enter Eckersmühlen very soon. So this is very close to the swim start. The area around. You can see the caravans on the left side. So this is actually the place. Okay, we've changed the view now, but this was right the position of transition area 1 back again. While we can see now Magnus Ditlev still making his way along the canal. Some people are now here cheering for him. And as we've said, the canal is pretty silent, but it is not completely silent. We still have a lot of hotspots also out there. More in the city, of course, along other side Büchenbach too. But also on the canal, we have some hotspots we talked about before.
And let's just talk quickly about the marathon, the Newton 42.2 kilometre marathon course here today. It's changed quite a bit over the years. And I really love the combination that we have now. As Magnus has made his way down to the far end of the canal, he will now make his way all the way back to where he started. That's at the Lange. He will then shoot out the other side of the canal. So this section, this 20 kilometre section on this hard-packed surface is around 20 kilometres in total. It is completely out in the open. And we do know that the wind has started to pick up. You can see it on the water there. And that the athletes are experiencing a headwind to start with. Right now, for Magnus Ditlev, now that he has made that turn and is making his way down to the other end of the canal, he will have a tailwind, So he will be running now with a tailwind. And while that will be easier in regards to running speed, you also know that when you have a tailwind, it makes it so much warmer. When you've got that wind in your face, it has that cooling effect. And now he will really start to feel the heat off the canal. Once they finish the canal section, so that takes them to about the 20 kilometre mark, they come back to the Lange. They will then make their way back into the town of Roth. They go almost past T2, so past transition. They will then turn a sharp right, make their way through the old town of Roth itself. Now that section is quite tricky because it's on cobblestones, so you'll see it later on today when they make their way through. But the cobblestones all the way through town, very, very difficult to keep your footing, and you've really got to concentrate not to go over on your ankles. They shoot out the other side of the town of Roth and out to the little town of Buchenbach. Now that section is an out and back section. It is quite undulating. It is on road. So while it is undulating, it is also very shaded. So it's a great reprieve for the athletes in as far as not having the sun belting down on their head. So the canal, it's out in the open. They're exposed to the elements like the sun and the wind. Whereas when they do the second half, yes, it's a lot hillier, but they don't have that sun beating down on their head quite so strongly. And it's also quite protected with all the trees that are around there. But you know as well as I do, Buchenbach, great hotspot.
Absolutely, yeah. You're walking around the town pond, so to say. You do one circle there. They set up the big hotspot there 5 years ago, and the little town, it went totally crazy about it. We have like 3,500 inhabitants there, and they did everything. The soccer team, sports teams there in general, they work together. They have different places to eat something. They have different places to cheer. It's really great out there, and because they've set it up so clever. Because you run around that pond, you see the athletes. Because that pond is not really big. It's like a diagonal of 100 meters at least. So you can see the athletes rocking around. You have a long angle of them. There's also the school, actually, the elementary school. There has set up a big hotspot only for kids. It's the kids' hotspot, so to say, where kids can play, cheer. They have a little garden where they have a little fence that they don't run on the run course. They can cheer behind that little fence. It is really, really cute what ideas they bring up. And most of these hotspots don't come because the Waldhöfers say, come on, hey, or Challenge says, hey, do a hotspot.
They want to do it themselves.
They want to do it themselves. They write emails and say, hey, I have a team here, I have an idea, this is a great spot, we do this and this and that, and okay, Challenge, they always support them with a tablet, with technical issues, with music, but else, everything is done by the teams there in the little cities, town, villages, and this is great.
And back with our women's race, I've been given some great information out on course. Of course, we've been concentrating, I must admit, on Fenella Langridge, who has been leading all day long. We know Annie Haug, our defending champ, is in second, around 5.5, just under 5.5 minutes back. But the big mover, and I've been watching her all day long because I was a little concerned during the first lap. She was a little further behind than I would have liked, but I should never have questioned it because Laura Siddle now has made her way into third place. She is 16 minutes 42 behind our leader, but she has made her way into third place. Honestly, Laura Siddle has to be in one of the most consistent races here in Roth. I don't remember the last time she didn't finish on the podium, so she's put herself back into a podium contention. In fourth, we have our early swim leader, Rebecca Clark, and in fifth, we have Judith Corican. So great to see Judith still having a very, very strong race in fifth. In sixth, we have Elisabetta Corridori from Italy, also having a strong race. In seventh, Magda Nievelt, coached by the one and only Yvonne van Vlecken, who has won this race on 3 occasions. In eighth place, we have Carolyn Leerrider. So that is our top 8 women out on course. They are getting ready to make their way into transition. So great to see that Laura Siddle, second place here last year, has made her way into third position. We know that Laura traditionally runs very, very well on this course. But no denying that this young man, Magnus Ditlev from Denmark, out in front. We know that Robert Kellen is only 3 minutes 20 behind, so 3:20 behind. So managed to make up quite a bit of time so far. And that's at the 8-kilometre mark of the marathon. Still very, very early days here.
While now Fenella Langridge is entering transition area 2 as the first woman after now round about 5.5 hours. We have Fenella Langridge now in transition area 2. Everything works well. Great work of all volunteers here to grab her bike. Now she takes 2 turns to the left. And there will be, as you can see, a volunteer holding up her bag for her, so she doesn't have to look for anything. She can grab it directly. And now we can see her entering the tent to change. And the question will now be, how much time will she have, or will she be ahead of Anne Haug? And can that be enough? So great time still of her. 51 swim, 4 hours 35 on the bike. Great performance of the British athlete so far. And as you can see, our volunteers in the tent, they are with you, they are holding. And the good thing is they don't only do that for the pro athletes. You should see that in the later hours, no matter when they come in, they help every athlete to change. Some little struggles here with the shoes for Fenella. Oh, it looks good. Grabs her sunglasses, her hat, which will be extremely important now. You can hear the cheering of the spectators. There in the back you see the space for the bikes. When we look back again, like 6 hours or so, this is filled with bikes. And as we said before, all our volunteers will work until midnight to check out the bikes again, and even tomorrow morning. They have to set it down. And now she's making her way along on the run course. 42 kilometers to go for Fenella Langridge. And here is the chaser, so to say. Anne Haug, defending champion. On the last check, she was 5 minutes behind. And she's also on the last part, on the last section, getting to T2.
So incredible ride by Annie Haug, as expected. She's really made most of her gains up in the latter section of the bike here today. We will be having Dan Lorang, her coach, also the coach of Jan Frodeno, coming to join us in the studio. So as soon as we can get Dan Lorang in here, he will be able to give us an update on Annie Haug and also, of course, on Jan Frodeno. So those just joining in, unfortunately, Jan Frodeno has had to step off the course. He led off the bike into T2, was able to start the run, made his way up onto the landing, but then obviously had to pull the pin when his Achilles started to give him a little bit of grief. Really, really sad to see, and not a decision that any professional athlete wants to make. But that has meant this young man, Magnus Ditlev of Denmark, the 24-year-old from Denmark, is now in the lead of the race here today, the 20th edition of the DATEV Challenge Roth, powered by HEP. And I must say, so far, looking very, very good. It's always very deceiving watching Magnus Ditlev run. He looks like he's running slowly because he's so tall. He's 6'4", and he's got that really long loping stride, and it often, it's very deceiving. You think that, oh, he's not looking that great and he's not running that fast. So, but don't be fooled, because he is definitely still clicking along, and he looks very smooth up top, nice and relaxed.
And we will see how he will work on his lead while we're entering a quick commercial break.
Success comes a growing commercial effort. What entrepreneurs need is good software from DATEV, because we create connections, fast, secure, future-oriented connections between the data in the enterprise, the tax consultant, and every party involved. As one of the largest IT service providers in Europe, DATEV creates connections for sustainable success.
And welcome back to the DATEV Challenge Roth, powered by HEP. We are here in transition into T2 with our defending champion Annie Haug. She is currently in second place. Fenella Langridge of Great Britain is in first place and already out onto the marathon. We also have for you in studio with us now Annie's coach, Dan Lorang. Dan, thanks for coming and joining us.
Belinda, thanks for having me.
Now, Dan, obviously, second position. She's continued to make up quite a bit of time on Fenella, particularly in the latter stages of the bike. We know that she had a little bit of a mishap in T1. She then had a little bit of a mishap with a B, going into a helmet. I mean, she's handled it with absolute precision. Hasn't let it get to her. She's now heading out onto the marathon. We know that she's the most incredible marathon runner in the world. Will she be happy with where she is right now, having made up those, quite a bit of time on Fenella?
I think, first of all, Annie will not think about is it good or bad what I'm doing at the moment. She will just try to get the best out of her. And then in the end, when she comes over the finish line, then she will decide or say, okay, that was everything was in my hand. And then she will make the analyze, but not during the race. She will just be focused on the race, even if something happened. Perhaps there's even some more adrenaline going on when things go wrong. Perhaps it will even help. So, but at the moment, this will not disturb her. She is really focused, and I think the running performance will not be, there will be no issue because she had some misses in T1 or T2.
Now, anyhow, incredible athlete. She, obviously won Kona in 2019. She was our Challenge Family World Bonus winner last year, winner of this race last year. Doesn't really have a weakness, and as I said, one of the best and most beautiful marathon runners we have in the sport. And I've always said, every athlete, no matter who you are, even Jan Frodeno, has a weakness. And if I was to say one weakness for Annie is probably this every now and again, that she just overthinks or sometimes she overanalyzes certain things. It's not her athletes that beat her, it's Annie that beats Annie, if that makes sense.
I think you're right when we talk about the training, when we talk about the time before the competition. But this will never happen in the competition. In the competition, when you ask her what she's thinking, when she has a good day, she said nothing. So she's really in that flow. And for sure, the days before, the weeks before, there it's really doubting. Even some days ago, she said, can I really do this? I think I'm get sick or whatever. So there's always doubting. And I think it's also part of it. And you have to take it serious. So it's not that as a coach you say, yeah, it's like always.
You'll be fine, you'll be fine.
Yeah. So you go into that talk, you try to help, you try to assist. And then finally, if everything fits, she will have a good result in the end.
Yeah, I was talking to her a couple of days ago and she said to me, oh, Belinda, did you ever get used to taper week? I feel so horrible and I don't like tapering. And I said, you know what, Annie, I've done 50 of these and I don't think I ever perfected the taper. I think it's something, particularly athletes, we're so used to expending a certain amount of energy every day and leading into a full distance race, that's just not possible. And it's a frustrating feeling. And I'm not sure that there are any athletes out there that actually truly like it and have perfected it.
Yeah, the problem during tapering is that the body gets recovering, so it gets really time to listen to it and also to bring something to the surface where perhaps it's really down. For example, if there's athlete normally gets sick in the tapering phase. They normally not get sick when they have high load. So it's a really critical phase, and you have to find the right balance between being activated and getting enough recovery to be fresh enough for the competition. And there we have fine differences. You have some athletes who have to do still a lot of training during this tapering phase, and some athletes who really have to go completely out and really should recover, especially athletes who are really muscular, so who have a problem to recover fast from the muscles. There you have to be careful. With pure, I would say, with if you have athletes with thinner muscles, with pure endurance muscles, there you can go quite close with the training load.
Wow, and obviously your job as coach is to analyse and to make sure that you give the specific recovery and also taper for each individual athlete.
Exactly, that's something what you try to find out we are working together now for 18 years, I think, 18 or 19, so we know each other already quite well. And so you try also different things, and I always say when you find the right key, then you should stick to that, because it also gives some kind of routine and helps also to stay calm before the competition, because okay, things are coming up like last year, and last year I win, so everything's fine.
And I have to ask, Jan Frodeno, he looked so good in the swim, he looked so good on the bike. Left transition in first place, was first out onto the marathon, and then we saw him obviously walk off the course. It's not something that any of us wanted to see. It's not something that Jan Frodeno wanted. Of course, you knew that it was always going to be an option, and there was as soon as he had any sort of niggle with the Achilles, that the only sensible solution was to walk off course.
Yeah, so we as a team, we said to Jan, and also he agreed, that we have one big final goal in his career, and that is to go again for a win in Kona, and this should happen this year. and so there should nothing between that win and now. And we know that there is a risk to come to the competition today, and so he really agrees to say, okay, if I feel on a scale from 1 to 10, if I feel a 4 or 5, so a pain scale, then I go out. And that's something what he agreed to the whole team, physiotherapist, to his manager and to myself. So I think he just stick then to that plan. For sure, he felt something and he said, okay, it was nice to be here, it was to be out in that crowd, to enjoy what I'm doing, to see that I'm still up there, but now is the time to be clever, to pull out, to be ready for Kona.
And how difficult is that decision as a professional athlete? How difficult is that decision to make? Is it something that you just think, no, instantaneously I'm out? Or is it something that you fight with for a couple of kilometers?
Yeah, normally this is really something what is quite hard for an athlete, because they want to fight, they want to come to the finish line. We remember Jan, when he had the back problems, he still continued. So the rational part is somewhere really far in the back of the head. There are the emotions that are coming up. There was the plan behind this, so we talked about this already in front of the race, so there was the possibility, and I think that's why he was also able to take the decision, and we didn't let it out to just coincidence. We said, okay, if this happened, then there's a plan, and he stick to that. But for sure it was not easy for him. For sure he wanted to continue even some more case just to be in that amazing crowd here.
And look, I have to ask it. You've worked with Jan Frodeno for quite some time now. What's it like to coach Jan Frodeno? Because for many of us, he's this enigma. He's almost like this invincible... I always say he's the full package, because he's not only the greatest athlete we've seen in long-distance triathlon, but he conducts himself so well off-field as well as he does on-field. He's the penultimate professional athlete.
I think what is really special with him, he loves everything about, I would say about the job. For him it's not the job, but about triathlon, about being a professional athlete. He loves the preparation, he loves racing, he loves the people around, he loves to work with the sponsors. So every part of it, every piece of it, he loves it. It's not just he has to do this, he has to that. No, when you talk to him, even now after a long career, he still give the same answers as a young athlete. He still is passionate. When he come back from a training session, for example, his manager told me yesterday when he did that run pain-free, so in the pre-run, he was so happy, just like somebody who just made his first one.
Yep.
And that is so fascinating about him. That is really something special, and I think that is also the key why he can be so long up there to the world-class athletes.
You know, I was listening, obviously follow him on social media, and one of the funniest things I saw is he put his bike into transition yesterday afternoon, and he had a good look around, and you could see the excitement in his voice, but he quoted as saying, you know, that the transition area out there in T1 was like a kid's store for adults, you know, and you can see that having all these expensive bikes and thousands of bikes out there was something that he just got so much enjoyment from. And you're right, it's something that you would expect a first timer here to have that sort of emotion, but here you've got Jan Frodeno at 40 years of age who's been to every triathlon, the Olympics, Kona, and he still gets that sort of raw emotion and excitement, and it's contagious. I think, you know, that's why I think the whole entire triathlon world wanted to see Jan Frodeno back on a race course, because as I've said, every race is always better when you've got Jan Frodeno in it.
Yeah, and I think it's also something that young athletes should look at, because today young athletes start quite early with numbers, going on watts, heart rate, working really scientifically. What is okay, what is good, but they should always remember, why are they doing that, the triathlon? And I think when you look at Jan Frodeno, there they see why they are doing triathlon, because there they can see the same passion how we started with triathlon. I think that's a good advice, just to look at that and just always remember, hey, I'm here at the start line because I have fun in what I'm doing, and it's not just about performance and about numbers and about going in the best possible way.
And now, while you're here, I have to get your opinion on our professional men's race. We've got Magnus Ditlev, who was the only athlete able to stay with Jan at the end. They started as a group of 5, was then down to a group of 4, then 3, and then obviously into T2, just Magnus and Jan. He's continues to manage to hold on to his lead. I think we just saw a split up on screen that Patrick Lange on screen now is around 12.5 minutes down on Magnus Ditlev. We are very early into the marathon, I mean, obviously, and we know the caliber athlete of Patrick Lange. But do you think Ditlev has a chance? I mean, he ran a 2:40 or 2:41 in Texas in what was his first long distance race. Has he got a chance here to hold on?
So first of all, he's a really talented athlete, so it's really nice to see how he really grew over the last years and quite fast. For sure he has a chance because it's getting hot now. We have special conditions. We don't know exactly how much he had to invest to stay with Jan, but we know he's a good bike rider, so probably it was okay. But on the other side we have one of the best runner out there with Patrick Lange. For sure he had an injury, but I think when he's here on the start line, for sure running will be his strength, and also the hot conditions, he liked it. So I think it will be quite hard for him to keep the first position. Patrick will be there up quite fast, but in the end we have to see, is Patrick already at that level because of the injury or not. But it will be a fight until the end, I guess.
And that's exactly what we want to see. I keep saying the perfect case scenario would be a nice sprint finish right here, like we had with Lucy Charles and Daniela Blymel a few years back, which was still one of the most incredible finishes I've ever seen. With the women's race, obviously, you know, I don't think it's going to be too long before we see Annie Haug take the lead here. And like you said, she's not concentrating on that now. She'll just control what she can control. And wait, what's happening as we see Laura Siddle in third place. So Laura Siddle into transition now in third place. Laura Siddle, one of the most consistent racers here in Roth. I can't remember the last time she finished off the podium. So we actually have the same female athletes in the top 3 out onto the run that we had on the podium here last year. Just a little bit of a reversed order right now.
Yeah, also there, we have to wait until, I would say...
Sorry, I'm just looking at Annie. Is she not the most beautiful? Isn't she not the most beautiful runner? Aye.
For sure, nice to see. But what I want to say is, under these conditions, we always have to wait really until the finish line. Everything can happen. With every athlete, so I will never say, okay, that's it, we got it, until she crosses here the finish line. For sure now she has to make up some time, but at the moment she looks quite good. I hope that she's doing well her hydration, doing well her nutrition, and then I guess she's in the form to really deliver a good marathon, but we will see.
One word about the bike split. We just heard in 2016 Daniela Rief had 4:31 on the bike. Today, Annie had 4:33, so just 2 minutes slower than Danny Reeve back then. Second fastest time ever. I don't know what to say, was this the plan, or did you expect that? Because she's an awesome athlete, but what did you say? It's a fantastic time.
Yeah, we also talk about times, or Annie asked me, yeah, can I do perhaps a really good time there? I'm not really the friend of this, so I said, first of all, our first goal is, yeah, always winning a race. If we win the race, and if you have a really good day, and you come to the finish here, you bring everything to the table, perhaps the outcome of this is a great time, but not the other way around. Now I'm quite curious, because if she had this good time, for sure she invests a lot to be there. So hopefully it was not too much. So I'm now even more nervous. So let's see.
I'm so sorry.
But it was, from my side, it's never a plan to go for a record. It's really, first of all, winning races, and then we look at the time.
Is this something but still in her head? I mean, she know how it's going, or is it just going first for Fenella, or is this somewhere in an athlete's head?
For sure she has this in her head. For sure when she gets the time from outside, she will think a little bit about that. And also she addressed that to me some days ago. That's why I know it's in her head. But like I said, I didn't spend too much time on that. I say, yeah, we'll see. But first of all, focusing, winning racing, doing the best you can, doing no mistakes, staying focused, and then we will see. If the outcome is a new best time, it's great. But
that's an added bonus. It's almost like the icing on the cake.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Oh, look, it's always great. You're one of the greatest long-distance coaches in the world right now. You've got an incredible stable of athletes. Again, a shame that Jan Frodeno was not able to finish. I think we all wanted to see that today, but now we just hope that his Achilles is ready to go for Kona. I know we're all keen to see him on that start line in Kona and to have the race that we know he deserves and is capable of. But thank you so much for joining us in the studio today, Dan. Really appreciate it.
Thank you very much for the invitation, and yeah, hopefully to see you in Kona then.
Of course. Thank you, Dan.
Thank you.
Incredible coach, Dan Lorang, coach of Jan Frodeno and Annie Haug. Reports down on course that Magnus Ditlev is running very, very well. He's basically kept the same pace going since he left transition. And Patrick Lange is so far only able to make up a small amount of time. Like Dan Lorang said though, very, very early stages of the run. We really won't see things happening. And just look at the difference there in the cadence between Patrick Lange and Magnus Ditlev. Completely different style runners, completely different athletes. Magnus at around 6'4", and Patrick, very, very tiny, slight athlete. You can see currently running 3:45 kilometre pace. We know that it is starting to really heat up out there on the canal, currently sitting at about 28 degrees Celsius, but I'm sure it feels like 32 degrees Celsius.
So we're gonna have a quick commercial break for you, and then I can see right behind me already waiting for you, Felix Walchshöfer, our race director, will be here with us in the studio after a quick commercial. We'll be back right soon.
Morgen aussehen. Vor dem Klimawandel können wir nicht davonlaufen. Wir müssen ihn aufhalten. There is no planet B. Invest in solar energy.
Of the DATEV Challenge Roth, powered by HEP. We have a very special guest in the studio now, the one and only Felix Walchshöfer. He's been out there all morning long on the back of a moto, following the athletes on the bike ride and then out onto the run. Felix, thank you so much for being here, my friend. How has it been? What's the atmosphere been like out there this year after no race 2020, restricted race last year, 2022 back with a vengeance, everything back like it used to be, but I think it's even bigger and better than it used to be.
Well, yeah, the triathlon heart is beating again brightly here in the county of Roth. We could already see it at the swim start. There were more people at the swim start on the bridge on the other side of the canal, and Solar Hill was absolutely stunning. But also all the other villages, everything is full. People bring out their beer benches, invite their neighbors, sit in the shade, cheer on the athletes. The volunteers are absolutely doing their max. So we are very, very happy how the race unfolds.
Well, didn't someone tell me there's something like 1,250 beer tables here in the surrounding areas? Yes, I have that stat. I have all the good
Incredible.
stats.
Yeah, you must know that from Marcus, because
Yes,
I pay the bill and he orders.
He orders. He knows exactly how many we need.
Yeah. But we've said that before, Felix. There are so many hotspots out there. It's not you who tell the people, come on, set up a hotspot, because they are coming to you. And this is so fascinating about it.
Yeah, well, the great thing is on the hotspots we have so many teams and clubs out there, and they sell coffee, they sell beer, they do something for their club. And on the other side, they help supporting the athletes. So this is absolutely amazing. So it was, I was blown away today, because I've never seen the race course as full as it was today.
We have also passed one hotspot before, it's Cell, the new one. We have shortly talked about it, where we have deaf people. Well, on camera, we didn't really experience how it was there. Did you get an insight?
Yeah, I was driving through twice. Well, I couldn't actually stop because the pro men were driving too fast. It was the fastest ride I've ever had. Thank God I had a really good motorcycle driver. It was really wild because I wanted to thank the volunteers and then stop at some of the hotspots, but it was really, really neat. Everyone came out. It's a great new hotspot that we have created there. Yeah,
amazing.
And as for the conditions, could we have asked for better? It has started to get a little windier now, but I think the athletes will actually enjoy that because it is starting to really heat up. I think we started this morning at around 12 degrees Celsius. It's now sitting at around 28 degrees Celsius. So I think that wind's going to be a bit of welcome relief, particularly once all the athletes get out onto the marathon course. But looking on screen now, Magnus Ditlev, our leader, of course, after Jan Frodeno had to pull out. I mean, I know for me, watching Jan Frodeno have to step off course, it was gut-wrenching, and I had to take a few deep breaths before I started commentating again because I know Jan personally, and being a triathlon fan like everyone else around the world, I just wanted to see him come here and finish. I didn't care if it was in first place, to be honest. I just wanted to see him have a great race. You were out there. Have you spoken to Jan Frodeno? Have you seen him? Yeah.
He's really gutted, and he said, Felix, it's not my style of racing. I picked him up in the downtown city center here in Roth, and we brought him here on the Festplatz now. It's not what he wanted. It's definitely not what he wanted, and I really felt for him. It was a big punch in the guts.
But in saying that, we know that the reason that he even contemplated getting on the start line this morning, even though he knew that there was a high risk that he wouldn't be able to finish, I think he had to give it a shot because I think this race is so special to him. When he won back here and set the new record in 2016, I think he wanted one last opportunity to feel these crowds, and he got it. He got it on the bike. It was incredible.
This is what he actually said to me. Look, Felix, the last time I was racing here for the world record, I was in a tunnel. And then today I was able to soak everything up, and it lifted me up, and it was so cool. Especially in Solar Hill, I had to put something on my ears because it was too loud, is what Jan said to me. So it's really, really sad, really sad. But hey, look on the pictures. We have still a really, really good race going on out there. Patrick is really, really angry. I saw him. And he will put everything out there, and when you see Margus, what he's doing, it's amazing, absolutely stunning.
And to be honest, looking at the splits now, Magnus has actually started to really find his groove, and he's actually started to pick it up, so he's pushed that deficit. He's now leading over Robert Kalin by 5:44. So that was whittled down to around 3:40 at one stage. But now Magnus, and an aerial shot we had of Magnus before, you could actually see that he had started to pick up his pace. So right now, Magnus has gone through about the 16-17 kilometre mark, and he's got 5:44 over Robert Kalin and around still that 12.5 minute mark back to Patrick Lange. So, I don't know if we're going to see any real moves in this race until the latter half of the marathon. The only thing that worries me about Magnus is I know he doesn't particularly like the heat. I think once he can get himself off the canal, if he can survive the canal where we're out in the elements and get himself on that shaded section through Buchenbach, I think that's going to be the best thing for Magnus right now. And what's going to be nice for him is once he makes this turn, which is coming up very, very shortly, he'll make a turn here on the canal and start running back towards the Landy. He'll get to see exactly where his competition is, and that's a massive advantage. And 12.5 minute lead, that's a sizable lead.
I mean, it was the pick for me, especially for the bike. And I'm really, really interested how he's performing now on the run course. And you're right, the first part is out in the heat, out in the sun, out at the channel. There are not so many spectators. And then for the second part of the marathon, when we run through Roth, it's going to be absolutely madness. And then we have a very shaded part in the forest with some really bad hills,
some undulating,
up and down.
exactly.
Absolutely.
People often think this run is flat because it used to be flat back in the day, but it's certainly not flat anymore.
Yeah. And then we have total craziness again in Buchenbach, and great race unfolding.
But isn't it fantastic to look right now and see that two young men, so Magnus Ditlev at 24, Robert Kalin on screen now at 26, and they are leading this incredible race here in Roth on the 20th anniversary. I mean, would you ever have thought 24 years of age, he's a baby.
I love when athletes come here, especially the young ones, and put their heart out there, and race. And and show the Jan Frodeno, you know, show a Patrick Lange what they're able to do. It's absolutely stunning. And look, here we have the turnaround.
So that is the turnaround of the canal. He will now make his way back. You would have seen in that last camera angle 20 kilometres, so he is not too far from completing 20 kilometres. So Magnus Ditlev, not too far from being at the halfway point of this marathon here today. So he'll run all the way back. And this is where it can be really tricky. This is where you start playing mind games with yourself, because it just looks like such a long way to go. But Magnus now gets the second occasion to see exactly how far back his competition are. He'll see Robert Kalin fairly quickly, but then it's going to be quite a gap before he then sees the likes of Patrick Lange and Sam Long. Sam Long, we haven't spoken too much about him today, but he is running well right now. They've both, he's been able to overtake Maurice Clavel, who we've been told is struggling a little bit in the heat. So it is interesting to see. Bradley Weiss also still out there.
And still, they're all really close together, this chase group, you know. So it's going to be very, very interesting there as well.
And look, and before we let you go, Annie Haug, obviously defending champ, she's having an incredible race. Fenella Langridge still leading, but it is obvious now on screen that Annie Haug is taking time out of her on the marathon, as expected. But hats off to Fenella Langridge for saying, you know what, if you want this title, you're going to have to chase me down.
Absolutely. She looked so strong on the bike. I talked to her several times today. It's absolutely amazing what she showed. It's also interesting that Annie Haug and Patrick Lange had problems, Annie with her start number that she lost. Then at T2, when we were standing there, Jan searched for his transition bag.
I saw that, yes.
Yeah, well, there were 2 transition bags without any numbers sticked on it.
Oh, no.
Exactly.
That's what happened.
That's what happened. But thank God our really clever volunteers out there had a look in the bags and they said this should be Jan. They showed the shoes and everything, and then Jan got the right bag. Yeah.
One, it shows you the professionalism of your volunteers, and they've been doing it for so long.
No one had to tell them. They are doing it. They're doing it for more than 20 years, and this is where we can count on.
And secondly, the professionalism of Jan Frodeno, not to lose his cool, not to get angry at anyone or blame anyone. In fact, he had a little bit of a chuckle. I mean, he was laughing.
Yeah, but what was really funny, I sent the picture of the bag to his manager, called Felix as well, and he said, professional. Okay, guys, I will let you get on. We'll see you later on. Thank you so much, and enjoy the show.
Great to have you here.
You too.
Thank you, Felix.
And that was Felix Volshofer, of course, has been running this race since his father passed, Herbert, his incredible father who had the vision for this race back in 2002. Felix has taken this race with his heart and soul, along with his mother Alice and sister Catherine. And what a spectacular race it is. We see Robert Kalin up on screen right now, continuing to lose a little bit of time on Magnus Ditlev.
I got the times from kilometer 15.5 now, so 18.3 there is only Magnus having passed this point. So in 15.5 we had Robert Kalin 5:44 behind, so he lost some more time, and on the other side Patrick got a little closer, namely 30 seconds. It's only 12 minutes left, so we will see. It's going to be a very, very interesting race, because Magnus is still looking good there in front, leading the race. And we will see how he can manage it to run alone. Last time he had a similar situation, but together with Ben Hoffman. So now he's on his own, has to find his pace and see how his tactic will be.
And I do believe we have another
guest. Yes.
On Zoom, so not here in the studio with us. He is actually out on the course, and it is no other than Chris Gemmell from World Triathlon. So shortly bringing you Chris Gemmell. He's been out on course all day, I believe, so he'll be able to give us a true indication of what it's like out there on course. Of course, Chris Gemmell. Chris, can you hear me? It's Belinda here.
I can hear you, Belinda.
Hey, how are you?
I'm good. I have to correct you in saying I'm as far away from off course as you could possibly get.
Oh, where are you now? Oh, you're not here. Why did I think you were here? Where are you?
I'm in Stockholm. So I'm barracking for these Scandinavians that are showing their face at the front
of course. I don't know why I thought you were down on ground, but good to have you on here anyway. I'm trying to remember the last time I saw you. I think it was at Challenge Almere was the last time I ran into you.
It was indeed when you were doing exactly what you're doing now. I think you had someone else, partner in crime, sitting beside you, maybe Dirk Boppel, but it looks like you've got an avid replacement there.
That's right. And I have to tell you, as an Aussie, it's so nice to hear another Kiwi. I've been inundated with Kiwis this trip. I was in Girona with Sam Kingsford and Samantha, two Sam Osborne and Samantha Kingsford. Also Kyle Smith. So good to see the New Zealanders finally being able to get out and about after being shut down for quite some time over COVID.
Yeah, no, of course it hasn't been an easy time for anyone, obviously with sport in general, but I think it's, as you've heard from Felix and so forth, and from Captain this morning, like, just to get this race off the ground, you can see how much it matters to not only the athletes, but the people, and that's something that I think from an event organiser's perspective, that we've been focusing on at World Triathlon, and it's just great to see that the event organisers, of course, feel the same way. The sport is not, even though it's, of course, that the athletes are the most important part, there's so many critical aspects to putting on these international events, and you can see just how much everybody's enjoying seeing live racing again and being able to support the athletes.
Absolutely. And look, Chris, one of the things I've really noticed since COVID hit us and coming out the other side of this pandemic is just the support that, say, World Triathlon, the Professional Triathlon Organisation, and Challenge family in general, that we're all supporting each other. Just the fact that World Triathlon have got this up on your website. You know, you've got the live coverage up on your website. The Professional Triathlon Organisation has the same. And just this coming together and realising that, we are stronger as one, and just helping each other, knowing that we've all been through these really tough times of late, and that we want to support each other in any way we can moving forward. And for me, being in the sport for 30 years and seeing this sort of support and camaraderie, it's so refreshing.
Yeah, look, it's something that I think has changed recently. I think it's a new strategic perspective that I think everybody has. I think the pandemic again has showed everyone, okay, we can all do our things separately. At the end of the day, it's still triathlon, whether it be long course or short course. But at the end of the day, we all need to support each other. It's a triathlon community. I mean, look, we only have to look at someone like Christian.
Absolutely.
He's dominating at one end of the spectrum to the other. We're all in this together, and we all want to see the sport thrive. And it's difficult. It's not easy at the moment, and it's still going to be not easy for a few years yet. The event organisers out there are struggling to recoup all of those things that, of course, they lost in the last 2.5 years. But that's what we want to be able to do, to support those people, to support the national federations, and at the end of the day, give these athletes the platform that they deserve to do what they do best. And I think that's something that can be lost on everyone, even, of course, all of our age group athletes out there. Like, they didn't stop training when the pandemic was on.
No, that's
that was
right.
something that actually increased because they were able to do more, or that was something that gave them an avenue of, shall we say, a mental health kick that was for everyone's well-being. And I think that's the important role that sport played during that time as well. So it's just good to see everybody out there having fun. We were able to have our first World Championship from an age group perspective in 3 years last week in Montreal. And it's just great to see these events happening all across Europe and around the world now, where age group athletes are able to get out there and compete again. I think it's wonderful.
And of course, later this year at X-Bionics Sphere in Šamarin, Slovakia, we've got the Collins Cup on one day, and we've then got the World Triathlon Long Distance Champs the very next day. I am super excited about that weekend. What a weekend in sport of triathlon.
Yeah, and that's the collaboration that we're looking for. It's not about we need to join forces and make sure that we can collaborate in ways which and Felix would say the same, that we're economically viable to be able to continue to grow. And as you can see, you see this race in front of you at the moment, watching the coverage from start to finish. It's excellent. being away for those 2 years, like, and then coming back, and even though you had the slimmed down version last year, shall we say, you know, it's just great to see everybody out there, and then being able to invest where you want to invest. And I think it's just important that we look at ways to be able to help each other rather than, you know, having these multiple events on multiple different places around the world trying to compete for a small place of the pie.
Absolutely. And look, while I've got you, just one last thing I'd love to talk about. You know, we used to say you were either a short course athlete or you're a long course athlete. All right. And when I was growing up, that's all there was. It was either full distance or it was Olympic distance. You did either or. And now, obviously, over the years, we've got this middle distance or this half distance that's now huge. And now you've got these athletes like the Gustav Edens and the Christian Blumenfelds who have said, well, I'm not going to be put into one box here. I'm going to do it all because I love it. And we're getting more and more. You know, we've had Vincent Louis dabble in longer distance Jalligens, Martin Van Riel, they've tried the half distance. And then, you know, obviously Christian has taken it a step further and he is now one of the fastest overall 3 distances. Do you find that fascinating? I mean, you grew up and you trained with Jan when he was a short course athlete. You've seen the progression from being Olympic champion to now being the greatest long distance athlete we've had. But to see Christian Blumenfeld now being the best over all distances in one period of time, it still blows my mind.
Yeah, look, I guess I can give my perspective on this, and you've had some pretty enlightening guests. You know, I love listening to Dan, especially. You know, he knows the inside and outside of, like, not just the training side, but the mindset of Anna and of course Jan. So, like, you get that perspective, and I can see, you know, from the chats going on across your feed, you know, what the people are listening to. You know, these little bites of information, you know, that you can't even get them anywhere. So it's fantastic to have. But what I can say is, from my perspective, in my opinion, it's not a surprise. And if you look back over history, I mean, you know, from Mark Allen and Aaron Baker, they were winning at all distances way back when, right? And in the early 90s and so forth. But then there was a period, I think, where the sport changed a little bit in the sense that, okay, you had drafting element coming to the short course race. I think there was like a while where you had different athletes that came into the sport that weren't necessarily, I would say, your everyday triathlete. They came from different backgrounds, swimming backgrounds, running backgrounds. And now you have this, what I would say, capacity where you have these true athletes. And Kyle talked about it before earlier on in coverage, where he's been a triathlete since he was 12 years old. You know, like, he wasn't a rugby player, or he didn't play cricket. Probably did, being a Kiwi kid.
Yeah, exactly.
But he's come from a background of, when he was a kid, he wanted to be a triathlete when he was young.
Absolutely.
And he's just performed that trade all the way through to the point now where he's, of course, a professional athlete and one of the best in the world. And I think that that's something that is lost sometimes on people's perspective. And that's that you have these athletes that they've just been triathletes. They are triathletes made and born into this sport. And that sort of has taken some progression in time. And that sort of come also, in my perspective, from the fact that when the sport went a little bit mainstream and made the Olympic Games and so forth, that you had then, of course, this funnel of money that comes in different areas and creates these high performance programs. And you only need to say what you said before about, like, Jan and so forth that come with these teams, like, they don't leave any stone unturned. And
No.
that's because they've been in this high performance environment that's been, like, created for them. And then when they exit that environment and then they go and race the long course stuff, they start that environment and they make it again. There's no point to go away and do something different. They want to say, okay, I had this support. I had all of these people around me. It worked for me at the highest level of the sport. Why wouldn't I go and repeat that with my own team in this new version of what I'm doing from a long course perspective? So I think that is, again, being shown again with, like, what the Norwegians are doing, looking at Magnus here, you know, the Danish, that Scandinavian perspective of, they've been dominating, you know, winter sport and Olympics and so forth for a long, long time. But now you have this Norwegian surge across Olympic sport from a summer perspective, and they've just decided, okay, well, it works over here. Why can't we make it work here? And so you see all the things that Christian's posting online and social media. Like, he's not hiding. This is highly technical, highly scientific, what he's doing, and he's not turning up to an Ironman thinking that he can't compete in one, let alone break the world record in the first attempt and then go and win world titles. like he's dead sure that he's going to win because he's sure that he's got the people around him. I think this is something that's like definitely changed. And I think from a woman perspective, and you can probably have more say in this, Belinda, but I think this is the next thing we'll see. We'll see where the women are saying, okay, why not us? You know, why not us?
That's
you know,
right.
Nicola was doing it across the thing, and I think, you know, we might see a few women that are, you know, competing on the World Triathlon Championship Series at the moment, maybe dabbling a little bit more in long course than maybe even I'm in.
Yeah, no, I agree, and even using it. I mean, I think originally they were starting to do it just as a little bit of training, just to do something different, to spice it up a little bit, and then they realised actually I quite like this and I'm pretty good at it, and it's not affecting my training. If anything, it's making me stronger for the sprint distance and Olympic distance racing. So they actually see it as an advantage rather than just doing something, you know, for a bit of fun.
Yep, totally.
Well, listen, it's been an absolute pleasure talking to you. Thank you very, very much, Chris. You are a wealth of knowledge. You've been in the sport longer than I have, I think. So, you know, you've been there through it all. You've seen so much, and you're an absolute asset to World Triathlon. I speak about you quite regularly to one of my good friends back home, Courtney Ackrig, who also works for World Triathlon. I know that she is watching online right now because she keeps messaging me. But fantastic work, and keep doing what you guys are doing because you're doing a wonderful job in the world of triathlon.
Yeah, thanks very much. I think it's you guys are doing a great job of the coverage. It's not easy to keep people entertained for this amount of time, but you're doing a wonderful effort, and I'm sure that the races are going to come down to the wire somewhat. I think that there's some interesting moves at the back of the pack. I don't think Sam Long doesn't seem like he's going too far away at the moment.
He always does it too. He always does it.
Yeah.
No, it's going to be really exciting. And I look forward to seeing you later in the year at the Collins Cup and the World Triathlon Long Distance World Championships. Thanks a lot, Chris.
Will do. Good luck, guys. Take care.
Bye. Always love chatting to Chris. He is an absolute wealth of knowledge. He's been in the sport longer than anyone. He's been at the top of the game. He was a great Olympic distance athlete in his day. In fact, for such a small country, New Zealand really has produced and continues to produce some incredible Olympic distance and long distance athletes. Back in the studio with me now, I keep saying it, Sebi. Have you been out there on the course at all, or you've just been you've been in the VIP tent? Yeah. Don't lie to me now. Don't lie to me.
I never had the experience to
do the VIP.
to get to know the hospitality, and it's not just the city of Roth who does really well with hospitality. No, the VIP tent is not too shabby, and as I see here, they make some good cappuccinos.
I've been sent another flat white.
Automatic refill.
Gosh. Automatic refill.
Yeah, just absolutely love the accent and hearing Chris speak, and I'm fortunate enough to witness him racing firsthand. But I was watching the race the whole time.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible. And look, you know what? We had a lot of people in give their opinion about Jan, and I have to say, you were the only one that actually had it correct. I think we had Jürgen Zach come on and say, no, he wouldn't line up here if he wasn't ready.
I wish I was wrong.
The first time ever you wish you were.
I mean, I have to say, when Jan made this announcement, he's gonna race Roth, and it sounded like he didn't had the ability to run a lot. My first reaction, and I said it on a podcast, was, "Oh, come on, Jan. We have been around long enough to know these. Just down talking yourself before a big race, and I haven't been able to do this and that, and I don't know." But I have to say, I was really, really wrong with saying that. I mean, we've seen Jan always on his very, very best, and so you're so used to, if Jan lines up, he's win the race.
Yeah,
or
absolutely.
Something stupid happens, whatever. I mean, even when something stupid happened, Jan still won the race. I can remember when he broke the world record here, and he went straight in this one corner on the downhill, and also in Frankfurt when he was going straight over some road furniture, and just still somehow managed to keep rubber side down and win the race. So that's how we used to see Jan, and therefore I think it was very difficult to for the people to really believe what he was saying. But I think he wasn't sure himself, and neither was I. I thought it's 50-50. Either he's probably going to win the race, and then we'll see what's next. But unfortunately not the case. But man, we still have a really exciting race on the women's and men's side.
And we know that the men are now through. Well, Magnus Ditlev is now through 21.1 kilometres. Robert Kalin, it's blown out a little bit to about 8:47. So at 21.1 kilometres, Magnus Ditlev leading up on screen now. In second place, Robert Kalin.
And Magnus right now is still, I mean, it's very early on, but his predicted marathon time right now is around 2 hours 40. I mean, that doesn't include that he will definitely slow down at one, because everybody does. It's just a few guys who are not slowing down, including two of them is Patrick, who's probably not gonna slow down, and also Bradley Weiss. I already said before the race he's gonna run a really strong second half of the marathon. He will, in my opinion, have by far the fastest last 10K in this race, and therefore like I already said in the first take, he's the guy who wants it most in this race, and I can tell you this helps a lot in the last 10K of a marathon in a long course race. But even a 2:41 marathon would put Magnus Ditlev in contention to break
for the
Jan's record.
Absolutely.
So we'll see, but I mean, at one point he will feel it. I mean, he will already feel it, but we'll see. It's still a lot of excitement in the race.
And often I say, when you look at Magnus Ditlev on screen, every time I watch him, he doesn't look like he's actually running that quickly because he's got that long loping stride. But it's quite deceiving. He really is actually running quite well.
Absolutely. I had that so often when I was running behind Jan and people were cheering me on. You look better than Jan. You look better than Jan. And I'm like, yeah, but I'm losing 10 seconds per kilometer. So it's great that I look good. But the problem really is if you're a little bit taller, your cadence is just much slower. So from the outside, sometimes it just looks slower, but he is just having these big strides, and he's moving. And so Patrick, of course, he looks much faster.
So great to see.
But also on the women's side, I think we have ourselves a race, and I mean after a very difficult start for Anne, and I wasn't sure what to make out of this. Now she is sub 3 minutes, I think, in second position. And
we were given some information out on course that Fenella did look like she was going through a little bit of a phase where she was struggling in the heat. She was going through the aid stations and taking a lot of water on. But looking at her now, her turnover's still pretty good, Sebi. She's still got quite a nice turnover. She still looks good, but I mean, come on. We're talking about Annie Haug, the greatest marathon runner in the sport. So it's a tough sell, because to me, Fenella still looks great on course now. She still looks composed, relaxed in the upper body, nice turnover, but Annie Haug's just running faster. End of story.
Yeah, it's very difficult also to beat somebody like Anna mentally. Usually when I would be in a lead in such a situation, I would just try to spark this little bit of a doubt in my opponent that is running behind me. So if she has something left, in my opinion, she needs to invest it now, because the only way she can beat Anne is if Anne is not believing in herself anymore. Which is just very, very difficult, because Anne has this amazing, this great experience. She has this experience on the course, and it's very, very difficult. I think the problem is when Anne catches her. I think Fenella has to be very difficult, very careful that she's not falling apart then completely. And Anne looks just absolutely amazing. I mean, I already said that with the cadence, but having these two now side to side, the cadence is crazy.
No, it really is, and look at that. I love it when we get this split screen and we can just compare notes on both athletes. As we said, Fenella Langridge is definitely still running very, very well. It's just a fact that Annie Haug is running even better.
Patrick just clocked a half marathon of 1:16, which is crazy. I mean, he's not giving up for sure, and I think it's still everything is possible in the men's race as well.
Well, we do know that Patrick Lange is catching Robert Kalin. So Robert Kalin, the current, well actually he was the current Swedish middle distance champion. He has now just lost that title because we've just been given word. Challenge Vansbro, the inaugural Challenge Vansbro in Sweden has been run and won. Jesper Svensson will now be the new Swedish middle distance champion. So well done to Jesper Svensson over in Vansbro. But Robert Kalin still holding on to second place, but I think it is inevitable that we will see the likes of Patrick Lange and Brad Weiss and also Sam Long will be overtaking Robert Kalin fairly shortly. There's only a couple of minutes in it right now as the men pass through about the 22 to 23 kilometer mark. So you can see right there now.
Magnus is actually already at the 25k mark when I'm right. I remember that very well. I can remember my first race here, and I was running out of transition, and I was already in first place at that time. And I was running out, and I mean, I felt $1 million. I mean, it was so amazing.
And the crowds and the cheering.
It was, and the people were like, "You're going too fast. You're going too fast. You have to slow down." And I was even responding to them.
No, I'm good. I'm good. This is great.
I'm just warming up. And I also ran the first half of the marathon really fast, and I don't know, I think I have told this story probably before.
No, we love this story. Keep going.
My coach had back then the live timing had a thing, predicted end time, and the predicted end time after half marathon was 7 hours 34 minutes at that time, which would have been something like 15 minutes off the old world record.
Wow.
But then you probably know what happened in the second half, and everybody told me, yeah, the marathon gets really tough after 32k. And I just did the exact same corner Magnus just did, and it was at 25k, and I'm like,
things are not looking good.
Those guys are telling me the marathon gets hard after 32k.
What about now? What about 25?
This is 25, and I am, yeah.
Oh gosh, yeah, it's. Yeah, honestly, the marathon, and particularly out here on this part, I think for Magnus now, once he gets off the canal, he can try and get out of sight, out of mind. We know that there's a lot more shade once he heads out the other direction. It's a lot harder to run it. You've done the run here where you go out and back to Buchenbach. It's not flat. I mean, it's deadpan flat right now on the canal, but very exposed to the elements, whereas we know out the other side, it's a lot more shaded, protected from the elements, but it's a lot harder run.
Absolutely. I mean, it's I would not say it's necessarily harder. It's slower for sure.
Okay.
But also mentally, it can be a little bit easier, you know, because you have like this different kind of scenery, and you see on the canal, they usually don't really allow a lot of spectators, and then you have this very fine gravel. It's super. It's absolutely perfect for training runs. You can just imagine seeing Anne running like this. But yeah, in the race, you always slip these centimeter back in every stride, and then later you run on asphalt, which is of course a little bit harder. But with these shoes nowadays, it's much easier to run, and then it's just more. It's just different, and you have a little bit of a different scenery, so it definitely helps, and a lot more spectators, obviously. So yes, it's definitely slower, but I would not say that it's harder. Yeah.
And what about running through town on the cobbles? We've spoken briefly about, and I know it's only a short section, but Seba, you know, with a marathon, it's all about getting into that rhythm and holding it for as long as possible. And when you go through that cobble section, it breaks that rhythm straight away.
Absolutely, and then with these new shoes, you know, they're not meant to work well on cobblestones. You have to be really careful with that, because it already feels like you're kind of drunk or something, you know, at that point of the course, and then with these shoes it can get really unstable. So absolutely, yeah, you have to really change your rhythm a little bit. You want to have a higher cadence and not just like boom boom fell on the ground. You just want to be light on your feet, which is very difficult at that time in a race. Yeah.
As we see on screen right now, Magnus Ditlev has finished the section on the canal. He will now make his way back through the forest. There is a little bit, we didn't speak about, there is a little bit of this little nasty dog leg that you have to do, which is more of an annoyance than anything else. Before they actually come back into Roth, they have a right-hand turn where they do that out and back section. I always forget about it. And I remember doing the race a few times and thinking, all right, I'm on my way back into town, and then going, oh, I forgot about this section. And
Yeah.
it's not hard and it's not long, but it's annoying.
Yeah, and like you said, you tend to forget about it. It's, I mean, you always try to cheat yourself a little bit. Also, when you look at the course, you tend to mentally skip parts of the course, and then, but when you're actually on the course on race day, then you remember, oh, there's another 3-4K to go. I totally forgot about that.
But Robert Kalin on screen now.
I mean, he's definitely suffering.
Yeah.
Everybody is suffering, no question. I think we talked a lot about his running. I think we can expect that he would probably run sub 3 hours today. And this field is always motivating, even if this is probably the toughest conditions he has been in. But I mean, it will be a success if he is in the top 5 at the end. It will be a success because the guys in the back, they are the hunters. I mean, they're smelling blood. That's for sure. I mean, this group is fully committed, and Patrick, Bradley Weiss, and also Sam Long. I mean, those guys, they are not only fast, they are also willing to fight, and so therefore, yeah, we will still see a couple of place changes in the men's field.
And even as far as, you know, even when they come back, they turn at Vukenbach and they come back through the town of Roth, it's still nasty little, I think, 1.5 kilometres. So once they get through the town of Roth, they've still got, even though you can hear the crowd, you can hear the Finnish stadium, they've still got that one, I think it's just over 1 kilometre left to run. And it's not a position you want to be in with another athlete. You want to try and get rid of them before you get to that section, because it is a very long sprint all the way into this stadium. And even once you hit the stadium, Sebi, it's not a straight shoot into the finish line.
I'm just a little bit, yeah, Jan is in the booth next to us, and I'm just feeling for him. Really, really sorry. Yeah.
We will have him here too, after the BR had him.
Yes, so probably stay,
Yeah, no, actually,
stay
I
in
was
the
just about to
stream.
say, when we do get him across here,
Yeah.
you can take my place, because I would love nothing more than for you to have an interview with Jan Frodeno, you know, 2 of the greatest German triathletes we've ever seen.
Each other crying or something like that. I mean, yeah. As Magnus just crossed the 27K mark, which is definitely money time now. I mean, this young fellow, I mean, I can just imagine what is going, probably not through his head, because you're not really thinking that much at this time of the race anymore, but just the emotions. At one point, you're just running on pure emotions, especially in Roth. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you know the saying, but run with your legs. If you can't run with your legs anymore, run with your arms. And if you can't run with your arms anymore, run with your heart. And
that's exactly right.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably the stage he's already on. Is legs and arms are probably already pretty tired, but I think he has a strong will, and so this will definitely carry him for quite some time. If it's enough to carry him across the line first, it's going to be interesting.
Well, but we have had a bit of a change a little further back, so obviously Robert Kalin's still in second, Patrick Lange in third, Brad Weiss in fourth, but Henato Kaluzi has now overtaken Sam Long. We know Henato Kaluzi is a very, very accomplished runner. As we go back, have a little look at how things panned out today. Of course, our early leader in the race, Jan Frodeno, looking absolutely faultless out there on course, particularly on the bike. He set the pace pretty much all day long. Fantastic ride from Jan Frodeno. Pace got a little bit too hot for Henato Kaluzi. He had to let them go. Of course, our early women's leader, Lange, doing a great job out there. Annie Haug hunting her down. Maurice Clavel also had to let Jan go. He was unable to keep pace with our lead men. And right now, this is when Jan Frodeno looked at his best. Didn't look like he had any issues. What a great swim bike combination he had. The only athlete able to go with him was indeed Magnus Ditlev. Quickest transition I've seen in long course racing from Jan Frodeno out of transition in first place. Looked to have it under control right here on the run, but soon realised that the Achilles was not able to handle it and he had to walk off course. Probably one of the hardest decisions that a professional athlete has to make. You can see his long-time manager, Felix, there to support him. Lange made her way back to transition, coming in off the bike in first place. And of course, we now have Annie Haug making up time on Lange. Our defending champion, Patrick Lange, running very, very well so far, halfway through this marathon.
He was 11.5 minutes behind, so he was able to take away 3 minutes from Magnus Ditlev in the first half of the marathon. So this isn't enough actually if he wants to go to the first position. He must go a little quicker or Magnus has to go slower. And so far Magnus looks really, really strong out there.
But we do have probably the most special guest coming into the studio shortly that we're going to have all day. I'm going to actually take the microphone off because I don't think I can do it, and I'm going to hand it over to Sebi. So Sebi's going to take my place right now as we have Jan Frodeno, the GOAT, the man himself, in studio.
Sebi, maybe you can... So yeah, as we now here have a little switch of positions in the studio, we can still have a look on the screen and see Lange still in first position and Annie Haug in second. Could switch the language to English actually now, to German now, but we won't do that. Okay, Patrick Lange still on the heels in third position after 25 kilometers, but now we welcome in the studio the tragic hero, I want to say. Frodo, it's hard to put anything into words. My heart was going down when I saw you out there. How are you feeling in this moment? Other words?
I mean, honestly, it's pretty bittersweet. I kind of, I knew I made a bit of an error 2 weeks ago, where I managed to re-tear the scar that's formed on my tissue, on my tendon, and you know, it was so up and down. Honestly, the last couple of weeks have just been tricky to say the least. A couple of hours spent on the side of the road contemplating the further sense of life, but in the end, I'm happy I came here. You know, 2/3 of the race went really, really well. I actually felt fantastic for 3K as well on the run, but it was just inevitable that the tendon was gonna give me some grief. I've had a few light moments where I say, okay, yeah, let's just go. But yeah, it's just been that kind of phase, and honestly, I just try and take away the positives, even though right now my head hurts a little bit more than my tendon.
Extraordinary on the bike. Swim was also really good. I don't know if you were told there was a new bike record set by you, which was again cracked by Magnus. If it wasn't for Magnus, but still incredible performance of you. Were there anything, or did you feel anything on the bike before with the Achilles, or was that fine until really the moment where it hit you? on the run?
Yeah, it was really fine. This morning was actually probably the worst when I got up, and I was like, oh God, here we go. But then after the swim, I was really surprised. I ran out and ran to my bike, and I was like, oh man, this feels good. Okay, it's game on. And you're like, calm down, take a deep breath. And then it felt really good for 160K, and then started to pull up a little bit. But I mean, that's general fatigue, and yeah, we weren't exactly parking on the side of the road, so obviously the overall fatigue was just setting in, and yeah, it's just a fragile area.
Having a look at the race, Magnus went all the way with you in the end. A young gun, 24 years of age. He's still leading the race. What do you say to his performance so far? Were you happy to go with him on the bike?
Yeah, to be honest, I was real surprised how quick they came. I didn't have the best of transitions, but I was going well for the first half hour. Sort of, my guess would have been about averaging maybe 3:30, and for him to make up a minute shows you he must have been really hauling. And then we got to sort of grading, and I think I averaged 4:40 for the climb, and I got dropped. So I knew. Then I knew how he made up the time. I was like, okay, let's see. It's a long day, but he's obviously known for his biking. So yeah, I don't know. It was fun. I haven't had that kind of scenario either for a long time, and so it was nice to have the dynamic in the group. And then yeah, I think in terms of his race, that's how he planned it. He's shown he's a decent swimmer, he's a very good cyclist, and in that combination he really just has to hold on, and it's a marathon, but I think he's one of the bright shining stars and of the future, and I really think he can have a fantastic debut here.
In 2016, you were going for the world best time. I don't know how much eyes and ears you had for the surroundings, for the spectators. Did you have more chances to experience the full Roth emotions today?
It was nuts. It was genuinely nuts out there. It's especially, you know, after the last 2-3 years where everything's been quiet and you got to try and keep your distance and all these kind of things. And I swear to God, the spectators, they timed it to the millimeter. I don't know how it didn't crash on Solaraberg, because it was so close. The police motorbike couldn't get through, then we get held up with age groupers on the second lap, and there was just so much happening that it was absolutely fantastic to actually experience it more this time, because last time I think I made the mistake of being too goal focused and just having too much tunnel vision.
Let me ask a question. This became now my second job, and I'm afraid it seems to replace my main job. So I'm now the one who asking these difficult questions, and the first one, what's next?
I think I'm going to see my surgeon at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, and we're going to have a look at some hard facts and see how bad it actually is. And you know what, other than that, well, we dream for 14 weeks from now. I have to take the positive that legs, heart and everything else are pretty good. So I'm just hoping to build enough shape to be ready for Kona. And if I get anything else, that's a bonus. You got any suggestions?
Yeah, you already anticipated the second question, and that was, I mean, for me, it's like right now I'm not just struggling, with Achilles, but I just also realized how goddamn difficult it is to get back into decent shape. But I mean, you have been in absolutely great shape for this race, because like you just said, I mean, you dropped Patrick on the swim. you probably your Training Peaks account is probably shining some new medals after today. It's for race day performances on the bike. I mean, this must give you some confidence if you get this thing fixed, or are you more like, oh God, I made myself work so hard and I was in this shape and I couldn't, finish it off?
No, I'm definitely on the bittersweet. Obviously, that it's a pity. But again, after 3 years without a race like that, yeah, of course the doubts creep in. You know how it is. And every time there was some kind of chance to measure up, I had something happen. And of course, I understand that that's part of the game. You got to be ready for the big days, and half of it is showing up. But I'm really happy to take these doubts. Took some new approaches. I moved to altitude, just realizing that with all my cross training, I kind of figured aqua jogging's bad enough, but it's also really hard to make aqua jogging hard. So I tried it at 2,100 meters, and it turns out, well, you just have to move. It's already hard. And we also figured out that my body just reacts super extreme to this, and there are positives I have to look at, and that's of course what you learn with injury. You know how it is. If you stick your head in the sand, well, you miss the opportunity.
And I think
for
also
sure.
at what I experienced also because I wasn't able to run, you start to try to look at different ways how to get fit in running. And then this also sometimes helps mentally. Probably not aqua jogging though, but
what's the call again? It's a fine line between fit and.
You said it's all about the soundtrack. You just have wireless headphones that are long enough range for one lane of aqua jogging. No, but I think sometimes it just also helps you mentally to do something new. And sometimes you don't do it as long as you keep winning, and as long as you're healthy and fit, you don't try anything new because you never change a winning system. But then you have to change, and you realize, oh, this is actually not that bad. And I mean, we saw you doing a lot of ski cross tours and stuff like that, and that can be pretty helpful with fitness, especially if you do it at altitude, and at the same time it can also be fun, right? I mean, so.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, you've been in the game as long, or if not longer than me, and I think the hardest thing for us is also to find motivation at times, to not just fall into the same thing again. I mean, you have a few of the guys who ride the same loop every Sunday and stop at the same cafe and do the same thing, but I don't know, personally I have to satisfy the curiosity a little bit as well and change things up, and that's something I've been forced to do. And yeah, it's exactly like you said. You have to question how to get better still. And the other good thing is if it hurts, not just physically, then you also know that you're not done yet.
Having a look at the race, Frodo. Quick look at the women's run, because we've talked about the men's race. Maybe we can also have one word to the women's race, because Fenella Lange is doing a fantastic race.
Anne is flying.
And on the other side, I just want to say, Anne is flying only 52 seconds behind Fenella. Incredible.
She's overtaking motorbikes now. I mean, she really is flying. At that point of the run, I usually started to slow down a little bit, and Anne, I mean, it looks amazing. She's speeding up, and we already can see her in the background, I think.
Yeah, let's be honest. I mean, watching Anne run is just poetry in motion. Like, it really is. It's one of the things I think triathletes generally are not the best looking runners if you compare it to athletics, simply because we have a more strength-orientated running style.
Especially in Ironman after the first 20K.
Yeah, absolutely. But Anne definitely, just keeps sending it, and it really is wonderful to watch.
And we will really see how this race will go on and in the end exceed if maybe Patrick Lange, he is at the moment at half the marathon, kilometer 24, he was 10.5 minutes behind. He's grabbing some ground, but it's tough. Do you have any predictions for the Mints? Can Patrick go that far in the second half of the marathon, or is Magnus strong enough?
Are you asking me for a prediction, or are you asking me to make the commentary interesting still? Because don't get me wrong. Like, I mean, Magnus is a beast of an athlete, and he's got 16k left, 18k left, yeah, it certainly doesn't look as poetic as Anne running, but it also doesn't need to be. He's very effective, and you know, if he can just put one foot in front of the other, I definitely see it being very tricky. I think Patrick needs Magnus to go backwards, to falter significantly, to the point that I think he would have to take a few walk breaks, which is never impossible. It's warm out there, but right now Magnus is looking good. I think he, on the bike, didn't overexert himself. I saw him at the front once, I think. Of course, he closed the gap and was very aggressive at the beginning, but he also played his cards smart on the bike. And yeah, if he at some time could please start taking the shortest line, I really want to go out there and tell him, dude, you don't have to run on the outside. But other than that, he looks fantastic.
He's only 24 years of age, which is incredible. It's his second long distance race now out there. Some of you have done long distance a little later in their lives. What does that mean if you can do that already in such a young age?
Well, you know, to be honest, I mean, Sebi was the fastest rookie ever for quite a while, and still is, right? No, of course not. Of course, with the other Northern Europeans coming in. But to be honest, it's crazy. I mean, at 24, I sucked. I genuinely sucked.
You said that.
I won my first race when I was 27. And then it went really well, but it's amazing where, in terms of age, these guys are breaking the stigma of, you know, you need to be older to be an endurance athlete. It's just, the scientific approach these guys have changes the game, and he's known for working with his coach on his numbers. He's very particular about his aerodynamics and improving a lot, and yeah, just has a genuinely hard-working mentality, which is amazing. I mean, these guys don't seem to stop. I always need a break after everything, you know. Like, I know Sebi, he goes away for a week after a race just to chill out. But maybe that's why we're still here.
I was about to say we're gonna find out if when he turns 40, if he is still around here. But yeah, Jan is right. I mean, it's just the natural of our sport, of sport in general. The next generation should always be better than the past, because they learned it from us.
So yeah, that would have been my next question. Yeah, if they are burned out in maybe 8 to 10 years and then it's over, or if you can keep that pace.
I don't think that you can say that in general about all young athletes. I think there are types that will burn out, and then there are types that will last, and it's just how it always has been. I mean, we talked about this earlier. There's been guys like Thomas Hellriegel who won Hawaii when he was 24, 25 or something like that. So therefore, I would not say that this is in general something new that just the young athletes are performing now, and that they will burn out early. It's very difficult to predict.
Thomas is still at it.
Yes, sure.
I mean, he probably did a 150k ride today. Same one he did last Sunday. But you know, I also think a lot of these guys, they're here for a good time, not necessarily a long time, and that's the motto. You got to go in with it. You got to put your heart to it, and then whether you can reinvent yourself and you know, keep creating the magic to get you out the door, that's very, very individual. I agree 100% with Sebi. You know, in the shorter distance racing, ITU, you kind of always saw like 2-3 years maybe where athletes were super dominant. I think Alistair was the first guy to really span that over several Olympics. But yeah, it's such an individual thing because the body is one thing and the mind is an entirely different one.
Frodo, tragic that happened to you today, but thank you so much coming to the studio. We hope you're gonna still somehow enjoy the rest of the day, but most important, recover well. And maybe we see you down.
Some good ice cream over there. I can show you.
We sent you two guys to the ice cream, and maybe you're back for the finish line later too, and also the party we have. Hope to see you then around. And yeah, Frodo, again, thank you so much for being here. After that,
thanks for the chat, gents.
So this was Jan Frodeno leading the race until kilometer 3 of the run, and then unfortunately had to drop out of the race because of an injury. So now it is Magnus Ditlev in all alone in front, more than 10 minutes ahead of the defending champion of Patrick Lange. And as said before in the women's race, the machine is running, the machine is on. Anne Haug, she's just flying along the canal.
And she just looks the same, you know. I mean, she's not, for me, she's not looking any different. It's more, she seemed, from my impression, she seems to speed up, you know. she's not slowing down, she's speeding up, and yeah, it's just incredible, because I know it exactly how you start to feel, and it's definitely no easy conditions out there, especially with the heat, and it's just amazing. Yeah.
And she was only 2 minutes slower on the bike than Daniela Rief on the fastest bike time. So a really fantastic time. So Sebi, it was really great having you here too. Thank you so much. And yeah, how will your day now go on?
I will cheer on the guys on the course, and I keep my fingers crossed for good mate Bradley Weiss, and yeah, and then probably gonna have ice cream with Jan. We'll see.
2 world champions getting ice cream. I love that picture. Thank you, Sebi, and probably see you next year here again.
Thanks, guys.
That was Sebi Kienle, also former winner of DATEV Challenge Roth. And we are doing some exchange here because another former queen of Roth is about to join us in the studio again. While Anne Haug is getting closer and closer, meter per meter, to Fenella Langridge. So it isn't much left, and it looks like in any minute Anne Haug will take the lead as the defending champion.
And back in studio we have Lucy Charles-Buckler. You have come back to us at exactly the right moment of time here. What do you think is going through the mind of first Fenella Langridge, who's led all day long, and then of course Anne Haug, who has just been stealth in trying to catch Fenella first of all. We had a coach on, Dan Lorang, earlier, and he said she wouldn't have even been thinking about that, just concentrating on what she's doing. But what do you think's going through these two women's minds right now?
Yeah, it's a brutal moment for Fenella right now. She's obviously led valiantly up until this point, and she knows the calibre of runner that is behind her. So she's going to do everything in her power to just keep her rhythm, keep her focus. But it's going to be really difficult for her when Annie does come past, because naturally when you're doing the pass, you're going to put in a surge to make sure that that athlete knows, I mean business here and I'm not slowing down. So Annie's in a much more positive place. She's got that person in front of her, she's got the target there, and it's going to allow her to just keep pushing and get in front of Fenella. So I personally have been in this place before, and it is really, really tough, because even as an athlete who never wants to back down and give in, when you know the calibre of the athlete behind you, there's a realistic mindset as well of, actually, I don't know if I can go with them. I'm obviously going to try, but I'm going to be realistic at the same time.
Absolutely. And, you know, we've got the men's race up right now. Patrick Lange, he's been slowly but surely taking time out of Magnus Ditlev up front, but he may just run out of real estate here today.
Yeah, he's got a very big task in his hand. I mean, we said earlier how Magnus was racing with his heart, and he certainly has. Like, to make that break that he did on the bike, and then he just looks so strong on this run as well. So he's got a nice buffer there. He probably isn't really thinking too much about Patrick. He's just going to focus on his own race, and wow, he'll just be ecstatic if he can get the win today. But yeah, Patrick's looking strong. He's looking controlled like he always does when he's out there running. So he'll be thinking about trying to get as far and as close to Magnus as he can, and chipping away gradually. But yeah, he's got a pretty big task to actually catch him today.
We are going to head back out onto the canal to our women's race. This is where we're going to stay for the next little while. We know it is only a matter of time before Fenella Langridge is caught and passed by our defending champion, Annie Haug. But honestly, Lucy, you've been down there on ground. You've obviously been out on the course with your husband, Reece Barclay, is racing. You've got several team members racing. What's it been like out on course? Is the atmosphere electric? We've obviously been craving this for so many years now, and to have it finally back.
Oh yeah, the atmosphere is electric out there. I think so many people are so excited just to have this race back on with the crowds. They're giving all their support to these athletes, and it is really hot out there, and there's not much breeze, and obviously running on this canal they haven't got any shade, so they need to manage that heat as much as possible, and they're getting a fair chunk of the way into this run now, so you will be starting to feel that heat. You've got rid of that excitement of coming off the bike and starting the run, and you're being on that last discipline, but this is where it's going to start to bite. And obviously for Fenella here, this is a really, really tough point for Annie to come past, because she's probably starting to hurt now as well.
And you know, once that pass is made, so once Annie actually passes Fenella, like you said, it's really important for Fenella to stay focused. She's still in second place. If she can finish in second, that's still one place better than this time last year. So do you think that's what she'll be doing? It's just a matter of regrouping and just concentrating on, okay, I'm still in second place. This is still an amazing day for me. I just need to hold on, continue looking after myself, and just make sure that those women behind don't get any closer.
Yeah, for sure. And you know what? It's not always about the position. It's about finishing and knowing you gave it everything. And looking at Fenella here, she's going to be giving it her all. When Annie does eventually come past, you know that she's going to stay focused. She's going to keep pushing. And to come second to an athlete like Annie is no shame at all. Like, Annie is fantastic. She's won this race before. She's the world champion from the last Kona that we had. So, yeah, I think she can still be really proud of herself at the end of the day if she holds on to that second place.
And you can see the difference now in conditions that Lucy was talking about. Out on the canal, it's nothing but sun beating down on your head. Whereas you can see here in this second half of the marathon where they do the out and back section to Buchenbach, it's a lot of shade, there's a lot of tree cover. It's quite an undulating course, so on the way out it's slightly uphill, on the way back slightly downhill. But it is definitely way more undulating than the flatness that you see on the canal. But you do get a little bit of reprieve because you don't have that sun beating down on your head. You also have a little bit more wind through the trees there. You get a little bit of the cooling effect as well. And you can see through town now, Patrick Lange. I wonder what's going through his mind, guys. I mean, he knows he's the best runner in the field. There's no doubt about that. He ran a 2:38 here last year. We know he's capable of running that mid 2:30, on a good day, even low 2:30. But, you know, 10 minutes, over 10 minutes, that is a lot of time to make up in not a lot of, we don't have that many kilometres left to run.
Yeah, there's not a lot left, is there?
It's too much, or too little, so to say, actually, that we have left, and it's just 10 minutes. Because if we just add it up and say, because it was 14.5 minutes at the beginning of the run, so he only made up 4 minutes, which is just not enough. Really, really tough, and just Frodo just said that here. If Magnus maybe needs to do some break or has to walk, which could happen, which is always possible.
Oh, definitely.
But so far it doesn't look like. But else, if Magnus can keep up that pace or even a little slower pace, actually he must go through.
And looking here now, Lucy, you can see just how much experience Annie Haug has got. She's not trying to catch her straight away. She can see her, she can basically smell her. She's not really changing anything at the moment. She's just hanging back, making sure she's got the wits about her, making sure she's under control. I'm sure once she makes the pass, she'll pick it up. I mean, this is all tactics. It's crazy to think. We know that tactics are a huge part of short course racing, but you know yourself, long course racing, tactics are still involved.
Yeah, definitely. And when I've obviously been passed by Annie before, and I would look behind and I knew she was coming, and she definitely must have put in a bit of a surge, because I just had to admit defeat really and say, you know what, I can't go with that. And here she is, she's done the pass. And yeah, potentially she's going to put in a bit of a surge now. She probably didn't do it behind Fenella. She's going to make sure that Fenella sees, you know what, Annie's looking really strong here, and maybe I can't go with that.
And once that elastic band breaks, which it looks like it's broken pretty much immediately, it's very, very difficult to get it back. But hats off to Fenella Langridge. She's been leading this race since the gun went off for the professional women at 6:33 this morning. She led out of the swim. She was fantastic on the bike, and she has led first half of this marathon here today. But we now have a new race leader, our defending champion, Annie Haug from Germany. As we go back again, I always look at Magnus Ditlev and he just looks like he's out for a Sunday jog. He's just such a long, lanky athlete. We know that he is running very, very quickly.
And he's now just getting through Büchenbach, actually. And he's on his way back already, you can see, because he's now passing the school on the from our perspective left side now. And so he's still looking strong, but he's getting to that hilly part now anytime soon. Again, but he has already passed the first part of the hills.
It is a little bit of a climb out of Buchenbach, but Lucy, you've been here before. How good is the feeling knowing that you are on the home stretch? Because basically now this is it. He's on his way back into the town of Roth and to the finish line. He'll get one more opportunity to see where his competition is. He knows it's going to be Patrick Lange, the fastest runner on course right now. But what do you think's going through his mind knowing that he's really not got very far to go?
One correction from my side, I'm sorry, we are entering Büchenbach.
Oh, we're entering, that's okay.
I'm so sorry.
That's
yeah,
okay.
We have to do the turn on the pond.
So he'll actually now do a complete circle round the little lake in the middle of Buchenbach, and then he'll be on his way out. So, how do you think he's going to feel once he's on his way back?
Oh, you know what? I mean, this is actually a great point in the course because you know it's the final out and back. There's a pretty good atmosphere around the lake here. You complete that little loop and then you're back on the home straight, and it is honestly the best feeling in the world. And I almost would describe it as it feels like you're running downhill, but that is because it is pretty much downhill from that point. You've done a lot of climbing to get to this point on the course, and this will be very interesting because it will be a point where Patrick and Magnus can look at each other and see how they're both doing.
Eyeball each other and see how they look. And do you ever get to that moment when you do that? You might be feeling like absolute rubbish, but you're like, you just bang it on, and I'm like, yeah, I'm on fire. I feel
put
great.
On that game face, and you're like, no, I'm fine. It's not hurting at all.
And as soon as the pass, you like crumble. Oh no! And as you can see, the crowds here as he enters the little town of Buchenbach. Julian giving me the nod on my my pronunciation.
Perfect pronunciation. I love it. Büchenbach. It's so easy. Isn't
Julian, meinen Deutsch ist nicht so gut. You know
I love
this,
it. I love your
this.
German. See, my English is on the other side also not perfect. So
No.
there you go.
Hey, if I could speak German like you speak English, I'd be a happy girl.
Oh, thank you. But yeah, now we can see here. This is the pond round, so to say. It's really nicely set up. You have spectators all around the course, and then he goes out again. I read from our spotters that he was fighting up the little hills before Büchenbach, so that wasn't easy. On the other side, Patrick has to go through that too. But as said, he has done the first hilly part, and once he did the second part, he can barely lose anything anymore.
Of course, behind our leader, Magnus Ditlev and Patrick Lange, we still have a race on our hands. So we've got Robert Kalin still there. Henato Kaluzi from Brazil, having a really great race today. I haven't seen the latest update from our spotters out on course, but it won't surprise me if on the next update, Henato Kaluzi is up with Robert Kalin. And saying that, Robert Kalin's having a great race. I really thought I'll be honest, I thought he was gone. Not that he'd slowed down a lot, but what a trooper he is.
Because he didn't look good.
He didn't look great
for a longer time, yeah.
But
on the other side, we haven't seen much of Sam Long anymore. Well, he's fighting out there. He's going hard, but he couldn't keep pace with Patrick Lange. So Sam Long was the last time we've seen him. Already also behind Henato Kaluzi, actually.
That's right. So Henato has actually overtaken both Sam Long and Bradley Weiss.
That is
and is now hunting down Robert Kalin.
That would be a fantastic story, seeing Reynaldo coming here in third. But we don't know. Race is still long. And on the other side now we can see, I don't want to say the machine again, but just look at that. Not slowing down. And we don't want to talk about world best times or anything, but she had the second fastest bike split ever done here, 2 minutes slower than Danny Reeve in 2016. She had an absolute good swim. And I don't know, if she can run as fast as last year, I would say everything is possible.
Yeah, and I guess we were speaking about this earlier, how the women are just raising the bar of what is possible with these times. So she would have probably seen the time that Laura Philipp posted only the other week in Hamburg, and she's probably got her eyes set on how quick can she go today. And to be honest, these probably aren't the fastest conditions in this heat, but it's not slowing Annie down. Like, she just looks metronomic in this run, and yeah, she's going to go all the way to the finish line, and I think we're going to see a pretty fast time today.
Annie's still great cadence, as Jan Frodeno mentioned earlier. She's like clockwork. She's beautiful to watch. There are a few runners out there in the world that really are, it's an absolute pleasure to watch. Marinda Carfrae comes to mind. She was another absolutely superb runner.
Still Fenella doing a great job, and she has 18 minutes to the third place, so still a big
gap back to our...
gap, yeah.
And we know that Laura Siddle is still in third place, quite a ways back, but is being hunted down by Judith Corrican from Spain. So Judith Corrican would be relishing these conditions. Coming from Spain, Spain have had one of the hottest summers on record. Even when I was there last week, I even found it a little bit hot for me, which I can't believe I'm even saying. Oh, yeah.
I remember.
I was in Girona for a week, and there were a couple of days there up at the high 30s, early 40s, and I'm like, ooh, this is starting to even hurt me. So Judith would be relishing these conditions, and she is definitely getting very, very close to Sid. But in saying that, I know Laura Siddle is probably one of the biggest fighters on course, and she will absolutely not want to lose that final podium position.
For sure, she's going to fight with everything she's got to get on that podium today. So, yeah, let's hope she can hang in there.
And it is starting, the music is starting to play behind us, so the stadium...
That's already pretty crowded.
It's starting to get really built up here. They know that that's not too far away before we're going to be crowning our 2022 champion here in Roth on what is the 20th anniversary of the DATEV Challenge Roth, powered by HEP. So great to have Lucy Charles Barclay in studio. I feel like we've had the best of any live coverage I've ever done.
Awesome.
We've had the best guests in here.
Roth winners, world champions. It was amazing, incredible.
It's crazy. And, you know, I've already had a few people comment to me how amazing it was to have Sebi Kinley and Jan Frodeno having a conversation with each other. You know, they're both fathers. They've both been at the top of their game for so many years. They've both been injured. And I think there's such respect, mutual respect and rapport for each other. And just standing, listening to them speak together, that's why I had to leave, because it was quite emotional for me. I mean, I've been there from the very start with both of these men, and seen them become world champions, seen them both win here at Roth. So yeah, amazing athletes, and I have the utmost respect for both of them.
Absolutely. I had this big eyes sitting next
Big
to these
eyes,
guys.
yeah.
I was like, oh my goodness, what's just
Little
happening here?
starstruck.
Where did I sit here?
But yeah, looking at the course, you can see, as we mentioned, just the difference. There's so much shade in this course, and I think that's really going to help the likes of Magnus Ditlev. I think if we were to ask Magnus now, does he like racing in these sort of conditions? I think coming from Denmark, it's not his favourite. I'm not saying he can't race in these conditions. He's showing us today that he certainly can, but I would say they're not his favourite. Hey, look on screen right now. If you look up now, we have got Annie Haug just about to pass Cam Brown from New Zealand.
Wow.
So Cameron Brown, 50 years of age, the oldest pro still racing the circuit in triathlon. This is his return to Roth, probably I'd say his last time in Roth. He was here in 2002. 20 years later, he's come back again. Absolutely incredible athlete, one of the greatest long-distance athletes out of New Zealand. But great to see Cam Brown out there. So for all of our New Zealand fans, big shout out to Cam Brown. He's an absolute legend of our sport. And really, when you get passed by the likes of Annie Haug, you're not upset about that, because she is absolutely flying out there today.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, they probably would have shouted some encouragement or some congratulations to her, because she's passed them very, very quickly, and it's still looking so smooth. and she hasn't got 2 left long on this canal now, so she'll be pretty happy. I think when I've raced here, you're quite relieved to get that large chunk of running out the way, and you know, although there is some more undulation coming in the latter stages of the course, you are kind of excited about having some shade in that second part, and that you get to run through the town where, again, there's another great atmosphere, so you'll be kind of wishing to get to that point.
And that's a really interesting point that you've just brought up then, Lucy. Do you, when you race these long distance events, do you break the marathon down into more manageable pieces? So obviously you've got 2 sections of the canal. Do you break that down into, okay, I'm just going to get through this part of the canal, then the next, all right, I'm back on the Lange, now I'm going to just tackle getting back into town, then out the other end? Is that how you do it? Is that the best way to do it mentally?
Yeah, I think that is the crucial thing with long course racing, is breaking the entire day down into stages, and not just swim, bike, run. Each discipline, breaking those down into, okay, I'm just going to get through this section, manage this, and then you almost feel a bit of excitement when you reach what you've called the next stage. So definitely on this course, I like to break the canal down into 2 parts. You've got the first half, and then when you go out and back on the second half, and then a big bit of excitement for me was definitely coming off of that canal, knowing that you've done almost around a half marathon at that point. So you've done, I think they even done nearly over halfway actually when they come over that, off of that canal. So yeah, it's a good feeling, and obviously you've got a few aid stations as you come through the more industrial section before getting back into the shade again.
We've just been given note out on course that Magnus and Lange got to look at each other.
Have you just seen that Fenella
and Cam, she
gave him a clap.
Exactly, because why not? He's helped pave the way in long distance racing. This is a man that's been top 3 at the Ironman World Championships. He's come second here before in Roth many, many years ago. He's, I can't say it enough, an absolute legend of the sport, still going strong. He said that he will have to get a real, this is his quote, a real job in probably the next year or so. I think he's going to line up for Ironman New Zealand one more time next year and then call it a day. But what an incredible career Cameron Brown has got. As we go back to our lead men, we did get told by our spotters out there that the 2, Lange and Magnus Ditlev, were able to eyeball each other. And for Magnus Ditlev, it was at the 34 kilometres and 36 kilometres, 36.5 for Magnus, 34 kilometre mark for Patrick Lange. So that's still a sizable lead, and I'm sure that Magnus Ditlev would be very happy with that gap, and I think this will only help him get back home.
Yeah, I think even if he's suffering at this point, which ultimately most of the athletes are suffering at this point, you're so close to the finish, but you know what, seeing that gap, I feel like that might have given him a little positive lift that maybe he needs at this point. And yeah, I think as an athlete, or me certainly, I don't even like to believe I'm going to get the win until you cross that line. So maybe he's kind of dreaming it up a little bit, or maybe he's putting those thoughts at bay and just going, you know what, just keep going, we're not there yet, we've got to hold Patrick off. And yes, I think I can do it, but yeah, look at him. I think this could be a great performance from him. It already is.
And I totally agree. I think if it was anyone else chasing him down, bar Patrick Lange, he could probably, switch it off a little bit and relax and take this all in. But because he knows it is Patrick Lange, he knows he's the defending champion, he knows that he's on home turf, I don't think he's going to be able to let it go until he is actually in this stadium. And now, Lucy, what's it like to enter this stadium? I mean, we've looked around now and it's already starting to get absolutely packed solid. You've done it twice. Once was you said you didn't get to enjoy it because you're having that unbelievable sprint finish with Daniela Bleimel. But the second time, you had a big gap, so you were actually able to take it in. What's it like? Because it's not like a straight shoot into the finish line. You get to circle the entire stadium.
It's just incredible. Like I feel like when I raced here, probably 500 metres before I even entered the stadium, I just had goosebumps all over. You could hear the noise, and you start to think, oh my God, it's actually going to happen. I'm going to get the title here today. And the second that you enter the stadium, it is just a roar of noise. Everyone is going crazy. And it's a great finish line because of the nature of the shape of it. You do get to lap it up. And I really hope today that Magnus does make the most of that and he celebrates the whole way around. And just, I think as pros, you don't know how long you're going to be racing. You just don't know. And when you actually win a race, it's so important to savour that moment because you don't know how many races you're going to win in your career. So yeah, you've just got to lap it up and really take in that moment.
Absolutely agree with you. And when Magnus first burst onto the scene back in 2019 in Daytona, I remember none of us, including myself, we didn't know who he was. I'll be honest. I do my research for races and for a commentary, but I really didn't know who this young kid was from Denmark, and we certainly took notice after that race when he was riding with the likes of Lionel Sanders, and he's only got better from there. And it almost seems like every few months he gets better and better and better. And he said in the press conference he doesn't want to be renowned for just a biking beast. He wants to be renowned for being a triathlete. He ran a 2:40, just shy of 2:41 in Texas, so we know he can run. It was just a matter of whether he was going to be able to execute today. He couldn't have picked a more perfect partner on the bike than Jan Frodeno, who got him into transition in a really good position. But he is doing everything right now towards the end of this marathon, as is this young woman, Annie Haug from Germany, our defending champ, looking faultless as she heads back into town. So I'm sure she's very, very happy to put the canal behind her now. She's in first place, right where she wants to be.
Yeah, it's impossible to critique Annie on the run. She is just faultless.
But great to see Fenella Langridge still in second place, holding around that 4:25 kilometre pace. Still looking strong. Completely different personalities between these two athletes. We saw it when they were ascending Solaraberg. Fenella Langridge taking it all in, geeing up the crowd, which was wonderful to see, whereas Annie Haug completely focused. Not too much emotion. Well, controlling that emotion. I'm sure we'll see the emotion towards the end when we welcome Annie Haug into the stadium. But right now it's all business.
Absolutely, and to be honest, there's no right or wrong way of going
absolutely
with racing.
Not.
It's what works
what
for
suits you. That's exactly right. And I love, one of the things I love about the sport of triathlon is just how many different characters we've got. I mean, look at Sam Long at 26 years of age, and then we've got Magnus Ditlev at 24, completely different personalities. So that's what I've always loved about the sport. And we need these characters in the sport. We really do.
For sure, yeah. The more characters, the better, just to bring people into our amazing sport. And I feel like year on year, the audience grows, and it's just fantastic to see. I mean, certainly since I've been in the sport, since around kind of 2014, it has just grown and grown and grown. And obviously, like we said earlier, the standard of racing has just risen, and it is incredible.
Yeah, it really is. Obviously, with Laura Philippe only a few weeks ago at Hamburg, almost getting Chrissy Wellington's record. I think, what was there, a couple of seconds in at the end. It was ridiculous. And then, of course, we can't go past Daniela Riff, who has really helped pave the way with women's racing. So many incredible women racing right now. Kat Matthews not so long ago, as we said, so many from Great Britain, too many to even count. We know India Lee just won Challenge Vansbro over in Sweden, so big shout out to India Lee for another great race from her. She was part of Kat Matthews' team for the sub-8.
And third at the European Championships in the 70.3 as well, so she's having a great race.
Really great season, that's right, she really is. But Patrick Lange wearing his favourite race number, bib number 5. I wonder what's going through his mind, Lucy, whether he's thinking I'm just going to keep fighting right to the end, or whether it's like, you know what, I'm not sure I can do this. I'm sure you're fighting back and forth. I know the sort of athlete that Patrick Lange is. He won't give up till the end. But it's almost like those two sides of your brain, one saying, you know what, just settle for second place, it is what it is, and the other side saying, no way, you keep going till you drop.
Absolutely, there's a few different ways of thinking about it as well, and Patrick might be thinking, you know what, there's still going to be another World Champs at the end of the year. Should I put everything out into this one, or actually do I want to see how quick I can run in these conditions, because Kona's going to be just as hot, if not hotter. So yeah, there's two sides of the coin there, but I mean, he's definitely comfortably in second, so you wouldn't even judge him if he just decided to ease back and take that second place. But there's not many athletes like that, not in long distance. We will push all the way to the end.
Absolutely. And it is hard to know. I mean, I can remember back when I was racing, just having little conversations with myself in my head. There'd be the one that, the one that was under control, saying, you got this, you can do this, don't doubt yourself. And then there was another one saying, Belinda, there's always another race down the track, another race in a month's time, you'll be all right, just cruise on into the finish, no one will care. And I still to this day remember I only ever had 2 DNFs over the long distance racing. One was at home at my very first long distance race at Ironman Australia. and then again in Kona. And if anyone said to me, have you got any regrets in your career as a professional triathlete, they would be the only regrets I ever had. Even if I had to walk it in. I just hated the fact that I have these 2 DNFs where I know that on the second one in Kona, I just convinced myself to walk off the racetrack, and I get so angry even to this day, I get so angry just thinking about it, because there really was no reason for me to pull out apart from I'd just given up. As we see Magnus Ditlev now, he is oh so close to home. He is making his way back through the middle of Roth. This is the cobblestone section that we were talking about. It's a little bit of an uphill section back through town. Again, while it is quite difficult underfoot, you are spurred on by all of the people there. The crowds in the town are incredible. Once he makes his way out of the middle of town, or the center of town, has around just over a kilometer, I think 1.5 kilometers to go. So we are very, very close to crowning our new Datev Challenge Roth powered by HEP champion for 2022, and he still looks great. I mean, honestly, he's under control. I mean, again, that loping stride of Magnus Ditlev. But do you think right now, I mean, once he gets off the cobbled and he can get back onto that normal surface again, he obviously would have been given a split. I know he's got his Kasper Pedersen, one of his best friends, is out there. I think I just got an update from Kasper that he's coming back into the stadium now. But what a great day for Denmark. 24 years of age. I think he's got to be one of our youngest champions. We have one of our youngest champions. We'll have to get a little bit of a check. If Torsten Rade is out there listening, try and do some research for us and see if indeed Magnus Ditlev is going to be our youngest champion in the last 20 years. But you can see now that split at 27 kilometers for our professional women. Annie Haug leading Fenella Langridge by just over a minute and a half as she heads out to Buchenbach. She heads back into town and out to Buchenbach. And there we've got Fenella Langridge still looking strong.
Yeah, this is quite a nice section on the course actually. You get a little bit of a downhill in the shade, so you're getting the best of both worlds there. They have to do a very small out and back that's about 1 kilometre long. There's an aid station there so they can refuel. That bit takes you then back down, and then you will start to head towards town. So I feel like they've got obviously the flat section out the way, but they're starting to get the reward of some shade, and soon they will hit the town where the crowds are electric. Everyone is having the best time. It's like a mini festival in the middle of the town before they go and do the final uphill out and back section. So both ladies looking incredibly strong. I mean, Fenella here, hard as nails. She's just toughing this out. She's not going to give in. She might have gone into that second place position, but you know what? She's got a gap behind her, but she's still not going to give in. She's going to keep going all the way to the end.
And Annie Haug made it abundantly clear in the press conference and all the interviews that she's done leading into this race that this title means the world to us. She is the local. She's Franconian. And really, you need to be German to understand just what this title means to the Germans here on home soil. I know when Andy Dreitz won the title a few years back, he said it was as good as winning a world championship. It's so incredibly important to the athletes here in Germany. But hats off to this man, our defending champ, Patrick Lange. He had a nasty bike crash back in February. He had to undergo surgery. He literally only got back in the pool in early April. He wasn't able to swim properly till the end of April.
Wow.
So to get himself back in shape, and I remember when Felix rang me and said, you know what, I just got a call from Patrick Lange. He's only literally just got back in the pool. He couldn't even rotate that shoulder properly yet. He said, I don't care. I'm going to do everything I possibly can to make sure I'm back on the start line this year. He's done that.
I mean, that's the ultimate motivation to get back, isn't it? To be on this start line, healthy and back racing. It's a great way to get back on the race circuit.
It is indeed. And you can see now behind us, it is a full stadium. So we are a full house here, ladies and gentlemen. We are literally, I think, 1 kilometre away from crowning our new champion. It is going to be Magnus Ditlev, our 24-year-old from Denmark. He is an incredible young athlete, so composed, mature beyond his 24 young years.
Yeah, what a day for Magnus, what a day for Denmark. This is incredible.
And you know, of course, the Tour de France started in Denmark this year. I know Michelle Vesterby was at the Tour de France for the start. She's driven with Klaus, her husband, all this way. She wanted to be here today. I'm positive she is glad she made that drive, because now she's going to be watching a Dane, the very first Dane to win here in Roth today. He's coached by Jens Pedersen Bak. He's ranked number 9 on the PTO World Rankings. Second place in Texas, his very first long distance race. He had a great finish there with Ben Hoffman, where they basically ran side by side the entire marathon. Hoffman just managing to get the better of him in the end. No such thing happening here today, with Magnus Ditlev fully in control of this race.
Yeah, he's really proving to be that full-rounded triathlete like he wanted to. He's not just a super biker, he's got the ability to run well off the bike in this heat and take wins at major races.
And his exact quote at the presser was, "It's an amazing field assembled here, but anything can happen, otherwise I wouldn't be sitting here right now." And he was completely right in that quote.
Brilliant.
This is a really fantastic part of the course, the Red Bull's corner. You can see he's coming over the bridge, and he will pretty shortly be heading back into the town of Roth. That just gives you some indication on what sort of lead Magnus has got. So while Patrick Lange is not yet into the town of Roth, into the cobbled section, and Magnus is already out the other side and making his way here into the stadium. The 20th edition, of course, the first Challenge Roth back in 2002. The race actually began back in 1984 when it was known as the Franconian Triathlon. From 1988 to 2001 it was Ironman Europe, and then in 2002 the wall surfers decided it would become a challenge event, challenge family event. It's been since 2002 all the way up to 2022, 20 years in the making. Here he comes, ladies and gentlemen. So he is just about to enter the arena. Incredible scenes down here. We have a full house into the stadium as he makes his way onto the green carpet, onto the DATEV green carpet here. The crowd is going off. Lucy, you've been here, you know this better than anyone. What's this like?
Oh, this is just like no other race in the world. And what I love about this is he's going to get to enjoy this. He knows he's got the win today. And as he comes under this archway here, this is where he's going to hear the noise. It's going to hit him and he's going to realise he has won this race. And I'm getting goosebumps.
Oh, me too. Oh my gosh. It doesn't matter how many of these I see or witness, it's incredible. I cannot even put into words. For once, Belinda Granger is speechless.
And now he's going to turn this corner. It's the first time he actually sees that finish line.
Amazing scenes down here on the finish line. The crowd is going off. Here he is, ladies and gentlemen, your 2022 DATEV Challenge Roth, powered by HEP champion, Magnus Ditlev. He is overwhelmed. 24 years of age, has to be one of, if not the youngest champions that we've had here in Roth. Alice Walsh-Surfer, the Queen of Roth herself, presenting him with his finisher's medal. Catherine Walsh-Surfer, presenting him with his flowers. And of course, Felix Walsh-Surfer also there. Here he is, Felix Walsh-Surfer. What a race from this young Dane.
Incredible.
And the great thing is, the Walsh-Surfer family, Alice, Catherine and Felix, will be down on this finish line all day and night long. But this young man, Magnus Ditlev, highlight of his career so far. And Mr. Erdinger himself presenting him with, now this is the interesting thing, I see so many of our champions as he goes out to thank the crowd. What an incredible crowd we have here today. As you can see, it is a packed house down here. Magnus Ditlev going out to show his respect to what was an incredible race from him. And every single person in this crowd knows what he's just done, what he's just been able to achieve. And what an incredible finish time. 7:37.
Yeah, the stadium belongs to Magnus right now. He's got it all to himself. He can thank the crowd for supporting him out there all day long. Absolutely brilliant.
I know that his coach, Jens Pedersenbach, is down there along with one of his best friends, Kasper, here in support of Magnus Ditlev as he comes back now, and he will be presented with his beer. Let's see if he can get it right this first time, otherwise he's going to have to come back next year and do it all again. Here he goes. Little sip. Come on, Magnus. What a great athlete. And what a future this young man has ahead of him right now. I think it's all starting to set in now. And you know, Lucy, sometimes it takes a few minutes. You know, the adrenaline's pumping so hard. All right, yes. As expected. No one ever gets it right the first time. Oh, fantastic effort. But, you know, when you finish, you're running on such high adrenaline. You just want to get across that finish line. You're almost on survival mode, and it does take quite a bit of time before it actually sinks in what you've achieved today.
Absolutely, and you know what? The body was hurting up until he probably entered this finish line, and then he's forgotten all about that. The atmosphere's taken over, and he's got the title. So, you know what? He might make up tomorrow, and it won't have sunk in. He'll be like, did that really happen?
Did I really just
it's going to take a while.
But as I've said many, many times with this young man, he is mature above and beyond his young 24 years. He knows exactly what he wants, and he's doing everything in his power to make sure he gets it. We know it's not going to be too long before we see our defending champion, Patrick Lange, enter the stadium. At last check, it was just shy of 10 minutes.
We have here the winner of Dativ Challenge Roth, powered by HEP 2022. Magnus, would you have believed that if someone had told you this morning you're going to win this race?
No, definitely not. If the things I'm saying now doesn't make sense, I'm just out of words. I can't believe what just happened. Everything just went according to the plan, and it's very rare that it does that. So I'm so grateful for a fantastic event with spectators all over the place. It was like you just get carried all the way through.
How did the moment feel when Frodo had to drop out? All of a sudden, you were in the lead after you have ridden the bike together. What was this moment like?
Yeah, it was a bit of a bummer really, because we were running the same pace, and I was looking forward to a good battle. It's not fun to win that way, but yeah, it seems he has some problems still, and that's really a shame, because it would have been fun to go head to head.
We had 250,000 spectators out there. Give us a ride through this. How did it feel out there?
Yeah, just from the start, even on the swim, you could feel the spectators. I've never experienced that. You could see them all the way through, and then once you got onto the bike, there was not a moment of like you were not alone anytime. So it was just fantastic. And onto the run, it was maybe even more spectators. So that was incredible.
Congratulations, a fantastic race. By the way, a new bike record, a 2:40 marathon, a well-deserved win, Magnus. All congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thanks.
So this was our winner down here from the finish line area, Magnus Ditlev, a fantastic race. Belinda, I give it up to you.
We are waiting now for Patrick Lange, second place finisher. He is making his way back to the stadium. So just to confirm that finish time of Magnus Ditlev, it was indeed 7:35.48. So he's just fallen short of Jan Frodeno's record, set back in 2016, 7:35.39. So literally 9 seconds slower than Frodo back in 2016. Amazing race from Magnus Ditlev. See now Patrick Lange is making his way into the Festplatz here in Roth. He will shortly be running under the HEP banner. Big shout out to our sponsors today. Datev signing on for the 9th year. They've been an incredible sponsor of the race. HEP, one of our newest sponsors, but again, amazing to have HEP here on board. Along with Blue 70 in our swim, Canyon Bikes for our ride, and Newton our run. But here he comes, our defending champion from 2021. Here we go, about to come under that arch, and here, getting the biggest cheers as expected. He is extremely popular here in Germany. Former world champion. As he makes his way around the stadium. Crowds going wild. Amazing race from Patrick Lange. Of course, I'm sure he wanted to defend his title, but considering the year he's had and the things he's had to overcome, incredible effort. And he is absolutely gone. His wife is here, Julia. She'll be down in the crowd. But again, the wall surfers down there, always the first ones to congratulate the athletes on the finish line. But one of the greatest things about this race is it really is a family affair. The wall surfers, they lead by example. They really do. They have an incredible team behind them and an incredible community here, not just in Roth itself, but all of the surrounding areas. And it just shows you how much it's taken out of Patrick here today.
He's definitely left it all out on the course today. And the great thing is, this is confirmation. You know what, he had that crash, he's back racing, he's back healthy. And you know what, yeah, it might have been sweeter to get the win, but for him, when he kind of signed up for this race, he probably thought, you know what, I don't actually know if I'm going to be fit when I'm on the start line, overcoming this injury. So, yeah, you can see the emotion there. It means a lot to be back.
And of course, he's been a long time member of the Team Erdinger, ever since I can remember. Here we go, let's see if he can get it right.
Oh, yeah.
He's a pro. Oh, wonderful. We do have Julian down on ground. We are hoping to get an interview. We also know how popular Patrick Lange is. It's always tough. I'm sure he will go out now. Yep, and thank the crowd, the incredible crowd that we have here today in Roth. Look at them all. Amazing weather here today. Sitting currently at around 30 degrees Celsius. Barely a cloud in the sky. Of course, while we're cheering on all of our professional athletes coming across the finish line right now, we've got a whole other race going on with our age groupers and our relays, who will be going long into the night tonight. I think 11:05 is our cutoff time. And then we have a really incredible laser show, definitely worth staying around for. So we do know, we said that it was going to take something special.
Even though he knew, you know what, maybe I'm not going to get the win today, but I'm going to see how fast I can run, even in this heat. 2:35.
Wow, 2:38 for Patrick Lange last year to take the win, 2:35 this year to come second. Just shows you the calibre of our sport right now. So 2:35.10 marathon for Patrick Lange to finish in second place here today. In fact, that is indeed a new marathon record. I know that Luc van Leerde held that record at 2:36.49. We know last year Felix Henschel went 2:35.40. So 2:35.10 is indeed a new marathon record for the race here today. If anyone was going to get that record, it was going to be Patrick Lange, let's be honest. So back to our women's race on screen right now as they continue celebrating down at the finish line here in the stadium. Fenella Lange, she actually looks really, really good right now. She's stayed strong all day long. I think once you let it go, you know, obviously we're in that initial stage when Annie Haug goes past and you're sort of thinking, well, what do I do? And trying to get that mindset, change that mindset, but she looks like she's definitely still completely under control.
Absolutely, she looks exactly the same. Like she's still obviously gritting it out, but she is not looking like she's slowing down at all.
We know that Annie Haug on screen right now has a 2:47 lead over Annie Haug. Over Fenella Lange. So Annie Haug leading, Fenella Lange in second. Her coach Dan Lorang, we had him in earlier today. Also your coach.
He is.
He coaches all the good ones. What's going on there? Actually, it was fantastic to have him in the studio today. He is an absolute wealth of knowledge. Incredible coach, as I'm sure you'll agree with. Amazing. He'll be very, very happy after the disappointment, obviously, of Jan Frodeno not being able to finish here today, to have Annie Haug. But this young man, Ronaldo, he never ceases to amaze me. Henato Kaluzi, I used to train with him back in the day. I know my husband Justin Granger did quite a few sessions with him back when we were coached by Brett Sutton. He's been doing triathlon since he was a little skinny 15-year-old back in Brazil. Brett saw something incredibly special in this young man, and he wasn't wrong. He's done just about everything from the Olympic Games. Won his first long-distance race at Ironman Brazil not so long ago. He was third last year at the World Long Distance Championships at Challenge Almeida. He is now coming into the finish line. I knew these conditions would suit him. Coming from Brazil, I knew that the heat would not be a problem for Ronaldo. He's here with his family. But a podium finish here for Ray. He'll be very, very happy with that. He's just so consistent. So our third and final podium position here. He's just about to make his way under the archway. Here he comes. Henato Kaluzi from Brazil. Our first, I'm pretty sure, our first Brazilian podium here in Roth. Getting a lot of firsts today, I love it.
Yeah.
Fantastic race from the Brazilian, big smile on his face. While others in front of him faltered on the marathon, he stayed strong all day long. He was in that initial breakaway group of 5. He eventually had to let them go, which was the right thing to do because it's meant that he could use his strength, which is his run. And what a great marathon from Henato today.
Absolutely, and it was quite a brave move to let those guys go, but you know what? He trusted in his run and it's paid off. He's got that podium spot.
I've trained all over the world with this man, from Thailand to Switzerland to the Philippines. We've been everywhere. I remember when we had to train in the Philippines and I was addicted to my coffee and the Philippines had nothing good. He would always bring Brazilian coffee back over to the Philippines for us, so forever one of my favorites. But wow, look who's coming now, everyone. He's come home strong. Sebi Kinley said he would run that last 10K stronger than anyone. Coming home in a 4th place, Bradley Weiss. What a great race, of course, after the disappointment of last weekend, getting DQ'd for littering in Frankfurt. Felix Walshsurfer said, come and do our race. You're here, you might as well do it. Big sacrifice for Bradley. He's only just become a father for the first time. He had to leave his family, Nina, his wife, back home in South Africa. It's always a big sacrifice. So to see him come home with 4th place. And we've got Julian down on ground with our 3rd place getter, Henato Kaluzi.
We are down here on the green carpet together with our 3rd place, Henato Kaluzi from Brazil. Henato, a fantastic race of you, 3rd place. Have you dreamed of this?
Well, this race, when I was a kid, I had a VCR tape at home when Lotto Leather broke the first time 80 hours here, and I watched like 100 times when I was a kid. And that's my first time here, and to come here to race in this epic course and also break 80 hours for me is like a dream come true. I'm so happy with my day.
So fantastic race, really. It's so great to see you out there racing. You're such a nice guy. You had some struggles on the bike. You couldn't stay with the leading group. Was this tactics, just believing in your running strength?
Well, first lap they were too fast for me. I tried to hang it out as much as I could, but I just realized the pace was too strong. So then I thought, okay, it's better to do my own pace and believe in myself, believe in what I can do. And same thing on the run. The guys started really fast and I just paced myself and keep it going. And after the 30 kilometers, they started to break it down. And then when I grow and finish 3rd, it was so amazing.
Now, you did Solar Hill here in the stadium. How does it feel riding up Solar Hill?
Wow, this is epic, man. I've been raced so many places around the world. I've been to 2 Olympic Games, been to Kona, and man, this race is epic. Nothing is comparing to Roth. Well done everybody to be there to cheering for us. The crowd really make the difference.
Thank you so much and congratulations to a fantastic 3rd place, Henato Kaluzi from Brazil. Awesome.
Thank you.
Our third place. Such a nice guy. We got to meet him at the Long Distance World Championship already last year in Almere. Fantastic race there. Third place here. Who would have thought, though? I give you back to you, Belinda, with a so happy crowd here.
So our podium here today, of course, Henato Kaluzi from Brazil in third place. In second place, our defending champion from last year, Patrick Lange of Germany. But there is no doubting that the number one athlete today was no other than the young 24-year-old from Denmark, Magnus Ditlev. Incredible race from this young man. So while our podium has been decided here for our professional men, we know that Annie Haug is making her way to Buchenbach. Information out on course is she is looking faultless. She is still running extremely well. Fenella Langridge, not too far behind. Continuing to lose a little bit of time as expected, but still looking very, very strong in second place. I'm going to go to a short commercial break and be back with you in a sec.
Successful companies produce a lot, like this, or something like this. In any case, they produce that. Numbers, a lot of numbers. Because with success comes a growing commercial effort. What entrepreneurs need is good software. From Datev, because we create connections. Fast, secure, future-oriented connections between the data in the enterprise, the tax consultant, and every party involved. As one of the largest IT service providers in Europe, Datev creates connections for sustainable success.
I'm part of it. What about you?
We run. We fight. We ride. Faster, harder, longer. We push limits. We fall, but rise again. And with every try, we get better. Yet something feels incomplete. There's a voice deep inside us, getting louder and louder. It can't be unheard. It reminds us we are more than just athletes. Now we see, with our strength, our passion, our compassion, our love, our power, our mindset, we can bring change into the world. To work together on our differences and find potential within them. To guide the next generations with the wisdom of our experiences and empower them to find their own paths, united as one tribe.
While on the commercial break, we did indeed have our 5th place finisher, Robert Callan from Sweden. So the young Swede, 26-year-old Swede, home here today in 5th place. He hung tough all day long. There were several times during the marathon that I thought that he was done, but he held tough, coming home in 5th place as we are down on ground now, presenting the famous Lion Trophy to our first place finisher, Magnus Ditlev of Denmark. So our top 3. Incredible race from all 3 of these men today. So incredible race from these 3 men. Magnus Ditlev in first place, 7:35.48, falling 9 seconds short of Jan Frodeno's record. In second place, Henato Kaluzi of Brazil. Third place, Henato Kaluzi of Brazil, and in second place, Patrick Lange, our defending champion from last year. In fourth place, we had Bradley Weiss, and in 5th, rounding out our top 5 here today, Robert Callen of Sweden. So while we have our top 5 professional males across the finish line, we are now waiting for our professional females to come across. Champagne showers down there for our top 3 pro men, and they are getting Magnus Ditlev left, right and centre. You can see that Patrick Lange has done this quite a few times before, Lucy.
He's experienced the champagne showers.
So again, our top 3, Magnus Ditlev in first, Patrick Lange in second, and Henato Kaluzi in third. Incredible scenes down on ground. We have a full house down here in the stadium. We have a predicted finish time right now for this woman, Annie Haug of Germany, of 8:23. So Chrissy Wellington's record is safe, as it has been for years now. But 8:23, still an incredible time. Particularly in these conditions, we know it is very, very hot out on course right now.
Absolutely, and it was a non-wetsuit swim, so typically a slower swim out there today without the assistance of a wetsuit. And these hot conditions are not making for a fast day, but you know what? It's not slowing Annie down with that predicted finish time. That is incredibly quick.
Torsten Radder has predicted right now, so the predicted time for Annie Haug's marathon will be around that 2:47-ish mark. So just shows you how quickly Annie Haug is running. As Fernanda, gosh, what's going on with me? I've had honestly too many coffees. Fenella Langridge is now making her way around the little village of Buchenbach. While she makes her way around Buchenbach, we've got Annie Haug making her way back into town. So again, really nice part of the course. You know that you are on the home stretch.
Yeah, Annie will be starting to feel that now. She's on the way home, and she's got that win in sight now.
Fenella Langridge now around 5 minutes in arrears of Annie Haug. As you can see, great overhead shots. She has now completed that loop around Buchenbach and is now on her way back home towards us here in the heart of Roth.
And here he comes. This is Sam Long coming into the stadium now. One of the fan favourites, making his way to the finish line.
Do you know why this is incredible? Because I was given so many reports out on course that he was done, that his race was over, that there were other athletes coming for him, that he was slowing right down. But I should have known better than to listen to them, because this man is amazing. What a great race from the yo-yo-yo himself. He's such an incredible character. He's been in Europe for about 2 or 3 weeks now. He raced Challenge Valsy last week. He was second to Frederick Funk there. He is 6'4". He's an absolute unit. I look at him and I wonder, how does he run as fast as he does? Utmost admiration for each other, these two. 24 years of age for Magnus, 26 years of age for Long. They are the future of our sport. They are the next gen. I say that about Sam Long, although I think this was his 17th full distance race. Something ridiculous.
He did do his first one incredibly young, I think, maybe even 18 or something.
He did. He's a triplet. Lives in Boulder, Colorado with his partner Lara Gruden, who's been here all week long supporting him. He's down on ground now, giving an interview. I know it's his first time, not his first time racing in Europe. Of course, he was here for the Collins Cup last year, as well as I think he's raced Ironman Nice once before, but it's his first time actually basing himself here for any period of time. And he really has loved it. And it really, when you've done the majority of your racing in the US, it's completely different. I mean, you'd know this yourself, Lucy, you've raced all over the world, and racing in the US as compared to racing in Europe, it's completely different. And hats off to Sam Long for taking a chance. He's got plenty of races that he could have stayed home and done in the USA. It would have been easier for him, but he took a chance and he's come to Europe. And I honestly, 5th place, maybe at first he won't be happy with that, but once he sits down and actually analyses and the caliber field, he's had a great 3 weeks here.
Absolutely, and you know what? He would have learned an absolute ton from racing in Europe. It's completely different, so he can take all of that, and he's only going to grow his career from here. So, yeah, really great to see.
And as I said, absolute character of our sport. The banter that both himself and Frodo were having on social media leading into this race was amazing. I loved it. And funnily enough, started with Frodo. He was the one that pulled the trigger. But yeah, great athlete, great character. I'm sure in the next days I'll be given the rundown, the play-by-play from Sam Long. He is down for Edmonton, so it'll all be, for a lot of these athletes now, it's all going to be about recovery. I mean, Edmonton's not that far away.
No, yeah, that's going to be really, really crucial to these guys. And I'm sure, you know what, they're going to take the time to celebrate today. They've got to enjoy what this race is all about. And then they'll be back to the drawing board. Some recovery, maybe for a few days, hopefully a week. And then, yeah, they'll be training towards the big races in the second half of the year as well.
Now, Lucy, that's a really important point that you've just made. How important is it as an athlete? You know, often it's your profession. Obviously, as an athlete, professional athlete, it's your profession. But how important is it to allow yourself to have that downtime, to actually celebrate? Not just if you've won it, but if you've come top 5 or if you've come top 10, to have that downtime, and just, you owe it to yourself to give yourself a pat on the back before you then get back on the horse and start training again.
Yeah, I definitely made that mistake as a swimmer, actually, that I just didn't. It was one race to the next, and never really celebrating and reflecting on the results. It was always right back to work, whereas in triathlon I've tried to learn that, and actually with the amount of racing that we've got, you've got to celebrate the wins, you've got to take the time to enjoy that, soak it in, then recover and then go again, because actually if you don't do that, it will kind of catch up with you, and then your career won't be as long because you'll just be burnt out. So you really have got to take that time. And yeah,
and of course, speaking of celebrating, We'll be celebrating well into the night tonight. 11:05 tonight is cut-off time. And this stadium will remain full for that entire duration. Tomorrow we have the awards in the morning. In the afternoon we have the volunteers party and then the infamous Challenge Roth after party. Last year we were unable to have any of these events because of the restrictions in place. They've all been lifted this year. But as you can see on screen now, our leader, our defending champion from 2021, Annie Haug, making her way back into the town of Roth. She's almost there. Still looking absolutely faultless. She will now make her way into the old town, back onto those cobblestones. But we are not too far away. It'll be such relief for Anne Haug. She told me this is just as important to her as a world championship. She had a great battle in St. George at the Ironman World Championships not so long ago, where she finished in 3rd place. Kat Matthews, of course, having a great race there that day in 2nd, and the one and only Daniela Riff.
And it's great to see Annie has recovered really well from that race. She's back. It's another long distance event, and it doesn't seem that she's got any residual fatigue in her legs from St. George. She still looks fantastic out there. And yeah, she's laying down a mark today, and I'm sure she's going to go away from here, have a bit of recovery, and then start building towards Kona as well.
And behind Annie Haug, we know Fenella still in 2nd place and looking likely to remain that way. A little bit of a switch in the women behind that. So in 3rd place now is Judith Corican from Spain. She has managed to overtake Laura Siddle, who is now in 4th. But these women are quite a long way back from our leader. Corican 19:28 behind Annie Haug, and Laura Siddle in 4th, 22:38 back.
And just looking at Annie there, as she takes these corners, it doesn't even look like she's running a bend. She just still looks like she's running in a straight line. So super smooth all the way through the course.
We've had our top 6 men across the line. Sam Long, our last pro male so far to be across in 6th place. We are now waiting for our top 10. Of course, the top 10 will be paid here today. Prize money, €62,000 up for grabs. The winner taking home €14,000. It's around $16.5 US. Athletes will also be taking away with them valuable points towards the end of year Challenge Family World Bonus. Right now, with a 6th place finish for Sam Long, he will be getting more points. He is now leading, well, he has been leading the World Bonus all year long. This is just going to strengthen his lead. I think he has around a 250 to 300 point lead over his next rival, so it's going to be very, very difficult to beat Sam Long. Not so, quite the same story with the women. Sarah Perez-Sala still leading the women's World Bonus. Annie Haug, of course, today will be taking home some very, very good points. Annie Haug was the winner of the World Bonus last year. What a race from this man. He is from Šamarin, Slovakia. He's from Slovakia. I last saw him in Šamarin. He asked me if I could get him an entry. Andre Kubo, you have just had the race of your life. Wow. I had a discussion with Andre at the after party at the championship earlier this year. He said, Belinda, can I get a start at Roth? I said, of course you can. And of course, Kubo home in 7th position. And Maurice Clavel of Germany, he has given it absolutely everything out there today. Coming home in 8th position. He's one of the HEP athletes. He's an absolute character.
He really is a great character, a great personality in this sport, and he has absolutely left everything on the line today.
He's had a pretty tough start to the year. He got COVID. It took quite some time for him to get fully over the effects. He had a great swim bike today. And he really has left it all out there on the marathon. So our top 8 professional men through. But definitely a great race for our 7th place finisher, Andre Kubo from Slovakia. He really has given it everything that he's got. Back to our women's race now.
This looks like Vanilla still, I think, just in that shady part of the course. Again, she'll be starting to hear the noise from the old town as she heads back that way. Still comfortably in that 2nd place position.
And I can't see these first 2 positions changing at all from here on in. Lucy, I think they've got such a lead over the rest of the field. We do know now that it's about 6.5 minutes between Fenella and Annie Haug. Oh, and look, we've got a treat for you all now.
Well done. Good to see you back.
Joining us in the studio.
He's getting there.
We have got our 2nd place finisher. And I must say, it looks like he's had a little bit of a wardrobe malfunction there. What's going on? We have Patrick Lange with us in the studio. He smells of beer. What an incredible race, honestly. You gave it everything. You gave us a race. It was amazing.
Thank you so much.
How was it out there? Stupid question, I know, but how was it?
Not working.
So we have got Patrick Lange in the studio now. He's ready to go. We can hear you now. It's all good. A little bit of a malfunction there. That's right. Just
be interesting if Anna makes the 8:18, right? She's pretty close. No, she's not gonna get it.
you do now. No, she's just going to miss it. But you do know that you got the run record of Luke Van Leer. And actually of Luke Van Leer, which was the official record, but also Felix Henschel last year had the run record, but you've beaten them both.
Oh, really?
Yes, you have.
Oh.
Yep, you have.
Amazing.
I think it was
that's pretty sick.
2:35 low.
Wow.
Yeah. So not all bad.
Of course.
And in those conditions, I mean, I keep telling our audience, it is hot out there.
Oh yeah, it's brutal hot. It's brutal hot. Yeah. Getting back to the race shortly before Anne enters the stadium. Obviously, it was a tough day from the start to the end. I had to give it everything, everything. I don't think I have ever had to dig so deep for a win. Not even like never, you know. And in the swim, I was a little bit cold. I got tight hip flexors. The first hour on the bike I pushed over more than 20 watts more than I wanted to push, but they just outrode me like hell. And I was thinking, what the hell is going on here?
Explain, just walk us through that really quickly. What's that like mentally to know that you are giving you're pushing more watts than you would normally push, but still you're losing time to these guys out in front. I mean, how hard is it to stay focused?
We discussed it before, you know, with the coach, and we had different race plans, and obviously we didn't know what really happened, what will really happen, because the shoulder obviously, gave me no time to race, so I have no racing experience this year. That's, I think, what was missing the most, the toughness from the races. And right now I can't move my arm over 90 degrees, so that shows how like tight the schedule was. And but we had this plan that if I will be isolated, then I just stick to my plan and do whatever I can and try not to give like this thought of giving up no space, you know, and just keep pushing.
When did you hear, where were you on course when you heard that Jan had stepped off because his Achilles just wasn't right?
Like everyone literally shouted that to me when I started the run, but it didn't affect my race at all.
Not.
Like I stick to my plan. I just wanted to give everything I have, which I did. And with Magnus, nobody would have beaten Magnus.
No,
today.
he was on fire.
Nobody in the world would have beaten this guy today. This is really the most insane performance in triathlon that I've ever seen.
Wow.
He is definitely the big guy for the future.
He absolutely is, and we've been calling him the next gen. He's 24 years of age.
So young.
Really young. And I keep saying it over and over again, even though he's only 24, he's mature beyond his years when it comes to racing. Very, very sensible young man. He's got a great coach.
Smart, like super smart. He appears like a scientist.
Yes.
But I love that. I mean, it doesn't get any more Danish, right?
No, very Danish. And we know with these, with the Danes, with the Norwegians, they mean business.
Yeah, the Vikings are on fire.
They really are. Now we are literally, if you look on screen now, Patrick, minutes away from our defending champion, Anne Haug. She is about to enter the stadium. Can you stay with us and help call her in with us? I mean,
Sure. I mean, she is. Fenella also has an amazing race and grinding teeth now. Definitely. I think she was leading quite.
She was. So Fenella Lange led with the swim. Okay. She also led off the bike. She was overtaken on the canal, but you know, a reasonable long way into the canal they're almost at the end of the canal by the time that she was overtaken, and she's held tough. They've got a huge lead over the rest of the female field here today. But yeah, great racing from both of these women.
The race still?
No, Laura's moved back to 4th place. We have actually got Judith Corican in 3rd, Laura in 4th. But here she comes. Here she comes. Incredible. She is now on the green carpet. She's made her way into this finisher stadium.
So well deserved.
Oh, absolutely.
I'm so happy for her. She's amazing. Like all the effort she puts in, it comes down to this moment now.
And I tried to explain to our audience because, you know, if you're not from Germany, you do not realize just what this title means. She's a local, she's Franconian, and for her to win today, she likened it to a world championship. Is that how it is for Americans? I know Andy Dreitz was the same when he won it. Is it really important
to celebrate this moment because this is so amazing to watch? Like, it's so special, like hugging Felix Weisshöfer there, and you see she gave everything that was left in the tank, and yeah, super happy for her. What a time! I mean, what a time!
Truly remarkable.
Is it? Honestly, look at the run time.
Unbelievable.
WTF.
So that's 8:22.42.
Amazing.
For Anne Haug, 2nd time winner. She was our winner here in 2021. She is now our 2022 winner. Incredible time. Not too many have gone faster. Of course, Chrissy Wellington's time still safe for yet another year.
Yes. do you know any woman that works harder for this success? I mean, honestly, like all the women, every professional athlete is putting the work in. Everyone is working so hard. But I think mentally, I never met someone that special like Anne Haug.
She's done it all.
She stays like half a year in Lanzarote. Like if I stay 2 weeks in Lanzarote, I'm so sick of
crazy.
And she just grinds through. And I mean, I'm super happy for her. And she's so humble. Every time she stops and say goodbye, say hello, and yeah, what a run time, 2:46.
2:46.04. That is.
She could have been under 46 if she would have run, but you don't run this channel here. Like you don't run the stadium. You have to enjoy it.
Of course you do.
It's so special.
It's something that Lucy Charles Barclay said. You know, you don't get many opportunities to win, particularly getting harder every year. And if you don't enjoy it, you regret it later on down the track because you may not get another crack at it.
I mean, as a professional athlete, you're so in the tunnel, and you're so like focused and on racing, getting fit for the next race, and putting the work in. And so I think we take too little time to take a step back and reflect
and enjoy it.
Enjoy and you know. But here I think it's different. I rode Solar Hill today for the first time, and
how,
I mean my ears were
still ringing. I know. The noise is undescribable. Undescribable.
Look at her, like absolutely smashed. And that's what we want to see, huh?
We've seen quite a bit of that today. Let me tell you.
Oh yeah.
We had Maurice Clavel finish before, and he was a very similar look, and that's just what this race brings out in you. Though you want to give it everything.
I mean, what do you think in percentage? How many percentage of more power you get from this crowd? You raced it probably like so many times. I don't know, 20 times probably.
Yep.
How many percent of more power does it get?
Well, you know, we were talking about that. Sorry to put those on just yet. We were talking about that earlier, and particularly if you're that sort of athlete that thrives on crowds, that thrives on people cheering. I know when I used to race, I loved it. I loved thriving at the energy I got from the crowd. So I always used to give my absolute best here. I could give at least another 10% because of the crowds. They just drive you, and you almost feel, Patrick, like you owe it to them. They've been out there all day long for you. So you almost, even though you want to, sometimes you feel bad, you want to shrivel up and just start walking. You look around and someone just cheers you on and says, Belinda, calls your name. Belinda, don't stop. You've got this. And you almost feel like, you know what? I owe it to them. I owe it to everyone here. I owe it to the wall surfers, to the organising team, and to the town, the city, the town of Roth and the surrounding areas. And so you go that extra mile.
7,500 like
all the volunteers,
volunteers, and they take vacation for it.
Exactly, we were
you
talking.
You don't stop, and you continue racing.
Absolutely.
I mean, if there's no health issue or risk, like it's just. And I would agree. I also said 10% is a really I feel the same, and yeah, I felt it today.
We've got right next door to us, we've got the German TV, and we've got the wall surfer family up here. Big smiles on their face. I think they're very happy with the way the day's gone so far. We know it's not long now before this young woman on screen, Fenella Langridge. She's been incredible all day long. I love her smile. Now here is a woman that knew how to enjoy Solaraberg. I think she was looking forward to riding up there more than you were, Patrick. We had close-up footage of her. It was she was geeing up the crowd. She had a hand off the handlebars, giving herself a massive gee up. Big smile on her face.
Amazing. All right, live feed. Thanks for having me. I have to move on.
Pleasure.
I'm so sorry.
No,
I would
not
love
at all.
to continue
not
talking with you.
You are incredible. Honestly, second place today. As we said earlier, particularly after the year you've had, you only started swimming properly at the end of April. So to think how far you've been able to go in such a short amount of time, that run split today has got to be great for your confidence leading into Kona. I mean, if you can pull off a run split like that
without
in Kona.
missing muscle mass.
Exactly. See, you're amazing. I'm looking forward to having a beer with you later on.
Explain that to the
crowd. Love it. Oh, Patrick Lange, always.
Love to everyone out there.
Always a pleasure. You're an absolute
Thanks.
darling. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Oh, he's such a character. Absolutely love him.
See you later.
It's funny, you know, sometimes on screen we only get to see the Germans in a certain light, but when you actually get to know them up close and personal, Sebi Kinley, Patrick Lange, Jan Frodeno, Maurice Clavel, Andy Dreitz, and all of those incredible German athletes before them. They're amazing, not just on the race course, but off the race course as well. But all eyes now on our second place female, Fernella Langridge of Great Britain. She is about to come in any time now. We are expecting her here in around 2 minutes' time. She led out of the water. She's giving a thumbs up to the crowd out there. She led into transition. And it took Annie Haug practically the entire section on the canal before she was able to catch her. And just to quickly go through our top 10. So our top 10 male professionals have now finished. Of course, Magnus Ditlev from Denmark in first place. Patrick Lange, Germany in second. Henato Kaluzi from Brazil in third. Bradley Weiss in fourth. Robert Kalin in fifth. Sam Long in sixth. Andre Kubo, what a great race he had, in seventh. Maurice Clavel in eighth, giving it everything he had left on that finish line. Jean-Claude Besset from Switzerland in ninth. And Juan Bautista Nadal-Clar from Spain, rounding out the top 10 here today. We are now waiting patiently for Fernella Langridge to make her way into the stadium. Judith Corican from Spain, currently in third, but a full 22 minutes in arrears right now. Here she is right now. She has entered the stadium. Fantastic aerial shot of Fernella. She will be lapping up this crowd. She thrives on this sort of energy. I tell you what, these women from Great Britain, nothing they do anymore surprises me. They are absolutely incredible. Fantastic second place from Fernella Langridge here today. She really made Annie Haug work for it. And even once the pass was made, she's held strong. Terrific second place finish. Her partner, Billy Harris, who also coaches her, will be out there in the crowd. And I'm sure Billy will be very, very happy with Fernella's performance today. So an overall time for Fernella today of 8:31.41. She will be very, very happy with that time, and a 3-hour 36 marathon. So that is well and truly a PB. overall, both overall and the run. For Fenella, her PB before this race was 8:59.49 in Coeur d'Alene last year. And PB for the marathon was 3:11.55. So she has well and truly obliterated both of those PBs here today. She was the winner at Challenge Salou earlier in the year, 4th at the championship in Šamarin, Slovakia.
We are now here with the winner of Dativ Challenge Roth 2022, the females race. Anne, what a fantastic race of you. How hard was it out there with these temperatures?
I mean, Ironman is always hard, you know, long course triathlon, and yeah, I really had to fight today. I didn't have the swim I would have wished for, and it made me in a position where I had to push a bit on the bike, and yeah, then the run was really hard. So I felt okay until the half marathon. Then I had a little bit of a down phase, and I got a bee stitch in my neck. So it was mentally a bit tough for me. And yeah, but in the end, I'm super happy with my performance. It was everything I had today, and yeah, you have to be happy with that.
It was different this year because last year you were leading on the bike. This time you had to chase Fenella for a really long time. When did you know I had a feeling that this will end up well for you?
You never know, because you can't influence how good the others are. You can just influence your own performance, and yeah, I tried my very best, and I saw on the run that I can get closer, and I calculated that I can catch the half marathon. But when you go in the lead, then it's always mentally a bit tougher than if you're chasing. So I just focused on myself and tried to stay as relaxed as possible and stay focused, make my nutrition right, do everything what I can. And I'm super happy to see the finish line.
Last question. Last year you said you could barely enjoy your win and the crowds out there. Was it better this year or still tough?
It was tough, but I felt better than last year because I had this COVID disease in the background, and I didn't feel well on the run at all. And today it was a bit better, and it's always amazing to win in front of home crowd, and it makes it very special for me, and yeah, I'm super happy.
An awesome race of you. Congratulations, our winner of Dativ Challenge Roth, powered by HAB 2022. Amazing. Anne, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
So, and we are going back to you, Belinda. Oh, but probably you can get Fenella anytime soon. I see her coming over, but maybe 1 or 2 minutes, we are back down here.
Amazing. Annie Haug, as we see into the stadium now. What an absolute legend this man is. 50 years young. He turned 50 here last week. He celebrated with his homestay family that he's had here since 2002. Cameron Brown from New Zealand now crossing the finish line. What a truly remarkable career this man has had. He's done around 70 of these full distance races now. I think the only athlete to have done more is Peter Verbruzik. But what an absolute champion. One of the greatest long distance athletes out of New Zealand. He's done pretty much everything. He's finished second here. He's also podiumed at the Ironman World Championships. I know he's got the rest of the year to race, and I think he did mention that Ironman New Zealand next year might be it for him, although I never say never when it comes to Cam Brown. But incredible race from this man. What a stellar career he's had. It's the only problem about being up here. I keep seeing too many people that I know. It really is starting to get very, very hot here now. So for all of our age group athletes still out there on the bike and starting the marathon, they are the real heroes of today. They are the ones suffering through the hardest conditions. We do have Julian still down on ground, and he will be interviewing Fenella Langridge, our second place getter, as soon as he is able to grab her. But it's been incredible racing in both our men's and women's races today. We've got a little bit of a gap now back to our third place female. We know that that gap was upwards of 22 minutes. It is indeed Judith Corrican from Spain. She is the current long distance Spanish champion. Very, very well known in Spain. But fantastic scenes down there on the finish. And as I said, this party will be going long into the night. 11:05 is the cutoff time. And then we will be having the after show. So we've got a great fireworks and laser display.
Can you hear me? I am down.
And we are going to go down on ground now with Fenella. She is with Julian down on ground.
So we are down on the ground with Fenella. Come on, I have a seat next to you. You've worked more than me today, a bit. Astonishing race of you. You've led the race for such a long time. Of course, yeah. How much did it hurt to be overtaken by Anne, or was it still fantastic?
It was still fantastic. Annie is such a phenomenal athlete. Even held her off until just over halfway on the run. I was pretty chuffed. It was nearly flawless race for me, I think. I made a few mistakes, but overall it was just incredible. I just soaked every last bit of that up through all the hot spots, and yeah, the crowds were insane, and throwing up at the end. I definitely left nothing out there.
We really left you out there. You did so many great things. The first round, first loop on Solar Hill, you were mostly biking with one hand, the other hand up in the air. We really loved that. You cheered on every spectator out there. You gave them a hand. So that was really amazing what you did out there. Could you enjoy it more than last year?
Oh, 100%. Yeah, I think I've come on as an athlete, and I think that showed today. And yeah, it was the crowds and the course just took me to a next level, and I'm so happy to race and be here and experience this. Congratulations to all the other girls and the guys out there. It was a really hot and tough day, and that, although it's a fast course, it's not a flat course, and it really is challenging. But yeah, just off, I think I was just over 8:30. I think I was 8:31. I would have liked to have gone under that, but no, really happy, super chuffed, and thank you, Challenge Roth.
Thank you so much, Fenella. Now take a deep breath. Hope to see you back again for the finish line party later. If you can do that, maybe we carry you back in, but thank you so much and congratulations. Awesome race, second place, Fenella Langridge.
Thank you everybody.
So this was our second place, and we are waiting now for the third place. So Belinda, keep your eyes open, and we will be back here on ground anytime soon.
So we've had our first two professional women across the line. Annie Haug from Germany winning it in absolute style. And then second place, Fenella Langridge from Great Britain. We know that out on course, Judith Corrican is currently in third, with Laura Siddle in fourth. We've got a little bit of a break back to them. We are expecting them in around 20 minutes time. Laura Siddle still in fourth, hanging tough. And we know Rebecca Clark still in fifth place, our early swim leader, along with Fenella Langridge. So Beck Clark from New Zealand in fifth place. So that's our top 5 women. We are still waiting for our last podium place in our women's race to cross the line. We're expecting her through in around 18 minutes time. Oh, I've actually just been given an update, but it's about 1 to 2 minutes. So I knew it was 18 minutes from the time that Fenella crossed the finish line. That's how much time has passed. So it's only a matter of time now before we see Judith Corican Vaquera of Spain, the current long distance, so full distance Spanish champion, will be making her way into the studio here, a stadium here. Oh my gosh, I'm getting my words mixed up today. I'm putting it down to too much sun. It really is starting to heat up here. We were lucky in the morning with our studio. The sun was on the other side. It's now out in absolute force. But we are only a few minutes away from welcoming our third professional female here into the stadium. So we still have great scenes down here on the finish line. Once we cheer our third professional female across the finish line, we are going to have the Mayor of Roth come on to our show. We are just going to wait for Judith Corican Vaquera to come across the finish line. Big thank you to Julian, who's been down on ground grabbing the athletes for their interviews. And here she comes now.
Ja, das habe ich schon verstanden.
Judith Corican Vaquera, our third placed female here today, just about to cross the finish line. 8:46.28. Fantastic race from Judith. She will be very, very happy with that. She's a very close friend of Juan Fernandez, who owns Challenge Salou. He told me earlier this week that she was in a very, very good form coming into this race. He wasn't wrong. But fantastic race from Judith Corican Vaquera. As we welcome into our booth the Mayor of Roth himself. I actually haven't met him yet, so lovely to meet you, Andreas.
Yes.
Now, Buchreis. Buchreis. I'm not so. Mein Deutsch is nicht so good.
My English is not much better.
Love it. We're a good pair then.
Yeah,
I love
of course.
Now, obviously, new mayor to the town. I mean, how long have you been mayor now for?
Since January this year.
Wow, so really new, honestly.
Yeah.
And you know what I love about the mayor, or the mayors that I've known in Roth? You're all so young. It's really refreshing, and you obviously come in with big shoes to fill.
Yes.
You've obviously grown up with this race. It's been here for so many years now. What do you think about today's event, and was it bigger and better than what you've ever seen before?
It was a special event for me because in the last time I was police officer, and at the police office there I only stay in Roth and only in the city. And this was the first time I traveled to the Solar Hill and to the Swim Start, and it was amazing. I never seen this before.
And I didn't realize, so you were a police officer before you became mayor. What I love, and one thing I've noticed, my first time here was 2004. I've been coming pretty much every year since, is just how supportive the police force, the firefighters, the hospital, the volunteers. There is no other place in the world. I mean, the police station now in Roth is flying the flags of Challenge Roth. The same can be said about the fire station. I mean, what is it about this town that makes it so special? It is their race.
It's a big together. All authorities are working together, talk to each other. There are so many talkings about the event, and everybody feels this challenge, and we love it. Everybody love it, and everybody is here, is helping and works and something else.
And we've been talking about it a few times today that a lot of the volunteers actually take their annual holidays. So this is a time when they should be going away with family and taking time off, relaxing. But instead they prefer to take their holidays to work this event. And they work tirelessly 24/7 for the entire week, and they love it. It's not work for them.
I think this is the special from Roth. There's no more in the world, only here in Roth. And also the homestay for the
athletes.
For the
absolutely.
athletes, yes. And it's fantastic, and we're loving it.
Well, I've had the same homestay family since 2004, the Hales. They live in Pfaffenhofen. And I was saying only earlier this week, when I first came in 2004 with my husband, they had a little boy, Felix, and he was 11 months old. He just turned 18 and graduated from school. So, for me to have seen him grow and develop into a young man over all these years has been truly remarkable. My parents have been here, my sister has been here, my homestay family has been to Australia to visit us, and I know this is not just unique to me. So many people around the world that have come here and had homestay families have had similar experiences. Cameron Brown was first here in 2002, and he's had the same homestay family ever since.
This is unbelievable, you can say, because there are good relationships to each other, and so every homestay is a good relationship about the years.
Absolutely. It's just incredible. As we go down to the stadium grounds now, where we have the flower ceremony for our top 3 professional women. We have Judith Corican-Vaquera in 3rd place, Fenella Langridge in 2nd place, and here she is. She was the defending champion. She is now the champion 2022, Annie Haug of Germany. Fantastic podium. And we now have our top age groupers also making their way across the finish line. So all of our fastest age group athletes, as we celebrate our top 3 professional women. Amazing effort from these 3 women. And right now in the stadium, we have our 2nd place finisher from last year. She's hung tough all day long. Coming home today in 4th place. She's an absolute favourite here in Roth. She's so incredibly supportive of this race. She's been loyal here for years now. 4th place for Laura Siddle from Great Britain. I know she would have desperately wanted to get that last or hold that last position on the podium. But incredible guts and determination from Sid. I expect nothing less from her. Coached by Julie Dibbins. Spends most of the year in Girona in Spain. But Andreas, honestly, amazing to have you up here in the studio with us. You have an incredible town, an incredible community spirit. I'm from Australia and I've been coming back here for this is my 18th year. I'll continue coming back here as long as they'll have me because you truly have something so special, not just with this race, but the town of Roth and the surrounding areas itself. So thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you very much, Belinda. See you tomorrow.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Okay.
See you later tonight for the finish show.
Yes, okay, bye.
Bye. So, incredible to have the Mayor of Roth up here in the studio. He's been supporting this race since he was a policeman. Now, of course, Mayor of Roth. And great scenes down on the finish line now with Felix Volschsurfer and Laura Siddle. So our top 4 professional women across the finish line: Annie Haug of Germany, Fenella Langridge of Great Britain, Judith Corrican of Spain, Laura Siddle from Great Britain. We know that Rebecca Clark is holding on to 5th, but Magda Niewald is in a 6th, around 4.5 minutes down on Rebecca Clark. And then we have Svenja Toos in 7th place. So I hope you've all enjoyed the coverage here today. I certainly have. It's been incredible. One of the best things for me is that triathlon is finally back with a vengeance. No restrictions, back to what we know and love. And I just hope that this is a sign of things to come for the future. I think we are in a really great place with the sport of triathlon. I know for this, the 20th anniversary of the DATEV Challenge Roth powered by HEP, it's been an incredible day, probably one of the greatest days that I've ever witnessed here. Some incredible champions. Magnus Ditlev of Denmark, 24 years of age. Wow, what a future this young man has. And of course, Annie Haug, the favourite, came through with the goods and was able to defend her title from last year and win it once again. But from myself, and here he is in the nick of time, my wingman, Julian Meinhold.
Hello again.
Hello, I'm just winding it up. We're saying goodbye. Just saying it's been a fabulous day. You've been all over the place.
Yes, I was out there, down here, up in here. It was fabulous. Thank you so much, Belinda, for having me here, for enjoying the show. A fantastic race. It was, like you said before, fantastic men's and women's, and so many spectators. Such a great event.
Now
Just
we finally get a chance to go down on the ground and enjoy it like the rest of them.
Absolutely. I go up on stage and party a little.
I love it. Anyway, from both of us here in the studio, thanks again for joining us. We absolutely loved it. We hope you loved it as much as we did. Bye for now.
Thank you, guys. Take care. Goodbye.